Gentlemen, and lichens. I am your favorite host, Immortal Brindle, and I'm joined here today by these fine fellows here of my fellow lords, I should say. Let's start from the top. Austin, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Austin, or as known as AK Austin on here. Glad to be here.
All right, Black Shadow, introduce yourself.
Yeah, howdy. I feel like I'm probably like the Moreau of the group. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
So you're a giant fish. Okay, gotcha.
I
I
need you
mean,
to yell out.
I
I
could do a
need you
lot
to yell
worse.
out that you're the best, okay?
I'm the best.
I would, but it's like nearly midnight, so I'm afraid not.
All
I'm the
right,
best.
Growlock,
Hi there,
introduce
I'm
yourself.
Growlock. It is a pleasure to talk with some of you all again, and I am a sleep deprived and salty boy, so this should be fun.
In the
Hey.
right place.
All right, our favorite residential, the man who started it all, Renegade Operative. I mean, Lord, introduce yourself.
Hello, and I'm gonna go right after that boulder punching asshole.
Damn, you didn't spam this time.
Yeah,
Good for you.
All right, and
thanks.
I
You
think that's
fucking.
everybody, right? All right,
No?
so read off. Oh, hey,
No?
Dom,
No? Hi, how's it going?
Lady Domitrisk, go ahead.
No? Hi, how's it going? I think a lot of people are probably going to be surprised that I'm here, just
Are
considering
you?
the fact that I really hated Resident Evil 7. But I'm going to surprise some people who might not be aware of the fact that I've played through both 7 and Village, and where I'm going to share my thoughts about Village and why I think it's a better game. But we'll get to that.
I'm glad.
All right,
I'm hoping you're going to be involved in this because I like the fact that you didn't like Seven. I think that's what makes it more interesting because we all have different backgrounds. Some of us have not played Seven for ages. Some of us only played it recently. I know you obviously didn't like it at all. So
I had to play through it multiple times because I'm doing a review for it. At the moment, it's kind of being held back because work and stuff. But
hmm.
I had to play through it on multiple occasions, and I went out of my way to get the platinum for the game just so that I
yeah,
can prove a point. So
yeah, I did it twice. I know on Xbox as well. So I'm pretty much more up to speed now as well compared to I did
Hey,
like a couple years ago. So, but
hey,
yeah.
Agatha. Thanks for the raid so much. Thank you.
Oh, right. Is she finally gonna
Yeah,
come in?
she'll be in a sec. She's just sorting her stuff, bits and pieces out. She get in the
Okay.
raid. Howdy alls.
All right, all right. But yeah, Dom being best behavior. Okay. Agatha,
Hi.
introduce yourself,
Yeah,
madam.
if I'd known it would have been Brandon Lee, I meant I'll try to ambush you like I did. So
Oh,
sorry about that.
no, I mean it's there for a reason. This, you have if you're playing a scary game, you have to play scare alerts. So, um, but no, my name is Agatha. My tag is Agatha spelled with 3 A's at the front. So Agatha for AAA content. I don't know. That should not be my tagline. I hate it, but I love the tackiness of it. Um, I am playing through all of the Resident Evil games for the first time, so I consider myself a Resident Evil streamer and also a Zelda streamer of playing. I am playing through all the Zelda games, um, and a little bit of a speedrunner. I'm interested in all that stuff. And I forgot what else I usually plug, but yeah, that's me. I'm a dork.
All right.
Welcome to the club.
Love
Welcome
it.
to the
That's it.
family.
Son. Oh,
Thanks.
sorry, daughter.
Nate.
All right. Let's go ahead and start all this. Cite all things you like about Resident Evil Village from a game perspective, and how do you feel about it compared to Resident Evil 7?
you mind if I go first since
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
yeah, since I dislike RE7, I feel like I should really talk about this.
Be
So
nice.
Village to me feels like what Resident Evil 7 should have been in terms of a gameplay like perspective. A lot of the movement, the way that the reloads work, the way that the guns feel in terms of just overall like firepower, sound and stuff like that, it all just feels more natural in how it should have been from the beginning. Granted, I know you could make the argument that, well, 7 was kind of their first outing in that particular play style, but that I feel like that's a bit of a double-edged sword only because, well, on the one hand, yes, that is true, but on the other hand, they've been making Resident Evil games for about 20 years at the time, now 25 years with Village. So I just don't necessarily agree with that like perspective per se.
I
But a
strongly
lot of the
disagree with that
aspects,
personally, but I'll let you finish that point before I own it.
mm, but a lot of the aspects, I do feel as though they were just a genuine improvement. Again, movement speed, reload animations, just some of the best stuff that we've seen out of a first-person RE game so far. Some of the aspects of the game, they were very similar to RE4. You know, that being blatantly obvious with the merchant mechanic and having the inventory system like that. And there are, I feel like this game was kind of like a mix between like what 7 did in terms of like kind of prepping up for what we eventually got with the RE2 and 3 remake. Where we had like the typical like limited inventory space and item boxes and stuff like that, but also different in the sense that it's kind of more geared towards the people that might like the RE4 play style where it's a little bit more action heavy and stuff like that. Do I think that's necessarily a bad thing? Well, yes and no. I would prefer RE to be in a more, survival horror aspect, but I don't mind a little bit of action here and there. So that's my take on it. But overall, yeah, I do really like the overall gameplay, and I also like the fact that there's more enemy variety too. That was a big plus. So
That was a major plus. That's what's needed desperately.
yeah,
This is the funny thing because like we're clearly counterpoints here. I'm not going to come in and say that Village is bad because it's objectively not. I think anyone who says that the game is objectively bad, I think it's not great. Because I played 7 like about 6 months ago, I think it was, if even that much, and I got a huge amount out of it. I admired it for its ambition. I've really just enjoyed the aesthetic of it. I thought personally the pacing was to my taste, which obviously is a very subjective thing. I think the problem I had is because I enjoyed 7 so much. I think I came into Village with expectations like super super high. And of course the problem is that how do you match that? I think Village is a more it's a more complete game. It feels better. It feels much smoother, more natural. It feels a lot more kind
Pacing
of
is so much better.
yeah. It feels a lot more accomplished. It kind of knows more what it's trying to do, and it feels kind of more fulfilling. 7 is obviously a little bit more experimental, which is gonna be. It's the first kind of title of its type. Nothing wrong with that at all. Personally, I felt that there were times though that Village to me like benefited the most out of the situations where kind of things were forced upon you, a gameplay standpoint. And I think of like the Stronghold, for example, where you're getting forced into like these ridiculous situations of like dealing with lots of lichens, holding things off, bits and pieces like that. I think the way the game is designed suits really well for that. But I did have a problem with just how much action there actually is in this game. I think there were times where they could have toned it down a little bit in just terms for a little bit of kind of immersion. Because you just feel like, to me, like you're constantly going from one thing to another to another. So there's no downtime in the game. You're in the village fighting things all over the place, or you're in a castle getting strung up by your hands, and then you're fighting stuff suddenly again. And like the times where the game kind of, I think, took a little bit of a step back to let you kind of take in the game a bit more. That I really appreciate. I didn't think there was quite enough of that. Whereas in 7, you could maybe argue there was maybe almost too much of it. I don't know. It's a subjective kind of thing. But
You,
that
you
was
know,
my main issue with the game. I just felt that at times like they could have toned it down just a little bit. It didn't need to be as kind of gratuitous as it was in the end. It
okay,
might be an unpopular take. I accept that, but
okay, that's an interesting point of view though, because I have spoken to some people to say that the areas where there's like not enough action, like Moreau and the doll lady, say like those segments are boring because you don't quote unquote shoot anything, right? But I'm like,
I
people are
mean, I
asking
guess I'm
for
just old
more.
fashioned. This is the
Yeah, like
problem.
his thing though, like Here's the thing though, like people wanted more like see more horror stuff though, or something more downtime stuff. You got that, and you claim that's boring. So like, what do you want out
Yeah,
of
this is the
game?
issue again. Then, this is something that Resident Evil as a series has struggled with for some time. And we know this throughout. Resident Evil 6 is the obvious example of a game that tried to be everything at once and kind of lost its direction and didn't really know what it was trying to be.
I
Yeah,
just
Um,
wanna
six
make
was the
a
worst
bit of
offense of
a
that.
I just want to make a quick point about that. So, like, for me personally, because I'm kind of in that camp of like I've found Moreau. I always try to say Monroe, Moreau and Beneviento kind of boring. And the reason why I feel that way is because Moreau they could have taken advantage of having a new type of enemy with like more fish-like people. Maybe kind of take some inspiration from like H.P. Lovecraft in terms of the enemy designs with that. And then with Beneviento, I feel like that was a missed opportunity to, bring back the concept from 3.5 with the dolls, and they could have easily made that work with the Kadaos in particular, because we read that in the files, and they could have said, well, like she was experimenting with that and putting like chunks of people into the dolls or whatever, right? Or chunks of herself into the dolls. So
Yeah, I mean, again, gaming is a subjective medium at the end of the day. I will admit, I think the Moreau stuff. We'll talk about more of this later on, obviously.
Yeah, yeah, I'll
I think
definitely we can talk about that more.
that sort of thing. Like, definitely there was opportunity to do a little bit more and be a little bit more experimental. Like, I got a lot out of the Beneviento stuff because I don't really touch a lot of stuff that, and I admired the fact that the developers went that direction. And like I was trying to think the last time they did something like that, even in the Resident Evil series or even just throughout, it's just so unlike them. So I couldn't help but admire the ambition of doing that. I personally quite enjoy it a lot. I mean, horror babies. What more could you physically want out of your video games nowadays?
Yeah.
Truth be
God,
told, my
Mm.
truth be told, my only complaint with that is it's not long enough. Because honestly it was just fine the way it was though. Like, yeah, you could talk about cut content all you want though, but in the day though, you gotta see what you got right now, right? And for what it was though, it was fine. Now I have more criticism with the Moreau stuff though, but even then though, that was fine. Like I had no real beef with it aside from like Dom mentioned, like there's no fish people like enemies, right? That's such a huge missed opportunity. But again, we'll get on that one.
Yeah, we'll touch
Once
both
we
of
get
them. It's
there.
more generalized, but I think we can
Yeah.
largely agree that just from a general feel of the game, like it felt a lot more refined, which it was always going to do from RE7, and it had to be. RE7 was such an ambitious game. If the first one, if 7 was ambitious for just completely new, I think 8 was ambitious in the terms of scope and what it was wanting to be. So
Austin, you were
I don't
gonna.
know, like, oh, sorry.
Oh, I think Austin was going like first.
Yep.
Oh well, I was just going to like imply for like the gameplay. I like fundamentally I was enjoying it throughout from like progressing per gun. Like the second shotgun admittedly was worse than the first. I have to agree with Renegades
Uh-huh.
when
Yeah.
Oh, that is completely false because it's at least better, especially when you get those parts and start
I
upgrading it. It's least better.
I really don't like the tac shotgun. Just I don't know. It just doesn't feel satisfying to me as a gun at all. I
I mean,
prefer
okay,
the
that's
regular one.
fine though, but no, okay, mechanically speaking, it literally does surpass the other one, like literally most categories.
Just
it
feels
does
Like
like
I promise you,
surpass.
I'm promise you, like especially when I'm an upgraded thing, it's a lot better though. But it's nothing compared to the last shotgun. That gun is like easily one of the best guns in the game.
yeah.
Comrade, join me in having an AK shotgun that's just goat.
yeah, Saiga 12
Fuck,
off,
like,
off
oh
the
my God.
races.
I'm
Oh
right.
yeah,
Off
that gun's
until the
so
end of time.
good. It's
Yeah.
so good, dude.
Good. Yeah,
The Saiga's
it's
always been a very good game in a lot of games. I think the problem we have though, like there's different feedback because of I think the enemies didn't help because like there were some enemies throughout the game that got very very tanky. And I
well, it
think that
depends
kind
on
of,
your bullet spread as well. Because if you don't have like most of your pellets connected, then you're not gonna like kill them in one shot or make them flinch.
Yeah.
yeah.
hmm
And God forbid you do what I did and try to play Village of Shadows on vanilla. Oh,
I
mate.
feel
That's
sorry
fine
for
with
you,
it.
sir.
I mean, I beat it, but like, oof.
How'd it go?
Oh,
There was
was
some
it fun?
bad memories.
It was not fun then. Yeah, nah. But anyway,
But yeah.
Go ahead, Austin. I'll leave.
Yeah, but like when I was first played the game, I was like astounded by like all the animations and all the crazy little details that happened during gameplay. Like the wounds that Ethan sustains was really cool, especially with the Moreau fight. If he gets hits with the acid, he legit like looks at his hands as they're like melting, and I was like, "What? Like, this is super cool!" Like gore detail that they're going in, similar to how Resident Evil 2, where he shot a zombie in half and they started crawling, which was awesome. Sucks that third one they took that out, but whatever. I felt like there was a lot of cool details in gameplay. Like sometimes Lycans would do team up attacks if they grabbed you. I was like, "Oh, this is super cool!" Like one's holding Ethan's arm, and the other one jumps up and to slash him. And I was like, it felt really cool having all this like little details of just being attacked by, and
That
like
shit
being
pissed
able.
me off on hardcore mode, especially the opening, because I play hardcore on my first playthrough, and they team up on me a lot, and yeah, no, it was not fun. It was more
I will
frustrating.
I will add on though, like I don't know anyone else. I was honestly kind of taken back by how violent this game actually is. Like it's kind of breathtaking when you consider some of the stuff that you see, some of the stuff that happens to you, and just everything. Like I wouldn't say shocked, but I was a bit surprised that it kind of went as far into the deep end of the pool as they actually went. Like I was a little worried at one point. I was wondering how far is this going to go.
At some point, I thought it
as
was
I say,
just a
as you
running
see here,
gag.
Ethan's his hand gets ripped off within the first 20 minutes.
That
You know,
just
that
happened
kinda
on
sets out
stream. It
yeah,
just
yeah,
happened.
that sets out the
Yeah.
stands of you're gonna have an experience, but it's you've got limbs being taken off. You've got
Getting bored.
yeah, there you've got all the stuff with the hooks of the hands getting hung up. There's a lot of violence in this game, and it's fair play to them for committing to that, but I can imagine that perhaps being a bit of a potential turn off to some people.
And
Just it's so visceral.
it makes you think that Capcom might have a hand fetish or something.
Well, I mean, ABC Democrat 5, you're not completely wrong though. But uh, to also note too that Ethan has been through so much crap in this game. Like nobody in the franchise has been as much crap as Ethan did in this one game alone.
Well,
Yeah.
Leon's relationships can talk to you about that.
Oh, please, that's emotional. We're talking about physical, Chief.
Yeah, one's literal, the other's figurative.
I'm just saying, Leon has gone through some shit emotionally.
Well, Ethan, with this game, with all the shit that he's gone through, I feel like he became a man. Like I didn't like his character in 7, but in Village,
In
it was,
8,
like,
he was
more
great.
He
I mean, I can't-
acted like an actual character, like an RE character in Village.
I was gonna say, actually,
Okay, hold
it's a difference to acting like a real person to an RE character, but yeah, I do agree on that part. At least.
Yeah, but also I can't say necessarily call him less of a man considering that he had his hand chainsawed off. He got smacked around by Giant J Baker. I'm just saying like
Oh,
Ethan been
no,
through shit as well.
I'm saying in comparison, his character didn't sound like he was just there to pick up a paycheck like he was in 7. In 7, it just kind of sounded like the voice actor really didn't care.
So basically, like more emoting and obviously.
more emoting and actually like I was surprised they actually made his character sound like he was angry and was actually part of that world, and he felt believable, and that
He's
was
Will
my
Smith.
problem with 7. It was 7, a lot of the characters to me did not feel that believable, but in Village, a lot of the characters did feel pretty believable.
Which is impressive because you think about it plot wise, this game took such an enormous gamble in basically the first trailer we ever saw was one of the biggest twists in theory in the whole game. The fact that Chris is there. It feels kind of hard to imagine a world where we didn't know about that. And you play the game and within 6-7 minutes, suddenly Chris Redfield shows up. We're like, holy hell. So they took a massive gamble, one of the biggest twists in the entire thing, and it's it months before the game's ever given out, and it's one of the first things you find out. He's all over the artwork, he's all over promotions, and that was a massive gamble because there's worlds where that doesn't pay off at all, and it's you've kind of given away your biggest golden egg for free for for potentially no reason. So that was an enormous risk. It paid off, I think, ultimately in the end. I think we can all appreciate, Chris's contribution in the end, and we'll talk about it a little bit more going on. But I was always worried about that coming in. Like, you give away Chris for free, like months before. How do you follow up with that? They obviously had plenty more twists before all was said and done, which I think probably justified it. But yeah, real risk there, I think. But they pulled it. They pulled it. I'll give them that.
Yeah, I think we kind of diverged from the question at hand,
A
though.
little bit, yeah. This is going to be one of those
A
things.
bit.
It's gonna be one of those streams. It's gonna be one
Yeah.
of those podcasts.
We'll do what
but,
we can.
There's so much to talk about. Like, it's hard, admittedly. I'm not gonna lie to. But actually, I'm just going to move on to number 2 then, since if we're done with the comparison for
I
Resident Evil
think
7.
only one thing I will also add is that this game looks absolutely amazing. Like, without
No
a shadow of a
kidding.
doubt. Like,
Even on PS4, it looks amazing.
yeah,
even-
the level of visual detail like that is available, especially if you look for it, is absolutely stunning. Even just like and the game tells you that the opening shot of coming off the cliffside and seeing the cast and everything. This game's like, yeah, we're gonna look good doing everything we're about to do, and you're gonna enjoy it. And I'm like, yeah, I fucking am.
Yeah,
But
like
yeah, absolutely fantastic looking. Full impressive. Like, my PC probably cried for about a month having to process it all and record it. Poor thing.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
it looked great even on base Xbox One as well. Like there's
Oh
some
yeah, that
texture
4
work
system.
there's some texture work that was a little choppy, but I didn't care. I was playing fucking Resident Evil 8 and I was very, very intrigued and very what's the word? Well inversed with it. I was very ready to play.
Yeah,
video.
the boxes look off while playing the last gen version, but I do really enjoy the game. I think it was cool that they decided to do something a little bit different from the norm, because you see like werewolves, vampires, all this infected stuff running around. That's like not really traditional when it comes to RE. Most people expect zombies, mansions, stuff like that, and I really liked how this game tried to do something very bold, and it paid off in the end. What I will say is that just the combat is so much more satisfying. The fact that you can run up to a werewolf, blow his head off, it's just gorgeous to me.
And can I just
So
say
that sniper, yo.
2 things really quick about? Well, I have 3 things to say really quick. So the first thing I want to say is I thought it was interesting how you can only decapitate the lichens and not the gargoyles or the more like vampiric zombie looking guys. So I thought that was kind of weird that you couldn't do that on all of the enemy, like the basic enemies that you go up against. The other thing too is that I do agree that as far as the types of enemies that we see in Village, it's great because it's like
That's question number 3.
supposed to like Resident Evil is supposed to have an emphasis on biological monsters. So at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter if say I know a lot of people give like 4 and 5 specifically a lot of shit for having like parasites, but like honestly, that's not necessarily really out of the realm of a biohazard per se. It's technically
Of course not.
a living hazard. So I as long as it makes sense in the confines of that series. The last thing I want to say, and I kind of want to ask this kind of broad question for you all, but I guess Renegade could go first on this one, is the environments I thought they looked great on PS4 Pro, and I was starting to notice that certain areas kind of felt like, okay, well, I remember they were talking about potentially remaking RE1. Some of these areas look very much like RE1 Remake or RE1 in general. Some of these areas look a little bit like RE0, and some of these areas might look a little bit like Code Veronica, and it's potentially not just going to be an asset flip for an RE4 remake. So I kind of want to get your all's take on that.
Okay, hold up. I'm gonna cut in for a second. Let's save that for later, because we're not even in number 2 yet, and we're divergence this hard. All right, let's say that for question number 12, actually, because I think that will probably be a better segue into that.
Okay,
as far as
just remind me about it if I forget. So
okay, yeah, that's a good question though. But I want to get the ball rolling because yeah. Again, now I'm on question 2. It's a really fun game.
If I could just drop in like a couple of um ideas or things that I noticed in one, and then we'll go into two. I promise, really, really fast. So uh generally, I don't know if people remember, I was not a fan of Seven.
No,
So
I know.
I have
Hey,
noticed,
welcome to
yeah.
the club.
um and I noticed it's kind of funny. Fourth Survivor said this, or maybe I just noticed from the conversation Black Shadow and Fourth Survivor had. It sounds like if you really, really loved Seven, you were somehow not as big of a fan as Eight, and if you were not a fan of Seven, you love Eight. And I think I'm definitely in that second category. Like not crazy about Seven, but I liked Eight. Um, but I really wanted to bring up some things why I think Eight. I don't know. For me, maybe for a few other people who have that same like pattern, that opinion pattern as I. Uh, Seven really didn't have. I mean, it had areas. It really had only, well, maybe not two. It did kind of have three designated areas, right? Like the first main house you go into, and then like all the other stuff in between. Now I'm being very vague. To me, it feels like three areas: the first main house, and then where you're like in the trailer, in the garden, and then going through some other house parts, and then the boat. Eight, kind of brings back the very designated areas and like kind of reminds me of what am I trying to say now? See, now this is not going very quickly. I am really sorry. But what was no, I didn't write down the examples. But so one example that definitely stands out um com- uh one example that stands out about like designated areas, the way RE2 or RE2R, both of them obviously, they have, the whole area in the police station, the walking back and forth, the finding puzzle pieces, and then going back to put the crank there and put the wheel there, whatever. We saw that in 8 in the castle, that kind of downtime walking around. Oh, there's a big thing stalking you. Gotta watch that out. Gotta watch out for that. And it feels like um that 7 didn't have as many areas, or just didn't seem satisfying with the area splitting.
Well,
So
8,
to
and
me,
comparatively, real quick though, comparatively
Mhm.
speaking, yeah, 7 is not a big game compared to 8 because, well, it was supposed to be like self-contained by comparison to Village. Hence the name Village because it's a big ass village by comparison to 7. It's just an East 8, kind of like how Resident Evil 1 did it because it's not, in grand scheme of things, it's not that big either compared to, like, say, let's say Resident Evil 3 because you have a whole city and then some, so
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
gotta take that into consideration.
I
Okay,
think
yeah,
maybe
that makes sense.
part of it too might be just the fact that almost a majority of the enemies, with the exception of the two Baker boss fights, as well as the like mosquito-looking monsters that you go up against in the guest house in 7, there's really no enemy variety in 7. Whereas in Village, right, you go from seeing lichens to these like gargoyle enemies, then the like flying variations of those, and then you see like technically the castle does kind of replicate parts of the Baker estate where you're getting chased by the daughters and then Lady Dimitrescu. So I think
This is
it's
X,
yeah,
really.
I think what it really boils down to is that like it has a similar formula, but what it does better is that you see so much more variety, whether it be the enemies, the environments, the sort of like well, yeah, I guess that would fall into the environment, or just um, like the safest locations in parts of the castle and stuff like that, and even outside of the castle. So I think it's I think what it just boils down to is that there's more variety.
Yeah,
I think
I
I
wouldn't,
Yeah, yeah.
I wouldn't debate that at all. Like that was one of the issues Seven had. The variety wasn't great. The combat was there. It was fine. Like boss fights and that weren't great. It wasn't a huge bar for Village to
Yeah.
clear. I think a lot. We can all sit here and say that it was superior, but I don't think it's saying a huge amount. That was kind of one of Seven's weakest points, I guess. What fascinated me about Seven so much was like I just completely got into the story and like the fascination of it. And that just took a lot of me. And Jack Baker was like just like half the
The
game.
GOAT.
He was so fascinating.
I guess I sit in the other camp when it comes to I mean, your camp, Black Shadow. Like, I loved Resident Evil 7 so much that I kind of brought that love into 8, and then when I played through 8, I thought it was a good game. I thought it was good in a lot of ways, but after sitting with it for a bit, like, despite I think the gameplay is good, I think it has interesting enemies, I can't help but feel just disappointed. I can't help but feel that it has a bit of an identity crisis. It doesn't really know what it wants to be, so it tries to be a lot of different things at once, which I think I had an issue with. And the things that I loved were too short, or there was a lot of things that were just too short to it. So I'm gonna be a contrarian in this apparently with some of y'all, but
I think it's fascinating. What this is highlighting is we have a situation where I think it's very clear that the two games are very distinctly different. And I think it's a show about that. A lot of people enjoyed 7, maybe didn't enjoy 8 as much, and vice versa. So I think it's fascinating. Like that's the way I felt too. But it's fascinating to see so many other people feel either one way or the other. There's not like there's not a lot of people that say they like 7 or 8 in equal measure. And I think it highlights how different they are in feel, in style, in context, in scope and what it tries to be. You can definitely like both games. But it's fascinating. People that really like 7 didn't quite get as much out of Village and vice versa. I think it's fascinating to see that.
Yeah.
And then
Okay, well,
absolutely.
my stance is really that I liked 7, but it didn't blow me away. No, I don't think it's a terrible game, like a lot of people think it seem to be. But at the same time, that's the greatest game in the world. Like a lot of people will say it is, or the scariest thing in the world. Again, this is me. Whereas in 8's case, though, like I went in that the first trailer got me hyped, like day one, right? So I went in with surprisingly either tamed or high expectations, and it just knocked it off the park, though. Even with some of my disappointments, though, it didn't do enough to hinder the enjoyment overall. After like a
Expectations seem
month
to
and a
play a
half later,
really big part in this game. It sold
yeah.
such a grand vision of what Resident Evil is now becoming and what it's gonna be for some time to come. It was really setting the stall for like saying, right, we've been going for 25 years or however long it's been. This is where we're at now. This is where we want to be, and this is what we want to try and push going forward. So
Yeah, there's to me personally, like before we move on, and I think we should. I liked both games for different reasons. They have like positives and negatives. Obviously, I think that 7 doesn't have superior gameplay compared to 8, but the atmosphere was really good, and I preferred that a little bit more than Village. For Village case, I would say that the gameplay is very good. But the problem I have with that game is that it's something that Growlock brought up, where a lot of good sections are either too short or, as some people said, it's too drawn out sometimes with some of the action set pieces, which is a little bit weird in my case because I do like horror action, but I feel like there are some parts where maybe they could have taken some of the cut content and used it, and it would have been a superior game overall, but we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, I think say that pacing. I think at times was definitely a little bit dicey, but it wasn't anywhere near enough to say to like really affect the game hugely. I don't think, but it was noticeable, especially if you started looking for it.
Yeah.
I think the trailer sold me a different game than when I walked into, just because like yeah, I mean it's like what we were saying before. Like I saw the trailer and I saw Lady Dimitrescu and I was like, or Dimitres, and I was like, okay, so this is what this game's going to be. And then I got more than that, but it wasn't what I expected in the bad way, for me at least.
Yeah, I think Lady Dimitrescu deserves a noted aside of like it was something that I don't think Capcom planned for quite
Yep.
how she kind of like
blew
launched
up.
on the internet, and it built like an aura of expectation, which the game was never really ever going to design to deliver. She was never going to be the main bad guy. She was a side villain. That was all she was ever going to be. And then everyone's like, Lady Dimitrescu, you know, tall woman, step on me, that sort of thing. And it's like,
No,
she's
no,
never
not
gonna
just
be-
tall.
Of,
9 feet.
she's the boss of Resident Evil Village.
Absolutely.
She's
They-
a victim of circumstances.
exactly.
They-
Yeah,
you
like
know.
they hyped up this character that everybody should have saw this coming, because like I think there was another character that was like that, where they hype up this character is going to be a really great villain, right? But then they kill them off like super soon, or it's like one of the first enemies you. Like,
It's
fight,
funny enough,
like-
actually. We will move on, but there's one thing it's noted, like saying that it's how she's a victim of circumstance. I think this game that sums up this game, I think, kind of well. Everything that kind of happens in amongst it in a plot style is a victim of circumstance. You know, Ethan and the Winters are victim of circumstance because of who they are. You know, the Four Lords are victim of circumstances because of Miranda. And I think in a way this game veered on a victim of circumstance because of all of the hype that generated before it and how you live up to that.
I think that whole situation was hilarious. I'm gonna be that guy. I was
completely
like, when people were saying that she was going to be a lot more pertinent in the series than Jill, I'm like, don't do it, people, don't do it. She's a
Yeah.
villain.
Okay, those dudes are just wild. Okay, let's be
even
real.
even
People were
Wes-
saying that?
Yeah, people were saying
Yeah.
that, and I was like, even Wesker was a giant villain, super popular, and you know what happens to villains in this series? They die, they get killed. So I'm like,
Eventually,
just
yeah.
don't
If
do
they
it.
don't get away, they die.
Yeah, if they don't
That's
get
the
away, they
premise.
die. Just like Alex Wesker, like she's cool, but eventually I know they're gonna find a way to defeat her. After all, so overhype sometimes can really do stuff like that, and I was just laughing the whole time because I knew it was gonna happen.
I mean, the game probably benefited it in the long run, like in terms of sales and all that sort of thing. But
Oh,
Yeah.
most definitely.
yeah, there's no question about
I mean,
that. But it's-
Capcom's winning, so who cares?
yeah, I mean,
Should-
they've done well.
But
Yeah.
it's
Should
just
I,
funny.
read off number 2 then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since we're kind of like wrapped up with this. Okay, so cite all the things you disliked about Resident Evil Village from a gameplay perspective.
Oh, I'm gonna go first for this real quick. Hold on, I want to say this
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
Go for it.
I'm
for it.
disappointed because this actually was in a concept, real inside the game. You see Ethan holding one of the weapons that the ghouls had. Why was that not a thing? Because Evil Within did something like that. That would be neat if Village did that.
Oh, yeah, with like the swords, like if you could
Yeah,
pick those
swords,
up and,
axe,
like, hold a
whatever.
torch. Yeah.
That would have been really neat to spice up the gameplay variety if you could make us pick up any melee item on the ground.
Yeah,
It could have been like a one-time use type of deal, like Evil Within as well. Because
yeah.
That was also Resident Evil 6, but oh well.
Yeah, no, I think this turns about something like there were times where this game started trying to think that it was becoming a shooter, and I think this goes to show, that there wasn't like, if you're ever fighting anything, you're shooting it, and there's a lot of shit to fight, so there's a lot of shit to shoot, and I don't want to say that started getting monotonous at any point, but like I think you got a point. Like having something just to kind of freshen up and just change things a little bit. Like, I don't see how that could have hurt.
I'll say it. I think the combat got boring at some point. Like when you're just constantly going through it all, it's just like I think there was a point where I checked out, and then the constant combat just didn't help.
Okay, while I don't agree with that, same time I understand that sentiment because, like I said, there's a reason why I do enjoy the segments of like say Moreau and Benevito. Like they're a palate cleanser of just going around shooting stuff all the time, right? Because after a while, it gets old or you get tired of just growing up and shooting stuff all the time. You need like a nice palate cleanser, which is why I enjoy these elements where you don't fight stuff or explore certain aspects of the village without just constantly shooting there everywhere.
I mean,
I think this is a double-edged sword. Like,
Yeah, true,
you know?
true. I get subjective at the end of the day, but still, like
Yeah.
I understand the sentiment, whether I agree with it or not.
Go on,
I'm
Agatha.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Agatha. You were trying to say something.
Oh yeah. Just kind of piggybacking off what sorry Ethan was just saying. I'm sorry, I didn't quite meet everyone. Sorry, Ethan, is that your name? Yeah, okay. Yeah, like the breaks that the breaks that the game forces you to even take away from the constant combat, the constant shooting. In House Beneviento, like your stuff was gone. Like there was no use for any of your like there was no use or purpose to even drop items in the entire house. There wasn't a goddamn thing in any of the drawers. So you already kind of knew there's like a foreshadowing. You're not gonna get any of your stuff. So there's no combat here, and then your stuff is gone. It's like, all right, I guess there's no combat. So yeah, like that forced downtime was also like just hopefully kind of helpful for yeah, Grolic, what did you think of
Well,
that
like,
area then?
I think that's what I wanted the game to be, which is
Okay,
like,
yeah.
I'm very much the person who likes. I love the first 2/5 of the game, and then I kind of just faded off because House
Okay.
Beneviento is. I loved it. I wish that
Me
was the
too.
game. I loved it so much,
Mhm.
and it was so cut short, and I was just like, oh, okay, and you know,
Yeah,
like, and the
it was way
disappointment
too
started
short.
sinking in. Yeah, yeah.
So I have a bit of a hot take about it because I'm like split down the middle because from an environment standpoint, right? And this is kind of why I brought up the other question earlier because like I saw a lot of aspects of it that I was like, okay, like there's a lot of stuff they could reuse for like an RE1 remake in the future in just this section alone. Since they, Capcom did come out and they were like, yeah, if, we might do it because we're kind of interested in making a RE1 remake in the style of RE2 remake. But then at the same time, I really hate run and hide sims. So like, and that's something that unfortunately, like, for the few good ones that might be out there that are, first person run and hide sims, there's a lot of indie games that try to replicate that style. And it, to me at least, it really hurt the survival horror genre because now everybody wants to do their own first person run and hide sim
I can understand
rather
that.
than,
Yeah,
try
I
to
can
do
see that.
something, in my mind, right? Survival horror should have as much variety as possible rather than, hey, let's just follow the trend because everybody's doing it, right?
Gaming in
So
general,
whether,
variety.
yeah, and I guess you could say that about any genre in general, but survival horror in particular, just because it's a niche, and unfortunately, if that niche starts to trend follow, then there's really no variety then, and that kind of hurts it in the long run, at least in my eyes. So from that perspective of there's no combat, there's no enemies to deal with, I really hated that. Now, could they have slowed the pace of that section down significantly? Yeah, sure. They could have made it more of a I don't want to say psychological horror, but they could have made it more about like building up tension and having enemies that, they might tank several shots, but like now you're not going up in an action filled, environment where you're facing like 50 guys at once. You know what I mean? I think they could have really built that up better because at the end of it, this is where I felt disappointed, at least at that particular part of the game, was that it felt too much like a PT clone, especially with the fetus towards the end
Oh
of
yeah,
that section.
that's
I
fair.
was
Talk
just
about
like,
that in
oh,
a bit.
I was just like, oh, this is PT. This is literally just PT. Like, I mean, cool that they kind of, I guess, may or may not have paid an homage to it, or I should say, intentionally or unintentionally paid an homage to it. But it's like, I didn't really like that. Again, I think environmentally wise, the area is great, and I do agree that it shouldn't have been cut as short as it was. But from the combat perspective, that's where I hate it. Also, on a side note too, before I let somebody else go, I really hated how they had this feature in RE7's Not a Hero DLC where Chris could aim down his sights, and then in this game they had a bunch of weapons that have some sort of sights, and the only one you could really do it on is the F2 rifle that Ethan gets. So.
And that's because it's a
Just
sniper rifle, and
smidgen
it would seem absurd to not use the scope. It's like you do it because
Yeah,
it seems stupid
but
otherwise.
like for all the other weapons that have iron sights and have
Yeah.
like I would have let it slide if it was just Ethan and then Chris being a more military trained guy,
Yes.
right?
Mm.
You would think he would have still carry that ability over from that DLC. So
Okay, or
that's-
ignoring the military aspect though, like Ethan received training from not part
Yes.
directly, but from the BSAA. But like even
Yeah.
then, like why can't he aim down sights? Like that's like the biggest pet peeve I do have admittedly for both games. Like I can aim down sights. But unlike in Resident Evil 7 though, aiming is actually a lot better in 8, so I could at least let it slide a little bit. But still, let me ADS for Christ's sakes.
yeah.
I mean, it makes sense from a plot standpoint, yeah. Going back quickly just to the sort of like the Beneviento stuff and why people might not have liked it so much. I think the issue is that if you have to take it into context of what has happened before, which is, you're obviously going through the castle, doing that, and literally the thing you do before is you take on a boss that looks like it's come right out of Dark Souls on a giant tower in the Lady D boss fight, and you go immediately from basically that to going back through the village briefly, and then you're at House Beneviento. Is it perhaps just a bit too jarring? Like maybe like it. I don't know. Like, would the game have benefited maybe from like
So-
having you go to Moreau first and then
here's
to
my
Beneviento?
here's where I want to kind of make a counterpoint to that. So you remember the thing I said where, for me, I feel as though Ari needs to be kind of grounded in that whole idea of like, well, biological horror, right?
Mm.
When it came to like the enemies and stuff. So I kind of feel the same way with like House Beneviento. Granted, I understand in the context it's because of the flowers that are right outside of her house that cause hallucinations and whatnot. So I could believe that. It's just that, that being said, when you go into House Beneviento, it becomes a completely different game. It becomes a basically a paranormal game rather than a Resident Evil game featuring survival horror.
Yeah,
Um,
would
I,
you-
you can write a plot to justify anything you want in a video game, as long
Yeah,
as
you
give enough
can,
writers enough
but,
hours.
like-
And Resident Evil was
but,
doing
like-
this for 25 years.
Well,
Right,
actually, I
but
got a point.
Resident Evil's
that-
problem, right? Like, really quick, Brandon. Like, Resident Evil's problem, and I think this is more so on the developer side rather than just just simple writing, is that they want to, like, the developers probably want to make other games, horror games, and that's kind of where, like, Village experimenting with so many different ideas at once, right? They wanted to do a different type of horror game, but because RE is so popular and companies don't like to take risks these days, they kind of just said, okay, fuck it, just throw in whatever you want, just as long as it's in the guise of a Resident Evil game and has some semblance or some connection, even if it's minor, to the plot or the overall lore. So
But okay, so with that in mind though, but you said like survival horror should have variety, right? Would you agree like this is variety?
so here's the thing. I would agree that it's variety, but I would only agree in the sense that if it was done in a different game or a different franchise where it makes sense in that franchise. Because I do think that there needs to be some level of consistency. I'm not saying that, again, they can't experiment with things and try to do things differently, but it has to make sense in the context of the overall lore, At least
Man, in
that's how I
fairness
feel
though,
about it.
in fairness though, it did exactly just that though. Like all that happened from bio hallucinations, all that stuff, right?
Right. And I get in the context, yes, it's technically it is. It just how it played out more so, I think, is where it kind of at least failed to me. I think I would be more accepting of it is if it was a little bit more like the 3.5 demo, where like Leon, when in that build, Leon would like hallucinate, the screen would turn like blue. I'm not saying it should have turned blue, right? But I'm just saying like when he was hallucinating, it would indicate that it would turn blue, and then he would start seeing shit, whether it be like a head mount of a deer like falling off of the plaque that it was on, right, and start moving and bleeding and shit like that, or like like the knights starting to move out of their armor, or like creatures coming out of paintings and stuff like that, right? Something like that. I know it sounds weird for me to say that, but I'm just saying, like, I think it would have been a little bit more interesting had they tried to have a little bit more enemy variety and to justify the hallucinations, and you kind of having a much more slower pace than the rest of the game in that particular section.
I actually totally agree with you. Because like it does come out of nowhere. And I guess that's like part of my huge issue with the game, I guess, because there's variety, but it doesn't feel like it contributes to the cohesive whole of the game. You know? So
Okay,
I
yeah.
do. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just agreeing. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
Oh no, that was the end of my thought.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
I think I agree too. Like,
Yeah,
I
like
don't think I can really say much against it.
I think this all cycles back to the common perceptions of what a RE game is.
Yeah.
Personally speaking, in my opinion, I'm the opposite. I actually enjoyed that section, and then when I got to the end of the game and I realized I was playing battle bots, I thought that was really just dumb. Like I thought that was really dumb. Like I was
Yeah,
like,
Ren,
It's
I'm gonna
it's
get
a
on that
visual
too.
spectacle. It's definitely that, but yeah, like when you
I'm
boil
gonna
it
get on that
down.
on question 4. Let's
Yeah,
let's
yeah, we'll
save
talk about
that.
it a little bit more.
Let's save that one because
but
man.
but that's just one thing I really didn't like about the game is that yes they had a lot of variety, but it's that thing where it's like once again, what is Resident Evil? What is our perceptions of Resident Evil? My perception is survival horror game, going around, limited ammo, and stuff like that. And while this game had like glimmers of horror within the mix, I felt like there was times where it didn't fulfill that goal to me, and it was kind of a little bit weird in the process. I do appreciate them for trying something different because honestly, Resident Evil Village is the whole game is a red herring from start to finish, trying to make you think that all this stuff is supernatural, and then you read the files more and more, and then you realize it's a virus, it's a fake out. Common knowledge that should have been gleaned from reading in on the initial trailers. At the same time, I just think that there are times where Capcom probably should make like a new game out of this stuff and see what they could do with it. I know it's in later questions when we talk about the whole Silent Hill thing, but that's just one really good example.
What question are we on, by the way?
We're on
Still
two.
on two.
Still on
Still on
two,
two.
or veering
We're on
towards
We're on
three.
2.
Yeah, but they're two big questions, It's like general thoughts and everything like that.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go
I
on to the next
mean,
one then.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
with the rest of it we'll get to.
Well, I didn't even have a say in this, but okay.
Yeah, you'll get your say in the next question. No, we got.
Yeah, we do have to move
Uh,
on because we are being timed.
Yeah.
I'll let you answer question 2 after I read off on number 3, if you're okay
Sure.
with that.
That's fine.
All right. What are your thoughts on the enemy variety and the weapons in the game presented? It's a lot better than 7s.
Again,
Yeah.
it's not a huge bar to
You-
pass,
No.
I don't think.
You have 4 molded, and I think it's 3 or 4, and that's it. Like fat molded, the spider, and then the normal one, and that's it. Like it's not a lot of enemy variety in 7. And despite me liking 7, that's one of the things I did not like that much about the game. I felt like all of the grand stuff went into bosses, and it didn't go into enemy variety. And obviously, playing like stuff like Resident Evil 1 Remake, you see enemies like hunters, crimson heads, you got your snakes, you got your spiders, you got everything. And this game had a lot more to offer in that regard. All the enemies aren't 100% great because some of them are really, really annoying, like the giant enemy in the Chris section where you're like pinned in and it's this giant guy with like a fucking hammer.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
Dude, knife only. That thing was so horrible.
oh,
That was not fun.
that was not
I think
fun at
that
all.
thing is terrible.
But honestly, I give them an A for effort for even trying. Like they could have just like phoned it in, but they really didn't. It's just that all of the sub bosses are not really that good. That's it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, but like I don't necessarily dislike a lot of the enemies we got here. Like I'm glad they exist, even if they're pain in the ass. Because honestly, Village of Shadow, though, a lot of them just suck on that difficulty. But that being said, they still haven't done enough to increase the enemy variety. Because like we mentioned, the Moreau area, they should have just gone on and give us like fish people enemies, because that was just a huge missed opportunity to have that. Even if it's just like lichens been spliced up with like fish people like elements, like imagine how cool that
Yeah.
would look.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
mean,
that
the
was-
one
that's
time we
exactly-
do get it. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say the one time that we do get it with like the Soldats with Heisenberg later on in
Mhm.
his factory. and suddenly the variety's thrown at you. All of a sudden, you've got you've got your
Yeah,
general
you get a
dudes,
lot of guys there.
you've got your panzer dudes in armor, you've got the jet guys,
Sorry, what
you've
did
got
I miss?
Sturm.
I'm sorry. Are we still on the same question? Because I
No,
just came
we
back
on
from
question three
violently.
We're on
before you
three,
interrupt.
we're on three, yeah.
Okay, sorry, because I just
varieties.
came back from violently
Yeah.
ripping off my watch
Yeah.
off my arm.
But yeah, the soldats, like, in concept, they're great. It's a bit jarring when you realize they're all wearing the exact same pair of trousers. But like outside of that, like suddenly like a game that you could, has had bits of, and you suddenly get that, and suddenly there's variety everywhere, and you don't know what you're gonna fight, you don't know how you're gonna fight it. When the jets come in, and you're just like,
Fuck
holy
those guys.
shit, what am I gonna do here? Because it's just thrown at you, and you're just like,
Yeah.
it's almost like a moment of panic. It does provide it. Like there are times where it will give it to you, but could it have done it more? I think probably there was definitely areas where they could have been even more creative with it. Although, of course, the argument is they tried to be creative with Sturm and then got accused of plagiary. So what do you do? I think it was Sturm,
At
wasn't it?
that point, I would say like just screw it. There's not no actual factual evidence of them plagiarizing them or whatever. Just I would just ignore it though, because let's be honest here
Yeah,
though.
I'm not worried
That's-
about it. I think I'm
but-
gonna throw it out. But yeah, it's like, who cares?
Okay,
Well, you know what
Brandon
could
Dodd?
be said as well, is that like if it's a case of plagiarism, like if a company, the person that might be suing, right? Sure, they could argue that, but then a company could come in with several lawyers and just argue, well, transformative work.
Yeah, exactly. It's
It's
like
important.
I don't buy into it. I think it's a load of nonsense. But
Trash.
you wonder why sometimes that you've got companies that are like worried about trying new things because they try something they think's new, and then suddenly someone says, "Oh, hey, I had that," and then you start getting into legal disputes. You wonder sometimes, like it's a silly thing, completely silly, like absolutely
Very.
stupid.
I'm not gonna say much on this topic because,
Nah.
well, I think the whole
worth
plagiarism,
it.
suing, I think that's dumb. Like, just take the credit where it's due and just simply say, hey, I'm featured in a big game and this is a homage to my work. That's cool. It's like people just can't do that anymore, and it's really disappointing. I understand that, like, yeah, you might have created this cool thing and you want a little money, but at the same time, it's like I would be honored if my shit was like in a Capcom game or something. I don't.
I mean,
yeah, be like Mike Tyson. He's happy that he's in Street Fighter.
Yep.
like the stuff that I made for Shadow is a great honor for me, like for his anniversary stream and such, and other banners I made for him.
Cheap plug alert.
It
Yes.
just
I think
Thank you.
where they're coming from though is the fact that they just mainly didn't get any credit, and because they know that Capcom has made so much money off of because we're talking about RE4 ports, right?
Yeah.
So
Oh, gosh.
plagiarism with that, right? That's
Yeah,
what we're talking about,
It's
right?
the golden goose, isn't it?
there
It's
there was also
yeah, so,
there's also like a lawsuit going on with this game, or there was like an enemy taken that was like in some horror movie.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that happened.
That was Sturm.
Okay, yeah,
that was
so-
Sturm.
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
that's what I was
so-
referring to.
By the way, I had people watch that movie one night. Brandon was there; he could tell you all about it later. But it was great. It's a shitty fucking movie, but like, yeah, if you want to watch a really bad fucking horror movie, watch Frankenstein's Army.
Yeah, that was a fun movie to watch. It's so stupid.
It's so bad it's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess I
Okay.
sit on the other side of this with the whole like thing. Like to me, like I understand like if they just gave him credit, like maybe that's good enough. But I guess to me, especially because like I work in the film industry, so like if an artist's work is used and they're not paid for it, that's a huge no at like in every stop of that. It's just like
Yeah,
So,
that's
like-
why I thought you guys were talking about the RE4 thing in particular, because that happened as well.
We're sharing
Yeah,
both.
it's two instances of it actually, and it's kind of crazy because you wouldn't like think about it at first until you actually see it, and it's like, holy shit, that is the exact same thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of curious. One thing on this point, I'm curious to know what people felt about like the, especially leading into the game, how like heavy, kind of a sort of, I wouldn't say in supernatural feel, but there's a lot of like, obviously we're looking at obviously Lady Dimitrescu and the Daughters for examples, and like you got people coming in thinking vampires, werewolves. What is Ari anymore? And
I kinda-
obviously, again, you can write a plot to explain anything you want. with
Yeah.
enough work.
Considering
Yeah,
considering that the entire game ran off like red herrings, like Chris Redfield is a werewolf and all this other stuff, I kind of knew that was gonna be a fake out from the beginning, like because
Yeah, exactly. But you're not. It's not going to happen. You know, it's fascinating how people will take it at face value, which is a little depressing sometimes.
I mean, truth be told, though, those elements of like werewolves and vampires necessarily wouldn't be unrealistic, especially since the werewolf thing actually did happen before in a non-canon comic series. So, but besides that point, people don't want to look at the history with it. Again, like you could make a deal of it just being DNA splicing, or as the game did it. I forgot what the little things are called that gave these characters their powers or whatnot. But yeah, you
Kudos?
can't make yeah, the
The
kudos. Like,
Fidel, yeah.
you can literally make sense out of it. No, just you gotta wait for the story to happen. Because
Yeah.
people thought that it was weird that freaking the what was boss called again in Resident Evil 1?
Chimeras
Chimeras, yeah.
Yeah, Chimeras,
Chimeras?
right.
is the proof example that
Mhm.
enemies like this can happen. It's a human splicing experiment with
Exactly.
insect DNA. Like werewolves, you just splice a human with a wolf. And, I mean, they basically had that with the giant wolf creatures that you fight.
I feel like Capcom wants to do this, but the fan base is too fucking rabid and they won't accept it, so each and every single time they get scared and they won't do it.
It's-
Hey,
But the
not
problem
the whole
is that every time they do this, like you could easily call it hypocrisy, because
Yes.
again, what have they've been doing for 20 years, and how is that more or less ridiculous than what they purport this to be?
Yeah,
like
but
you know,
that
you're,
too, and
you're
also
replacing
it
the
makes money.
supernatural with other things that don't exist. What's the
I
difference?
think it's kind of a mix of two things because, like I said, I think it's a kind of an issue of like the developers might want to make other type of. Well, I said it in chat, but I could
Yes.
repeat myself. Like, I think it might be a mix of like the developers might want to do something that's not RE, but because of the fact that RE sells, they're kind of forced to just keep making RE, so they just throw in whatever will stick, even if it doesn't necessarily work for RE, and they just try to work it into RE in a way where it would make sense in that context. But at the same time, um, like we said with like the werewolves in particular, or like the vampires, like I don't think that's necessarily an issue so long as it's not necessarily paranormal, as long as it has some kind of biological connection, and it's grounded in what the series kind of established since the very first game.
Right.
So
yeah, just
Um,
explain it and I think it'll be fine, and they did a pretty good
Yeah.
job in the
Do.
files. They really did.
Yeah,
do,
I
like-
think so. I think so. But then, if there's people obviously not spending the time to look for it, then
Oh, of course, that's
Yeah,
their
no,
No,
fault.
but
then.
isn't that like most of the fan base anyway? Let's be real.
yeah.
Some people
Also-
read files. I can't say it's all of them.
Some people like
Like,
I didn't
it's-
say all,
it's
but I
not
said
all-
most.
It's just not. It's not everyone, but they still pay attention regardless. There's some sharp
We
people.
do it. No, we do it. Sure, a lot of people do it. No, we
I
know a
mean-
lot of people that do it though. But let's be honest here though. A large majority of the fan bases do not read the files. Either they saw it in passing, maybe redo it, skim through it, and move on. Like, let's be honest here.
I call those
Yeah.
people the casual RE fan base, which I mean they just pick up the RE game anyway and play it,
But-
so they don't pay attention to the stuff like we
or,
do.
or you just call them the loud minority. 'cause
Well-
they are just very loud.
Well, the loud minority is the people who are complaining about supernatural elements in the first
Yeah.
place, but that's like a whole nother
Okay.
discussion.
Well, so here's the thing. I think there's nothing necessarily wrong with complaining about the supernatural elements, because the thing with this series is that it's supposed to be, again, biological, right? And, like,
Science
when they
fiction and
start-
all that.
right?
Yeah.
When
Very
they start
science
throwing
fiction.
in things like when they start throwing in things where like, oh, people could start swapping their minds, people can talk to one another, like even though they're fucking dead, like crazy shit like that, or like people can just lift their hand and start controlling you. It's like it's that kind of stuff that's like that really feels like it should be in its own like type of game and not in RE, where it's supposed to be mostly, despite being science fiction, right, biological type of monsters, right?
The only
So-
counterpoint I have is that they have not had the balls to fully commit to it to the point where it's a full game based on all this stuff. And until we see that, I mean, it's
Right.
going to be interesting if they do it, because I have a feeling that's probably going to be the most hated RE game of all time.
I think
Zombies in
so with
space.
that, right? Like, I say it often, right? Both off air and on air, but like I think it's just one of those things where like it makes me wish that Capcom would go back to the days where like if they saw something that was just too different for RE, like that's how I felt about with like RE7 for example, where it was just too different to be RE, then just make it a new thing. But we're in a day and age where companies like Capcom don't like to take risks. They like to play it safe too much.
Hmm. Yeah, just make a new IP. Haunting Ground 2. I mean, people would buy it, so there you go.
Yeah,
We have
remaster the
Pragmata
first
coming out.
game and make a sequel. I'd buy it.
I mean, Haunting Ground 2 would be fucking awesome because I really love the first one.
Amen to that. We need a remaster. But I think it's time for us to go ahead and move on to question number 4.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Who will read that one off?
I can.
Go right ahead.
So from the points below, from points and characters below, we're going to describe how we feel about each lord, aka boss, and their levels from ascending to descending order. So what we liked, who we liked best, and who we liked
Oh,
least.
this is gonna be easy.
Yeah, do you want to start? What's your lineup?
Well, of course, the first one has to be Heisenberg. Of course.
Ah,
He was just, and especially his voice actor. I can't remember his name. He was also Nikolai.
Neil
And,
Newbon.
Neil Newborn, yeah,
Yeah,
Newborn's a
Kyle.
legend. He's an absolute legend.
He
No,
just
Nikolai.
he just brought the intensity, but also like the lighthearted like humor of Nikolai, and just made it 3 times apparent in Heisenberg, which I
Yeah,
just
he had a
loved.
lot of fun with this character. You can
Mhm.
tell.
He was like, this is my guy. Like this, like all the stuff that he probably like prepped himself for, just brought the character to life in the game. I was like, Heisenberg's just like so cool, and he's also believable in his own logic and his own reasoning for hating Miranda and hating everyone else. But then he has his own sense of madness as well because of what's happened to him.
He actually had a
And-
story on like the other characters with the lords, you know.
The
'cause,
best villains in history, like be it real life, be it in media, are the ones that you can relate and the ones that you can understand why they're doing. And
Sympathize.
you can kind of rationalize it, and it made sense. He felt absolutely dicked over by Miranda, and he was absolutely dicked over by Miranda. To a point, you're kind of on his side almost until he says, "Oh hi, can I borrow your daughter? Turn her into a giant bioweapon to kill her." I'm like, not too cool on this idea.
I thought it
There's
was
gotta be a
interesting.
better way.
I thought it was interesting that he actually tried to work with Ethan. Like
Which was
that was
cool.
kind of cool. Like
Good scene. It's a very, very
It's a
cool
very
scene.
good. Yes,
Okay,
very.
low key, Ethan was kind of dumb for not taking the offer because he could just stab him in the back. Because clearly he killed him at the end of the day. So like, it's not like he couldn't kill him. I was like, okay, for you and I can work together, and then I'll kill you later, bro. All right, let's go.
I think that would have made for an interesting dynamic where they work with each other temporarily, right? And then like right at the end, they might have had to have fought over, fought over Rose. I think
Honestly,
that
it could have been its own game.
It's such a fascinating idea. You're kind of almost left wanting for it to have actually happened, and then it didn't. You're like, shucks.
Yeah,
could have been its own game, honestly.
oh
Just
man,
Ethan and
Do
Heisenberg
you,
going off in the
hold,
sunset.
hold, do you imagine if the Lycans fought the robots?
I would have
Oh,
laughed
that'd be
the whole
fun.
time. That would have been funny.
Side note, in relation to Heisenberg, because I know a lot of people did not are kind of split between him having like the
Magneto powers.
Basically the magnetic powers. I thought it was a kind of a cool thing because I was worried it was going to be like a psychological horror thing where like he just has it, right? But they explained it in the lore that
They explained it very well, actually.
Yeah, it's like basically he had an electric organ, so that's what caused something about it caused it to have him be able
the
to, like,
Kado,
connect
his
them.
affinity with the Kado made him develop his organs, changed him.
Yeah,
So you're
which makes
Michael
sense.
Sadiki.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
also
mean,
the Michael Sadiki.
Heisenberg. I quickly say, Heisenberg walking down a staircase he makes literally before him is probably the coolest thing I will see all year, if not this decade.
So like, and I know people are kind of split, and I was asked about this by one of our members in the main server that we run in. Because some people know that I really hate the statue from Resident Evil 4, the Salazar statue, the one that like suddenly chases
Oh
you.
yeah, that
and
is.
you
It's a
got to
bit
do the
annoying,
fucking QTs and stuff like that.
yeah.
And the reason why I hate it so much is because like nobody's controlling that statue. It just comes out of nowhere. I would have
It's
been
like a
fine
weird
if it was just a
atomic
puzzle,
tree.
right? But like all of a sudden it moves, right? And it's like, but why? It's
Well,
so
that's a good
fucking
point.
out of place.
Just 'cause.
like
I never
Just
thought
you know,
about that.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
it's
but like
You're right.
Heisenberg, right? Where like it's fucking out there. Like I'm not gonna deny that. It's fucking out there when you start fighting him on the little like tank or whatever, and you have the infinite
Oh, yeah.
ammo to like
Mm.
work with and whatnot. But like I I enjoy it a little bit more despite it being out there because in the context of the game and because it is explained very well in notes and files and stuff like that, I thought it was done very well, and that's why I liked it over the dumb statue from RE4, at least in my opinion.
I think also if you've gone that far into the game, you've kind of gone far enough into the deep end where it doesn't really phase you. Like you've
Well,
seen
you've already
so
had to
much
deal with
absurdity.
Moreau, right? Who's
Exactly.
going like, "I'm the best, Mom,
Exactly.
watch me."
I
like,
love that. I actually love
Exactly.
that.
I mean, like, while
I
I
take the
wasn't,
boss seriously, by the way. Like,
yeah, I mean, while I wasn't ultimately the biggest fan of the Heisenberg fight, I felt like you could have done something else. I don't know what you could have done. Really, it was, I think it
you
got
know
into
what would
a
have been
stage
cool?
where like you start
Okay.
to you have a lot of ideas, like you said, but like you kind of how do you pay off Heisenberg, who you've built up, I think, pretty well throughout the game. You kind of get little glimpses of who he is. You kind of realize the scope of what he's trying to do. You get a bit of his character. There's a little bit of his absurdities here and there. How do you pay it off at the end? And it becomes really difficult. You kind of almost paint yourself
Ye-
into a bit of a cooler.
You know what would have been
Yeah.
cool? Because he was experimenting on a lot of the villagers and putting all the like different parts on them, right? To make like basically
Yeah.
like mech
Soldads.
soldiers. So it would have been cool to see like him make his like put himself in one of those kind of things, but like specifically one that he made for himself, right? In the event that he's going to,
Like a little
rise up
mech
with-
suit.
Maybe
Yeah.
like a something like obviously the Jet Soldat maybe, and he kind of like something a bit more
Yeah,
enhanced
just-
than that perhaps.
I'm thinking maybe not as armored up as like the more armored up Soldads, right? Because you have like the one that's just a big
The
fucking
Panzers.
You know what?
Panzer-
Like,
Actually,
Panzer
hear me out here on this one. Actually, I think he should be armored up though. But like the other guys, you should get explosives to chip off his armor until you reveal his endoskeleton, right? And then
Yeah, or-
they'll shoot him down from there.
I
Now,
could see maybe like armor piercing rounds too, or like if you're relying on your grenade launcher, that wouldn't be so much of an issue either.
I mean, it
Oh,
kind
yeah,
of tells you to use it anyways in that fight. Like it's
Yeah.
so effective against him.
Well, that also, it would have been neat if you fought him with his hammer because despite that thing being hyped up to all hell, it's only a treasure you pick up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was such a dick tease. You got all this
I remember-
time without any melee stuff, and then you get a copy of Heisenberg's hammer. You just sell it. It's like, oh.
That's too heavy.
Could've been.
It's too heavy, even though I'm
Heavy to
carrying it in my
live.
visible pocket.
Have you played Silent Hill 2?
Emergency hammer, yes.
Yeah, but
So, I guess can I because I know we were kind of focusing on Heisenberg. I kind
Yeah,
of want to
we need to-
focus on Moreau because like Moreau, I've kind of noticed we all kind of dodged around that particular boss. Just we're just talking specifically the bosses, right? So it's like
Yeah.
yeah.
And I think the weird thing about it is that like that's probably the most underwhelming boss, despite like at least in my opinion, I think being one of the most well designed bosses. Because I got like these very like Bloodborne-esque type of vibes
Yes,
from the boss
very
design
Bloodborne.
itself. And I really wish that there were like enemies that looked kind of similar to him, just on a smaller scale. So like. So I think like it's just very disappointing to see that like here's this cool boss that could have done something really cool with him. And I know some people like to compare him to Del Lago. I don't really think he's the same as Del Lago because you don't
He's a fish.
in RE4,
I
right?
mean,
Enough, apparently.
In
I mean-
RE4, right? Like you're only on the little speedboat and you're fighting Del Lago with the harpoons. In Village, when you're fighting Moreau, right? Granted,
He's
you have to
intelligent,
run
for
through
one.
and yeah, he's intelligent for one, but you also have to, before you even fight him, you have to do the whole puzzle to kind of get around and drain the
Yeah.
well, turn back the power on so you could drain the dam, right? But when you do that, you know, and when you actually finally get to fight him, you're not using a harpoon, you're not on a speedboat, you're just fighting him with whatever you got. So whether
Yeah.
that be a knife or, you know, your explosives or your guns, that's what you're going to use. And then on top of that, you have to worry about a, you know, acid rain attack, which to me at least makes it feel different enough to where it's like that's, you know, not
He's an actual
necessarily
threat.
a yeah, he's not, it's not necessarily like a Del Lago clone in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, that said, I do think that like his dialogue and the way that that his character was portrayed was, I really didn't like it. I feel like what it should have been was like, despite him, you know, appearing very, you know, grotesque and ugly, I think he should have been like this character that was very, you know, articulate and, you know, intelligent compared to most of the other characters that,
Almost
you know,
like
or most of the
Machiavellian,
other
maybe
lords.
even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think I guess
But-
the way that I could have seen this character to stand out more instead of just being like a bumbling idiot, the way that they wrote this character, because that's what he
Yeah.
is a bumbling idiot, right?
Pretty much.
Um,
But like I think what they should have done is make him like this kind of more like mad scientist type of character, you know, because like I'm sure you all are aware of like some of the cut concepts for like RE1, where originally it was supposed to have like, you know, cyborgs and like mad scientists and ghosts and stuff like that, right? And you know, some of that stuff could work in an RE game given the context. Some of that stuff not so much, obviously, with like the ghosts and paranormal stuff.
Yeah.
But a mad scientist is, at least I don't think, is really out of the realm of possibilities. We see, you know, at least in this series throughout the years, scientists and certain characters that are more or less mad or batshit, like Wesker, for example, right? So I don't think that it would have been out of the realm of possibility to make that character a much more smarter character, much more intimidating character because of, you know, potential intelligence, right? And being more articulate and you know, I guess different.
Yeah, the,
So-
the,
Yeah,
trick, the
because-
trick is if they don't seem intimidating on paper, on the face of it, you have to give them qualities that make them kind of dangerous, but in ways you wouldn't expect. And with Moreau,
Yeah,
obviously,
Exactly, yeah.
the look
In
of him, like
fairness-
you don't think much of him, but the idea is then he needs to kind of like almost like to oversell that so that he can be a threat otherwise, you know, and you're worried about what he's actually up to, which is kind of almost what Heisenberg ends up sort of doing. Weirdly, he almost starts stealing the gimmick with the whole sold out army. You start realizing the
Yeah.
actual scope of what he's trying to do. It's almost like
And-
Moreau probably could have done with something like that, maybe, rather than just effectively being a lackey, which is kind of all he ended up being.
Yeah,
Which is
in
a
all
great injury.
fairness, though, he did become a threat at the end of the day, though, when he mutated or merged with that giant fish in the ocean, right? Because no, he's no. All things considered, though, he's not necessarily a slouch, especially since that acid rain stuff could straight up kill you, you know. But
Yeah,
he did
yeah,
became
definitely.
threatening after the fact, though. But
Yeah.
I agree with everything you guys saying here.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
problem was
it-
it was
it's-
probably too late at that point because
I
you'd spent
should-
the entire preceding point kind of thinking nothing of it. You weren't given anything to kind of buy into.
I think I should maybe rephrase. It's not so much that his boss fight himself, like that mutation of him. That part of it is not what isn't intimidating or threatening.
You mean like
It's-
him himself? Just
It's
Yeah,
the-
the
the
camera.
way
that.
his character is portrayed and the way
Yeah.
that he talks. Like
Yeah,
if they
I knew
had
that's what you
cut-
meant.
you know,
Yeah, I agree with
if
you.
he didn't say like the things like "Mama, watch me" and "I'm the best," like because I keep making
He has
fun
mama
of it, 'cause
issues.
it's it's like they could have done that in a way where, you know, he sounded like really articulate and alluded to those kinds of things, right? But not really just sound like a, you know, again, a bumbling idiot about
Yeah.
it. you
Well,
know?
I
wanted-
need to reference this.
Mm-hmm.
There is a lot of cut content with Moreau, which is
Oh,
later in the document. Yeah, is there. And I think because that was lacking, he's an interesting boss in terms of patterns, but the problem is due to that cut content, he's just there and that's it, and then you kill him. And that's kind of like some of the stuff that the bosses in this game fall through, is that they're kind of there and then you kill them, but they're kind of like unique and distinctive in a way where it's not really so much something you think about on the first playthrough. It's something you think about like later on. Like maybe they could have utilized like Lady D a little bit more. Maybe they could have utilized Moreau a lot more, especially Donna. I think she was vastly underutilized. And then as soon as you
Yeah,
like
I agree.
get through the part, like
Yeah.
you stab her in the head and she's dead. You don't get to meet her like physically or talk to her anything.
The problem is,
and really
Oh.
quick, Black.
yeah.
Oh
go on.
Lord.
What? No.
He's
Just
still in the spotlight today, man. You're on the roll. Let's go.
so
No,
so
it's
like,
good. It's good discussion.
No,
But
no,
yeah,
just
go on.
just let me make this point really quick. Like, so the thing with like Donna, for example, because she has that same problem where they kind of rush that character out, right? And I think what's interesting is that they kind of allude to things about that character and like, some of the things that because like each one of the characters had an issue before they became
Mm.
combined with
Y-
the
With the
Cadell,
Cadell, yes.
right? So like Donna in particular, I think they kind of they left that part of her character more so into a mystery. Like there were aspects of her that were like something isn't necessarily right about her. They mention also that she had kind of like a scar on her face. They didn't explain why, but there's
Mhm.
aspects of her that you start asking questions, but you never really get the answers to. And then there's also that treasure where you go from the graveyard in the main part of the village and you have to backtrack all the way back to go to the gravesite. And it turns out there was another Beneviento. You kind of start to wonder what really happened, but again, you don't really get the answers to that. And it would have been interesting if they had like, built up that character to really delve deep into
Yeah,
why
they
they
were
are
just
the way that they are.
You have to be given a reason to care, and this is the
Yeah.
problem: is that by this point of the game, you're kind of already being told, "Hey, like, you've already fought Lady D. She was the big thing. Fine. You've got 3 lords left, and it's already telling you, even before you go anywhere near House Beneviento, that Heisenberg is the main guy. Outside of Miranda, it's all about Heisenberg." The
Yeah.
problem is you've done this before you've even gone anywhere near Donna, before you've gone anywhere near Moreau, and it's just you're kind of underselling them. You're kind of cutting their legs out from under them before you've gone anywhere near them. Then when you're then being told to buy into them, you're kind of like you feel like it's a bit of a false prophecy because you've already kind of said they're just kind of they're stepping stones to Heisenberg, and you've told it to us absolutely plain as day. So how do you buy into these characters? And I really wanted to like Moreau. I really wanted to. I wanted to almost like feel a degree of pity for him because of how much he's kind of like brainwashed himself to believe in Miranda and nothing else. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at him thinking he's just a stepping stone. Like, and it's like I want to try, but how do I do it?
Yeah, and that's why like for Moreau, I felt like he was just very difficult for me to um really believe as like, again, as this like from the way that he's written and the way that he's portrayed as a very intimidating character. Design wise, like when he's mutated, yeah, like I agree, like he's very intimidating. But the way that he articulates and does all the different things that he does in that game, it's just like I don't really believe in it.
I mean,
Yeah,
like-
I
Go ahead.
think the oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say really quickly. I'm sorry about that. He has this inferiority complex, and it's something they could have done like leagues better if they had more time and they put more effort into it. That's all I gotta say.
As a side
Mhm.
question to that, and I want to specifically ask you this, Ren, do you think that if they had delayed the game just a little bit, do you think they could have built upon that?
Probably because I mean, I feel like Village when it came out, it didn't. It could have been delayed to another date, and I think the game probably could have turned out better as a result. There was that thing where we were lingering on like, is it gonna come out sometime later this year, tentative 2021, and they waited all the way till May. And while I do appreciate the game for what they tried to do, I also kind of feel like they could have had a little bit more development time as well because when it came out, it just sort of like was the flavor of the month for like May and maybe a little bit into June, and then talks about it to me, in my opinion, it kind of like just went off the rails a little bit. So I still feel like it could have been a really great game just released a little bit later in the year and maybe like stretch it to just maybe like 1 to 2 hours at best, because there were people saying it needed to be even longer than 10 hours, and I was like, we have a long Resident Evil game. It's called Resident Evil 6. It's 25 hours and it's a slog.
Bigger difference is that 6 is like really repetitive with his chapter design.
Oh,
Like say Resident Evil 4, no, that's a long ass game as well though, but this is more unique per chapter to chapter.
I feel
so
like
that's a bigger difference.
And
yeah,
5 is as well, and does a pretty good job at variety.
I feel like
think
pacing
actually
needs more.
5 is a sorry. Real quick though, 5 is a shorter game by comparison to 4 and 6. So like that one's more of a perfect middle ground for length by comparison.
Yeah. But I feel like you need, if you have long pacing, you need to do something with it that's relevant, as opposed to saying, well, shit, I got this long ass game and most of the campaigns feel the same and some of them are very redundant and they have snowmobile sections.
Yeah.
I think what kind of hurt too, just really quick, is that like they had this whole map that they were promoting as part of the promotional material / collector's edition, which surprisingly enough, it hasn't been sold out. It's constantly getting like restocked at GameStop for some reason, like brand new condition. Anyway, beside the point. They kind of alluded to like, oh, like you could at any point go to any one of the houses in any order, right? And that's not necessarily the case. So I think that would have been a little bit more interesting too if you could, kind of tackle things in any particular order you wanted to.
Yeah, the problem you have is that the only way you can do that is you basically you it's weird. The only way you can do that is by basically making all 4 lords minions, like real minions of Miranda, and they didn't want to do that. They kind of want to have their cake and eat it. They're trying to present all these lords as equals in their own right, yet some of them are clearly just stepping stones to other ones, and then they're meant to still be all like subservient to Miranda, although you don't really see much of her in the entire game. Heisenberg's kind of basically the face of the enemy.
And that was kind of the weird thing too, because you only see Miranda for like a second or two before you actually see her towards the end of the game after defeating Heisenberg. And I think what they should have done is, technically you can argue, well, she kind of appears as the old hag at a few points in the game, right? But like, what would have been interesting is if you would have saw some interaction between the lords and Miranda, and maybe see her kind of crop up and like kind of like taunting Ethan to like basically like saying like you're not going to be able to like complete what you're trying to do.
More
Like,
than
I'm going to
just say like
fucking
the
kill you
phone
before you
call
even do
that
it.
Dimitrescu has here, basically.
Mhm.
And that's about
Like,
it,
That could have been done in person instead of over the phone, I think.
Yeah, but Miranda is definitely that subtle villain in the game because until she revealed herself to be like the hag and whatnot, like you did not see that coming. Truth be told. Then again, though, the closest hint to that was after she killed that guy. After you come out the burning house, because after she's disappeared like immediately afterwards, and like this hag is
Louis,
sitting
or
there.
whatever his name was, when she killed like Louis or Louis, whatever his name was.
Why does that
Yes.
remind me of Evelyn at the beginning as the old lady and you don't know what the fuck's going on?
Yeah,
Actually,
this is a game that is absolutely laden with symbolism, and like it's all over.
I think
Yeah, but,
because Ren brought up the fact that like Miranda's kind of like Evelyn, but I think she's done a little bit better than Evelyn, only because it's like, unlike Evelyn, Evelyn I felt like was just a very poorly written like Nickelodeon sitcom villain. Like the way her dialogue was and stuff, I just hated it. But like when you get into Miranda, she's got like
God.
she's actually got legitimate motives, and she's she's intimidating. She kind of reminds me of like somebody that would come out of a Silent Hill game almost, with the way that she's kind of like plotting and scheming with like
She's
her own daughter,
everywhere, but at the same time,
Yeah.
she's nowhere. It's all about kind of her oppressiveness over the entire village and how it kind
Yeah,
of
her presence
rained
is
down
like
everyone.
known, but it's
Yeah,
at the
but it's
same
never
time it's
given.
like you're never like given it full front. So I think it's kind of a weird dynamic. I guess my issue with it again is like they could have shown her interacting with the Lord, so that way we can kind of get hints to what she's like before actually like getting the full reveal of her.
Yeah, just keep in mind that I only meant that as her presence is felt in the beginning of the game, but you don't actually know it until later on that this person is like, oh shit, well, that's like Evelyn. Oh shit, that's Mother Miranda. And the whole time she's like in the background. And also, influencing the scenes, killing characters, stuff like that. And you don't really get the full scope until the end of the game. That's kind of like a thematic that runs through RE7 and RE8. It's like the big reveal is like at the end of the game, obviously, but the whole time it was already there.
I would say it's a little bit kind of like RE4 with Sadler.
Yeah.
Because remember, like in RE4, you see all the pictures hanging around of Sadler, right? So like you kind of already knew that like that presence was there.
But you
so
get
you
the
already-
eventual build up to him, though. You're not just left till like the final
Right.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
He's all around, but you still get the physical build up of him appearing every now and again, being a complete jerk, and and then you kind of almost get the extra action of finally beating him after first
Exactly.
seeing his influence and then
like,
taunting you.
and I think
Sadler.
like in comparison to like Evelyn again, like everywhere throughout the village they have pictures and like monuments basically dedicated to her, right? So she has like this much bigger like influence and presence compared to like Sadler in that aspect, and especially compared to Evelyn. Whereas, Evelyn, I understand that they were trying to make her more subtle, but in a way when they did that, they also didn't really think about how to write her to be a very complex and interesting character, in my opinion, at least.
Sadler, your small time.
I knew that was gonna be said.
Yeah, someone's moving swiftly on.
I don't mean to be a contrarian, but I actually did not like Heisenberg at all. I thought he was completely just out of place in this game.
That's ironic considering.
Oh, just joking.
Absolutely. I don't, and I promise I'm not trying to be like contrarian, but when he first made his appearance and he started using magneto powers, I was just like, really? Because I can buy the werewolves, I can buy the vampire type things. I even like Moreau better than Heisenberg.
See, and I would agree with you on that. Well, at least when I saw the trailers initially for this game, because I thought, oh, it's just gonna have more paranormal shit in it, right? So that's where I was kind of like
initially
against it until I, found out that
Actually playing the game?
context to it. Yeah. Well, no, well, more so the reading the notes from the lore context.
Yeah.
I can buy that take.
Yeah.
I can buy it. Like I like him
Hot take.
much as what he is, but in context, yeah, it's a little.
But here's the thing, though.
didn't
I'm gonna
fit for me.
be straight up though. Like, Heisenberg was the least, damaging thing you could come across in Resident Evil brand. The worst thing though that did came out of just Heisenberg's like ecosystem though was honestly the robots. Like that right there was legit pushing it for me. I have everything else in the series though. Frankenstein's monster stuff is, I don't know how I felt about that one. That was just literally doing it for me.
I thought
That ain't
it. I thought it was just hilariously dumb that he turns into a battle bot. I'm like, yo,
Yeah, he turned to Megatron. Dude, like, what is this?
I'm on a
It's
tank.
fun.
I got a chainsaw. I'm flying in a tornado. I'm like, what is this? It's just so
Yeah.
stupid. I can't take it
Yeah,
seriously.
it was fun though. Don't get me wrong though. Like it was fun.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
murder
like,
that bouldering punching asshole.
It's just
I
absurd.
was
Yeah,
so
like,
checked out
yeah.
at that point.
yeah, it was
Man.
so absurd. Like I honestly I cannot back the robots though. Like I'm fine with Frankenstein's type monsters though, like enhance them, steroid them, whatever. But really, like robot drill arms, though, that kind of stuff. Like, granted though, to be fair, like devil's advocate here, like they did do this before with the tyrants technically, because they have computers in their brains, and plus the Elos or whatever it's called in Umbrella Chronicles, because that's technically a tyrant cyborg hybrid. It's been done before though, but still, I don't like it.
I mean, it's definitely
Yeah.
been done far more subtly than this.
I think
Oh,
what
no,
what
it has
makes
not,
kind of
Chief.
jarring. I think what kind of makes it more jarring is that it's the more armored up ones in particular, and then they got the visors and stuff. I think that what they could have done to make it a little bit more subtle and not like, because I understand for the context of like that environment, right? Like, they're in a rural place, right? They wouldn't have like all this like advanced technology that you could find in like more well-off countries, right? So I could understand like the design philosophy behind it, where it's a lot more rugged and like out in the open and stuff like that. but I think like at the same time too, like where they, they start piling up as much metal as possible on these guys, like that was kind of killing it. Like,
Am I the
did
only
like
guy?
a lot of the
Good.
really quick. I did really like the design of like some of the more basic Soledats, especially like with the way that their eyes are like kind of peeled back and their like mouths are like exposed, because it really reminded me of like basically I believe it was a cut concept at one point where they were gonna have like more or less like not miniature, but like more regular human sized tyrants at one point in the series, which I believe was a cut concept for one of the games. So I don't know. I'm not really against it. I thought it was cool. So
Am I the
I
only guy
mean-
that's like Ustanok, and the way they did that was a lot more preferable with the arms and
Yeah, I
stuff?
agree. Usanok was definitely a lot better. No, because that was not totally to completely pushing it though, even if it was ridiculous. But at the same time, he's like a tyrant type enemy, so like, you could
yeah,
definitely it's more believable in
I
compared
could,
to anything else.
yeah, like I could see it. Okay, from the perspective of like it's a tyrant, right? Like I could see that for sure. Especially because we got to remember too, with like Ustanak, he's being developed by Neo Umbrella, so they have more of the money and tech, right, to like basically make all this crazy shit, right?
Yep.
Whereas like Heisenberg, again, he's like in a rural country, and he's in a factory, so of course he's gonna just take whatever he has his hands on, whether it be like power drills for mining or um, random metal parts to make visors. Although again, I think the visors and like the weird like gear axes were kind of unneeded. For this, just the regular Soledad where they just have the one power drill arm and like the heart thing, I think that was fine. And again, because I really like the way that they designed the face, where he's got like the peeled eyelids and the peeled open mouth and stuff like that. I just thought it looked cool.
But
Getting back to the actual question,
Yes.
if I had like I said, if I had to rank them, it would go Heisenberg, surprisingly, actually Beneviento, then Dimitrescu, Moreau, and then Mother Miranda is just like all over the place, so I can't really place her in my list. For the reasoning of that, it's just I like I've said with Heisenberg, I thought he was just really cool. He was just very well acted and very well portrayed. I really like the kind of subtle hints that you do find from Beneviento, from like the gardener, and how she describes like, oh yeah, she wasn't like, she's really nice and but quiet, like, and then you get notes that she actually has a mental illness, and that her dad made the doll. I was like, oh, this is a little cool, little like in-depth stuff about her, but like previous said, there wasn't much about her, which really sucked, because she could have been a very interesting character other than having these dolls. And then with Dimitrescu, I really liked her as well. It's just that I felt like they didn't include her enough, but also she was included just about as much as you could have gotten with her, so I
He
was
was the
okay
first
with
one
that.
too.
She was the first one too, which left a decent impression of the Lords, which you kind of have to, and she was in all the promotional crap. Even in Japan, she was a freaking like a scale model size of a paper cutout of her, which is pretty hilarious. And then Moreau being my least favorite, it's just that I really like Renegade said about the concepts that was cut from him, which was supposed to be he had like a lover, kind of like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and he like fused with her, and I was like, oh, that's a really cool concept. It's like going in the concept and read the director's notes about it. I was like, damn, like I wish they had this, because it actually would have led to a more creative and more in-depth character moment for Moreau.
Nope,
And
but
then
I'm the best.
even though I still like that
Mom.
personally,
I'm the best.
I still really like that. And then with Mother Miranda, I actually dug her as a villain with her motives, and like, I'm trying to get my daughter back, and I was like, and like how her basically, what's funny is that her getting this power of the molded and trying to get her daughter back probably also helped prevent her from even having another child in the first place. And I was like, kind of just, I really kind of like dug the logistics of her ambition, and it just felt like a more pseudo realistic but also like supernatural in the terms of her being this witch type of person and just using Rose as a vessel to bring back her Eva daughter. But yeah, that's how I mostly feel from this list. I actually really want to know how you rank these people.
I
Actually, I
mean,
want to go next,
go ahead.
cause there's some points I wanted to give out though, but no, I forgot them. But just make this simple. My favorite by bosses mostly though is Miranda, because I feel like she's the most dynamic of all of them, and probably the most fun in a lot of areas. This may surprise a lot of you though, but actually I really like Moreau boss fight. Mostly it's his whole segment, like it's a game of cat and mouse until you pretty much box him in and you gotta take him out. The kind of deal. Like I like that. That was really fun. And then freaking Lady D. No, I wish her boss fight was a little bit longer or it was not just stuck in the top of the castle though. But considering that she's a gargoyle type enemy, it makes sense.
She was a
And how it's
dragon.
set up. No, she's a gargoyle, not a dragon.
She is a dragon. She was actually Dracula. Also means dragon of the son of dragon. She was inspired by a lot of dragon stuff. It's actually in the director's notes in the concept art.
So why the hell did they call her a gargoyle then? Whatever. Like, thank you,
It's
directors.
weird.
Whatever. Besides the point. My least favorite though, can I pick between Heisenberg or Benevito? I'm not sure who I should pick because Benevito is not technically a boss fight. You just go around and stab a doll in the face.
Yeah, I was gonna
Whereas-
say like people call it a boss fight. Like it's a puzzle.
It was a
It's-
gimmick.
It's a
A
puzzle.
puzzle boss
Yeah.
type thing, right? So like I don't know who I should rank for that one though, but let's say for the conversation here, let's just exclude her. Reason why I dislike Heisenberg is mostly stems from me fighting him in the higher difficulties because he is horrible in Village of Shadows. That fight is not fun at all.
A good 10 tries before I actually got him.
Somehow, I think I beat him first time on Village of Shadows. I have no idea how I did, but like I could see how a lot of people would have problems. But I somehow beat him first
Yeah,
time. I was
that
like,
fight
"Great."
drags on so much, dude. Like it exposed what the fight is. Like it's just literally a threshold type boss fight.
It's like
Uh,
7 cycles you have to go through.
Yeah, you just got to
before
get it over
getting
and done with
close.
as fast as you physically can. That's the trick to it.
It's exhausting. Like I did not have fun with that fight at all. Ugh, it's easily the worst one just for that premise alone. The higher difficulty just make that fight not fun. That and also design is kind of stupid. I'm not gonna front, but that's besides the point.
All right, I'll go quick. I think Moreau was cool. I think Lady D is like second to her. And then we go down to Mother Miranda, and then we go down to obviously Heisenberg because he's pretty annoying. I just think that both of those characters, Heisenberg and Benevito, they would be like the lowest tier in terms of actual gameplay and fun factor. But for build up, I would say I really did kind of dig how they built up Lady D and all this stuff with her daughters. I just wish that it was a little bit more time to spend with that character because I felt like I killed her daughters way too quickly, and I felt like I killed her way too quickly.
Dirty.
They got bust out and rushed out. Like it is the most insane thing I've ever
Yeah,
witnessed.
they're like the weakest sub boss in the whole
Yeah.
game.
I
Wish
just
someone has to be, but like, yeah, they could have done a lot more of them. It's such a shame. I said that in my series. I was like, I really wish there'd been more of them.
yeah.
And
Did you
apparently
guys
there's supposed to
know-
be oops, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, did you guys know that the castle segment was actually supposed to be originally like a good portion of the game originally?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
that.
I had that
Resident Evil
vibe.
4, isn't it?
Yeah, but like I believe there was actually supposed to be like 5 or 6 daughters in total.
Yeah, it was
Skimmed
a.
it down to 3.
We'll talk more about that in the cut content section, but there
Yes.
was a lot more of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a section I really want to get into, and also just kind
Oh,
of talking about.
better cut your comments
Yep.
short then.
Yep, we better make haste then.
I guess we better move on to the next one. That's question number 5, or am I wrong on that?
I could read.
Yeah,
number
we're on
five.
5.
I'll read number 5.
Okay.
We all realized that the Benevento section was considered to some to be the scariest portion of the game. I thought that shit was funny, to be honest. Considering
did
that it's heavily influenced by PT, some fans claim that Capcom couldn't do a Silent Hill game or wouldn't care to do the IP. Do you agree or disagree with this sentiment after experiencing this portion of the game with the baby? So just really quick, and just to kind of reiterate my point, I think the problem that Capcom has, like, yeah, that whole segment to me felt like it was basically PT. But I think part of the problem that Capcom has is that a lot of the developers on RE who've been there for a very long time might want to just make other horror games. But because Capcom as a company doesn't want to take risks with new IPs and would just rather play it safe with RE, they're kind of forced to throw in these ideas into RE and try to work them in a way where it doesn't alienate the core audience, but at the same time still kind of gives them what they want. So there's my take.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean,
uh.
like to suggest they wouldn't do it if the IP jumped to them, I think would be absurd. Um,
Yeah, like they're
it
their
makes me,
rivals, so like they should if they somehow got their hands on it though. But Konami, so that ain't gonna happen.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. But I mean, it does make you wonder though. Like, it's. I say, I couldn't think of another thing they'd really done like that. I mean, there's probably examples you go back far enough. You know, the company's been in existence for God
You
knows
could,
how many years.
you know, if they
Haunted
wanted to
Ground.
do a remake of Sweet Home, you know,
Hmm.
Sweet Home is supposed to be a paranormal, like haunted house type of game.
Also
The
Resident Evil.
original game was like, yeah, it basically is the reason why Resident Evil was even made to begin with. But like, Sweet Home is, you know, basically this horror themed type of RPG where each one of the characters in the party can die. So like in the worst case scenario, you're stuck with only one character to beat the final boss, and from my understanding, that's the worst way to go because you don't have the other characters to deal the most damage to the final boss. So I think like if they wanted to do something different like that, you know, and try to experiment with these ideas where they don't have to be locked to RE, I think they can do it. It's just that the corporate side of the company is not letting them take the risks to do something new outside of RE, and that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, I think. I mean, the best examples of that is probably you look at Resident Evil Reverse, you look at Resistance, and that sort of thing. They're different concepts, but they have all got Resident Evil related to them.
Right, but
It's still always fine.
you notice too that that's being done by Neobards, and Neobards has people
Yes.
that were with Capcom and at some other companies as well. So,
Yeah, exactly.
and you notice how they tack it on to every new release, like since RE3 Remake, Resistance came with that. Now Village with Reverse, and Reverse isn't even ready. You have
No.
to wait for them, and we don't even know if it's coming soon. They might talk about it at E3, but as far as we know, it's supposed to come sometime this summer. So, you know, and keep in mind they've experimented with side projects like this before with like ORC and Umbrella Corps on their own, and it didn't work out. And it's like, what?
Understand. You
You
can
you
understand
you
why they'd be scared. It's risk aversion. You know,
right,
they
but it's like at the same time, it's like, well, you're doing this and tying it in with RE, and you're taking a risk with RE, but you're not taking a risk and trying to do something new where like you don't have any you have no restraints with the new IP. You can go balls to the wall with any direction you want to go with as long as it's a successful product and people like it. But they don't want to take that risk and the potential of it flopping completely and not making, you know, Resident Evil or Monster Hunter or Street Fighter numbers. And I think that's
especially
kind of the biggest problem.
given that Resident Evil's kind of gone strength to strength, more or less, for like the past several years after a pretty fairly long sort of drought period, like they're probably a bit scared. Because they're like, they've got this, it's been really popular. The remakes have done pretty well.
Mm.
7 was I think decently received, and Village has been so as well, and they're kind of I'd be a
7
bit
sold well.
scared.
I mean,
I'd be
Se-
seven is
terrified.
their
is
highest
currently the
selling
best
game.
sold. Yeah. Although that being said, RE2 remake is very close to it, and they only released like a year or two apart. So
Yeah, something like that. So like yeah,
so,
those
like
two games in
RE7
general
and
are doing
yeah,
strong.
yeah, RE7 and RE2 remake are basically like almost neck and neck, and I would suspect if they do further re-releases in the future, maybe that might also bolster up sales. But keep in mind that Capcom also separates each re-release on their platinum title list. So
Yeah, because technically speaking, RE5 is still the highest selling Resident Evil game. Just if you combine on SKUs, and that's but individually, 7's still the highest.
Just did a quick look up it. RE2 remake and 7 were 2 years apart.
okay, yeah, I was like, I know they're like there's some gap between the releases on those two games.
Seven
but, like,
seven
yeah.
was January 12th of 2017, and
Right.
remake 2 was
Was
January
late.
25th of
Yeah.
2019.
Okay, yeah. So, but that being said, you know, for a 2-year gap, right, on a game that you know was released later, for it to be practically neck and neck with the game that at this point is now considered to be the highest selling game in the series, it's pretty impressive. So,
I was gonna bring up
Uh,
something, but fuck, I forgot. I'm okay. So on the topic at hand, now I remember. I'm 50-50 on this because I can see the argument of people saying that Capcom would not try to take such a bold risk with something like intense psychological horror. They have to nail this immediately with Silent Hill if they were to
There's
hypothetically.
no second tries.
Yeah, there's no second tries with this. It has to be either good out the gate or that's it. And I understand Capcom's mentality is it has to be successful, otherwise we're not doing sequels to it. If it's not making numbers, we're not going to bother. I get that philosophy entirely. At the same time, there are people saying they can't do it, and I don't agree with that sentiment at all. I think they certainly can. They would give it a go. It's just dependent on the success after the fact, and that might have some, problems when it comes to
Yeah.
how they dictate stuff from there.
Man, as
also
far
has
as the can't is concerned, Konami, like, if you're talking about the IP itself, then Silent Hill, like, no, they can't do it for obvious reasons. But doing a game like that, though, yeah, they most definitely can. But the question is, will they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I
just
should
one of
also
those
note
things. Yeah.
too, just really quick, I should also note too, like, I kind of rail on Capcom for just inconsistency with like RE, but they're kind of inconsistent with all their franchises in terms of lore and how they do things. So like, I don't know if like, I guess as an alternate point, right? If you're really against them doing it, like, I don't know if Capcom would be the best idea, just because on the notion of like, if they had their hands on the IP, they'd start going all over the place with it. So
I think it's just one of those things where it's
Done that
like
already.
they are indeed one of the developers that does a lot of survival horror. They've been around for like 25 years, same time, around Silent Hill when that was concepted and whatnot. So I think
they've been
that's where the
the
trust
longest running.
yeah, the longest running. So that's where the trust lies, but because it's such a different beast, that's why there's skepticism.
See, I'm gonna say this next part with love because that part of the game was my favorite. So this critique I'm giving, I say it with love because I think they can do better. I really do. I think they were cut short because they didn't, or like it's clearly there's some cut content there, and it could have been more expanded at least because I think there was a lot more to that house that could have been looked at, explored. So I'm gonna say this with love, and it doesn't really compare to PT in any way. Like first run, it does, but if I boot up PT right now, it's scary as shit. I can't. Like, that's some scary shit right there. And when I replayed this section, it was just like, oh, okay, yeah, just go through, done.
It's a
Okay,
look through
I'm,
the mirror, is what it is.
All right,
The
I'll be
irony
honest.
being is, I was gonna say, the irony is that it's all I think we've wanted to do for years is to look into a window of Silent Hill PT, and it's like you try and picture it through what Capcom have done with like their take on it, and thus it's easy to kind of feel, well, what if they did a bit more and expand? That's how I feel about it. Like, it's a glimpse of what could be, but it's easy to be very skeptical.
Uh, uh, I'm gonna be that guy here. I don't see any resemblance to PT and from Benevito's segment in the game. Like that, I feel like that was kind of a reach. I did not even notice.
What?
It didn't come off to me as on PT.
You mean the baby didn't like the baby cries in the distance, the long hallways, the repeating
Oh,
stuff?
just because there's a funky fetus doesn't make it PT.
Oh,
That
of
is-
course,
that
it's
is
not
very
PG. But it's you can tell, you can see the similarities to it, right? Like you can see like at least the inspiration from it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's just, inspired by, but I personally don't see any, just, my opinion, I don't see any reason for outrage cuz like anything creative in any medium, um a creator can be and usually is inspired by something in the past. So, I mean, yeah, there's like the long hallways. And actually, I didn't even make that connection with the baby cries. That's actually a really good point. But the only time I thought like, oh shit, PT, like, was when you're going down the hallway and that one door to the left kind of creaks open.
Mm.
That scared the shit out of me, and I was like, "Oh, this is PT." You know, like then I made the connection. Oh shit, hallways and all that stuff. But I mean, I think I would definitely forgive Capcom. I would definitely forgive the developers for just taking that inspiration, because
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
being biased, I fucking love that section. So
yeah, I wasn't saying it
Yeah.
as a bad thing. I was just like, it's
Right.
just something to compare to.
Yeah, but like,
yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
could
might
definitely
be like the
compare
only
it.
one that really doesn't like it and really sees it as that, like, well, it's very much like PT in the sense that, well, a bunch of paranormal shit's happening. You got the
Mhm.
fucking fetus going on, and then you start looping around the same hallway. And granted, it doesn't change like in PT, and you don't have this crazy dead pregnant lady that's pissing on you, but you know.
Oh my
But it's
god.
not.
Look,
That's what
remember
happens.
PT?
Yeah.
It fucking terrified. Like PT was good because like, and I kind of brought this up in chat. Like Silent Hill is scary, but that's because it relies on its horror and does it in a very well done atmospheric way. Resident Evil uses horror as a backdrop and never really was scary. It tried to prioritize horror and put you in these horror scenarios, but you're really playing a survival game at the end of it.
But I just
So
want to preface here to that scare factor is subjective. It may scare for us, but scare somebody else out there. Just one.
which
Make that clear.
I get
Yeah.
that, but I feel like Silent Hill always kind of had that emphasis on horror over RE, where RE kind of used it as a backdrop.
Yeah,
And
which
that's
is
why-
fair.
It was a
That's
core
true.
element. It
You
was a
know,
core
and
element.
that's why I don't like. For me personally, I don't find that segment scary. I just thought it was just like as soon as I saw it, I was like, "Yo, that's the baby from PT." Like, that's the first thing I thought because that's what it looked like.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't
So-
Yeah,
scared. I was more
I'm-
just like aghast. I was like,
I was more
"Whoa."
tense than anything though, because it did got me though. I'm like, okay, this is
Yeah.
unexpected. What's going on here?
Yeah.
That
But
glass
yeah,
jump
again-
scare got me real good. Oh my god.
Mm.
yeah, when the
But-
baby showed up for me, I ran and just cried in a corner, and it killed me. I was demoralized when it came out. I was like, "What the hell?" I was glad my dad was not home because he would have heard me screaming my fucking heart out. I was like, "What?"
Aw.
I
Come in and
was,
just find a blubbering mess of a man.
I was completely broken, and I was like, "Just stay away." And when it aimed, I was like, "Ah!" I legit like took a 10-minute break, and then I was like, "Just gotta get through this part." And then when you get to the end bit where the freaking things close, I was like, "Open up, open up!" It's not gonna open. I freaking just ran around. I was like, and it was like, "Come on, come on!" I like, oh no, just that part is, in my personal opinion, it was just so good. I was just completely distraught, and when you escape, I was like, I need a minute. I just need a minute. And then you get to deal with the dolls. I was like, oh, just get the fuck out of my way. I just want to get out of here. I was legit terrified. I'm rarely
Yeah.
terrified of things, and that legit got to me. Like,
Yeah.
I have to give props to Capcom. That shit really got to me. It's the scariest shit I've ever had to deal with in like the last 10 years of my life.
Also, I'm going on closing thoughts here for this question because we gotta move on. So, who's next? You get the floor. Aggie, you want to go next on the question at hand? Before we move on to number 6.
Oh, I think I put in my 2 cents. Actually, I think that was it. Just kind of see it more as an inspiration, and I just
You
fucking
want to
loved
read
it.
off number
And
6?
yeah. Oh
Like-
yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I
Um,
think I'm pretty certain you did read off number 5,
Yeah.
or you did talk about number 5, I should say. So
She
if you
did,
want to
yeah.
read off
Yeah.
number 6,
yeah.
and kind of go from there.
Yeah. All right. So, how did you feel about the execution of the mercenaries mode in Resident Evil Village?
I thought it was
I'm
fun.
mixed on
Go
that
for
one.
this one.
This one's gonna be a mixed bag. I know that for
Yeah,
sure.
it is
So-
mixed for sure. Go ahead, Dom.
So I actually made a video a couple of months back talking about what I would like to see in a standalone RE Mercenaries game, and some of that stuff did manage to make its way through the Village variation of Mercenaries. Some of it not so much, and some of it was done in a way where it just felt like this is just raid mode.
That's
I
exactly how I felt.
I liked. So here's the thing. I like the fact that you can customize your loadout and upgrade your weapons. I thought that was a great addition. I like the fact that there were like perks that you can pick up, although I think it would have been nicer to be like, okay, pick your character and customize the perks how you want them and maybe customize
RE6.
weapons. Eh, Kinda, yeah, kind of like RE6. I was
Or
kind of
Mercs
when I made
3D.
the video,
More
yeah,
like
I was kind of
Mercenaries
mixing.
30.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mercenaries 3D and RE6. Like I basically wanted a cross of those two. So, but that's not what I really got, and I think the naming scheme for the mercenaries in this game is also flawed because you only play as Ethan. You're not. It should have been called the mercenary rather than mercenaries because you're only playing the one character. So I think it's just kind of weird that they didn't just call it raid mode because that's what it really felt like to me. It was just raid mode.
I don't like
Yeah.
calling it, but I feel like Mercenaries ultimately was just a lot of window dressing. In
You're
that
talking about for village or
for village, yeah. For
okay,
Village.
yeah, because I was gonna say like
Yeah, not Mercenaries as a whole.
was
No, no, oh
lit
god,
in the old
oh,
games,
oh,
yeah.
oh god, yeah, no. I think as far as like in Village, yeah, there's a lot of window dressing, and the problem you've again got is you call it Mercenaries. There's an expectation. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, that's what you do. You know, that's how you build hype and interest, that sort of thing. But ultimately, all you've got is you play as one guy. You go through 4 levels twice. The weapon system very nice. I like it. You know, doing the perks thing, it's fine. It's not really original, but it's fine. But it's kind of just there, really. You know, I did a stream on it. I did it in like maybe like 2.5, 3 hours or something like that.
Just
and you
4
end up
hours.
for whatever it was, and you end up with the first half of it, which is kind of almost comically easy, and heavily exploitable as it turned out. Like I was finding all sorts of crazy
Shotgun,
things you
baby.
can do. You know, you just literally take one gun, you know, you sell everything, buy one gun, upgrade another
scope
gun, and
for
it's just
days.
it's a breeze. Yeah, it's not a challenge.
You
And then
just
you go
have
into the
two
back.
rifle for days. That's all you
Yeah,
need in
I
mercenaries.
just
Nah,
use
the
I just use the
shotgun stumps
scorpion.
the sniper rifle.
Yeah, I just used the scorpion and just shot everything to death, and I was like, not a problem. And the problem is then you go from the first half of it, which is kind of comical, and then you go to the second half, and then all of a sudden it's like it's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, the second half is honestly garbage. I do not like the part 2 stages, man. They're horrible. Why the hell did they restrict you on loadout when they give you everything in the first stages, which is easy, right? Like all things considered.
Surely you do it the other way around.
Yeah, like what is this, man? Like they took away your customization for you to punish you on this game mode, man. And
Yeah.
honestly, it sucks. On top of that, with the RNG factor, it's not fun. I did not enjoy the second half of Mercenaries. Like I know the playable character thing is people's beef, which understandable because Chris is a playable character, so he should have been Mercenaries. But that being said, that's the least of his problems. The problem is the game's balancing is honestly completely trash. I do
Yeah,
not like the balancing.
it's one thing, and then all of a sudden it's something completely different, and there's absolutely no middle ground.
See, so like I haven't played the second half of Mercenaries just yet with like the later stages, but like that sounds terrible because it's like, well,
It is.
because like yeah, the characters, yeah, that's one problem, but like you mentioned, Brandon, it's like it's another problem because like now we're just strictly talking the way that the Mercenaries is balanced in this game, and when you take away the player freedom of customization, that's like, well, then why did you even give it to us in the first place? If you're gonna just take it away, it's like
Yeah,
I
you're
could
given
understand if you wanted
there's
to
an
implement,
illusion
like-
of choice, like what
right,
you're doing
and-
matters, but
and I
it
could
doesn't.
understand like really quick. I could understand if it was a thing of like, hey, if you want to implement like certain challenges for your mercenaries run, so that way it's not like just kill enemies or just get the high score, and you could do like different things like use only shotguns or use only the knife, right, and stuff like that, and get like different types of challenges going to freshen it up. That I could understand in terms of limiting the loadout, but as far as just a normal run, right, where you're not doing these kinds of challenges, I think like that's ridiculous that they would even implement something like that.
Yeah, because the loadouts from comparison to like the first half, right? Is because you got a handgun, a shotgun, and a sniper rifle, right? And you have variety from the first two selections, right? So you could go in any way you want to practically. Whereas in the second half, you only have to start a handgun, which is the worst handgun, obviously. You get the grenade launcher, which you have to pay for, and you get the Magnum, which you also have to pay for.
A
But
lot.
with the Magnum, you cannot get any more ammo. Once you use those 7 bullets, you're GG's. You're done. You
Yeah.
can't get any more ammo for it, and that's horrible because there's some enemies where you're going to need to shoot them up with 1 bullet. No, sorry, like no, it's horrible.
All right, so I'm gonna be that
It's a
weirdo and say I actually did enjoy this mode for what it was.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, the
I
first half of it.
I mean, it's not hard. Like people say it's like super like hard to like learn and master. For me it wasn't hard to get into, but I do see the problems with that second mode because I realized that everything in the store is like super expensive. And I'm like, well, now you got to regulate yourself to a weapon that you're going to be stuck shooting enemies for like countless hours trying to kill them and trying to hope you get good RNG in it. And it's just like I don't know why they decided to do that. It's like the first half is definitely more enjoyable, but the second is like harder. And it's just a really, really fucking worst thing to do to the player. So I do get that, but I also did enjoy learning like the perks and getting things and doing the RNG and all that stuff. I definitely agree with the sentiment that people wanted more characters. So it's like you're doing a mercenaries game, you know, you play with all these characters, all these perks and abilities, all that stuff. And another thing I kind of didn't like is the fact that, well, as I know mercenaries and RE6 with the melee and all that stuff, it just didn't feel similar or it didn't feel the same to where you get that same euphoria of like breaking an enemy's neck, getting more combo timer, getting extra timer. So there's definitely a lot of criticism with it, but I did like learning it for what it was.
This is the problem.
I think like too like just from my experience because I played a lot of mercenaries with like Ren and Brandon and like we would always do like no mercy runs on like RE6 and stuff like that and that stuff is just so fun.
I miss
You know,
No
like, going up
Mercy like
against,
a lot.
RE6 Mercs is actually
like
really
you go,
good.
like one player get one regular mercenaries it's like 150 enemies and then two you got no mercy it's like 300 and it's like you could do it on your own or with a co-op partner and it's just a lot of fun like with this mercenaries and I kind of want to ask you this run specifically just kind of in relation to what you're talking about like do you think they should have had a similar system to mercenaries 3DS where it's set loadouts but the characters can swap between the loadouts or do you think that it should have been more like a customize your loadout before you actually go into this mercenary stage and kind of just go from there?
Okay, so I'm gonna say something weird, but you'll get it when I finally explain my point. So I think the first part for what it was with customizing your loadout was fine. But I think for the second part, it should have been set loadouts because with the way they butchered the store, it's damn near fucking hard to do anything with either a base handgun or I seen people they didn't have anything so they just ran around with a knife and they decided to wait until they got the perk where the knife actually is strengthened. I seen people do that and that's like really jarring to me.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's why I didn't. That's why I don't bother with that. Especially when you try to do the factory. The factory is arguably the hardest one because you have to be pitch perfect to get the high rank. Or at
Yep.
least on the first half. Because thankfully though, I will say this though, the S rank requirement or the triple S is lower compared to the first half. So like it's easier though, but you gotta bust your balls to get that threshold up, you know.
Yeah.
But that being said though, like the fact that I had to go the extra mile just to do these absurd strats is honestly, it shouldn't be the rule. It should be the exception.
Can we also say that the factory map is garbage?
It's a complete maze.
Oh my
That was
god.
his issue. But the problem was that I had was that it blocks you from using the map. It's like, why would you ever want to do that? Why would you, if you're not like pushed for time, you've got bags of time. It's not like, you're racing against the clock. You've got tons of time. Why can't you just let the player just take 2 seconds to look at a map and say, right, I'm there, I came from this direction, I want to go this way. Because especially in the factory, it's so hard. It can, for some people, even with the map, found it a nightmare to navigate. You need taking the map away? Like, you trying to do people an injury?
I agree with that so hard. I'm like, a mini map would have helped this mode a lot more.
Yeah, or anything. But the problem is that when you called this mercenaries, you were never going to have a mercenaries of like Resident Evil 6, of like Mercenaries 3D, Resident Evil 4, any of these, because it's just a completely different system. It's a first person of a third person. You're not mailing
It's-
stuff though in the game.
It's practically Resident Evil 3 all over again because that was the Mercenaries first, and then 4 came in, changed all that, and here we are again with 8 changed this whole game.
You go from Resident Evil the shooting gallery to Resident Evil the I don't really have enough stuff to actually do everything I want to do, and then end up having to run away from half of it. It's not.
I think it's kind of like a it's kind of a weird thing too with like when you look at this Mercenaries in comparison to the other Mercenaries, you're actually getting less because the first iteration of Mercenaries, you had 3 characters to work with, and they all had different loadouts, and like you all had essentially the same goal in that, but it was different challenges or different difficulty based on those characters. Then you go into RE4, bumps it up to 4 characters, right? Then you go into RE5.
It's 5.
Technically, I'm sorry.
It's 5 characters.
Oh yeah. My bad. Yeah. Sorry, I'm.
It's fine.
What I was thinking. Yeah,
Your robot man
your
again.
mic is staticky. So
He's a skull dead, man. Watch out.
It's whenever I mute myself and mute myself back, it gets staticky for some reason.
RE5 had a bunch of characters, and I'm not even. I don't know the exact numbers for both RE5 and 6, but they had a bunch of different characters, especially with like the different costume variations for those
I
characters.
think RE5
Between-
had
I've had
16.
the
Between
most.
both, it must have been like about 30 plus between both.
Yeah, between both, I think 5 had 16 because it was like a page
And
of
then-
8
yeah.
and then another page of 8.
And then you had the
and
reunion.
and then
later on.
RE6, right? RE6, if you count the PC version, which had the Left 4 Dead characters, that's like
That had, like,
so many fucking characters.
It's like
that you could play
23,
as, right?
like 23, 24.
And then,
And then
characters.
you go from that to 1.
Right, and they all had different loadouts and like general like abilities that they could do, and then you could stack perks on them in RE6. I didn't play Mercenaries 3DS, but I know like those characters had like individual perks you could customize them with, and then you could swap between loadouts for the characters and stuff like that, which was completely only original for that game and never done in any other variation of Mercenaries since. And then when we
Also,
got
I might want
this
to add.
Mercenaries-
Oh, real quick, Dom. I also want to add to this in raid mode because I know you call it raid mode, which is by most cases it kind of is though. You have complete freedom of customization, both perks and loadout, and more characters to play with as well. So
exactly, and
then you go down this.
each character had their own abilities on top of the perks that you started to customize with and stuff like that. And then you get into Mercenaries and Village, and it's just, I think like the ideas are good that they did implement that were new that I wanted to see, but a lot of it is just held back by the things that make it bad, like not being able to customize your loadout in the second half, or not having multiple characters to play as with different abilities, right? Stuff like that. It's very, very much a lackluster experience, and I think
It's a
part of it
missed
just kind of
opportunity,
feels
isn't
like-
it?
I feel like it's more or less a play test for what's going to be Mercenaries in RE4 Remake.
Oh, hey, I think that's a good time. I have to leave. Unfortunately, this was a pleasure to talk with all of you.
Go ahead, outro yourself, my man.
Yeah, I'll just do a quick outro. You can find me on YouTube, just Growlock. You'll see all my hot takes of Resident Evil 5 up there soon, and House Benevito is
no.
best house. So, farewell.
Thanks for joining
Okay,
us.
man.
Have a good
All right.
All right,
Well, I
Ren,
think-
get this.
I honestly think that's a good note to say that we need to start hurrying up.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
we've-
I
true, actually.
technically also kind of need to go. I'm gonna take this opportunity since Grolak also popped out. I need to pop out as well.
All right.
So thank you so much everyone for having me. My socials are Agatha AAAGATHA. Yeah, and I hope everyone has a wonderful night.
Yep.
You
You
too.
too,
do
make
the
it
same.
one.
All right, bye.
Bye bye.
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 Okay, I can.
And there was 5.
And there was
Yeah, it's
5,
fine.
so I might be able to grab a guess, but we need
Oh,
to move on
let's
to
say
the
the
next
guest callers, for later, because honestly, it will kind of break the
It's
focus
probably
right now.
helped with
Let's
time,
continue.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
so let's
Yeah.
just simply go.
Yeah.
Let's go in.
Yes, keep going. Let's keep
Okay,
going.
Let's go.
All
And
right,
so-
I think we go on to number 7 then. If we're done talking trash talking mercenaries.
Okay,
I mean-
so I could read that. So we're going to deep dive into the story of Resident Evil
Gosh.
8 Village. Are you content with how Village told the story? I'm gonna keep it brief here. I personally thought it was cool. Like I thought they did cool concepts. The red herrings were fun, and it was cool seeing certain things like come into fruition, like Ethan and his journey at the end and how he fulfilled himself as a character. The only thing I just didn't like about the plot of this game is, once again, we talked about it so many times, I felt that when it came to the cut content and what they really tried to do, I felt like some stuff could be a little bit longer, a little bit more extended. I'm not saying like a 30-hour game or anything. I'm saying like a couple of more hours to fill in the fat and maybe have all these lores and sections not be so disjointed when it came to time and their presence and how they were set up.
Let's not make it a Witcher game, all right?
Yeah, like maybe 15 hours or 16 hours. I think just a little bit more longer in the lores, like maybe they have like 30 minutes each and then you go through them and you enjoy the story beats and everything. I think that would have been a little bit more fun as opposed to some people having like only 2 minutes of screen time, being killed and stabbed in the head by Ethan, and some people having like longer segments. Like Heisenberg's factory was kind of a slog to go through, and I was like, why is this level so long? And some people didn't even get that.
Yeah, like my perception of the entire story, I was like lost and turned near the end. I think most people were. I really enjoyed the entire new character development of Ethan, and that how the plot did evolve around him a lot more, which I really liked, and I just couldn't admire his aptitude as a dad trying to save his daughter. Even though there was some like moments where Ethan acted like a robot, especially with Mia was being shot. But I think overall, when it got down to twist when they were like, "Oh, Ethan's dead," I was like, "What? No way! They really just killed him." And then that became a red herring. And you're like, "Oh, he's actually a molded." And then I was like, "Dude, they just spun some anime shit right into this," and I was just all for it. Like,
Yeah,
I
the biggest W was Ethan's character development. He was honestly, he became easily like one of my top favorite characters though from this
yeah,
game. Like it was
just
incredible.
yeah, it just felt a lot greater. And I think they actually Capcom tries to hint at any Japanese anime like storylines or plot devices. Like, come on, Wesker is definitely like a tried and true anime villain. Like, ha ha ha, I got this superpower, yada yada. It wasn't over the top, but then when they actually put more of like an actual anime influence into Ethan's character and how he turned out, it actually worked for the better for most people who either don't really enjoy anime or really watch anime. I can easily feel like there's a lot more influence of that type of media. And like I said, it just worked a lot better in his favor, and I think it made Ethan a better character. And I honestly got a tear from his ending, like him sacrificing himself. He was dying, he was withering away, and he said his goodbye to his daughter. I felt like it was a really good ending, in my personal opinion, to his story.
Okay,
The
so
truth be told, I'm actually really salty about the ending because in sorry, I said Revelation. Sorry, I was talking about something else instead. In 7, there's two endings though. Granted though, like both endings are wildly different from each other, given the context, right?
Yep.
But at least there's two endings to the story, right? Here you only have one, and one is only where the character dies. Whereas, like say in 7, you have two endings where all characters technically live, all the important ones, or all but one survives.
So you
You
guys
know?
want to like
So,
sort of factor this into the next one, because I mean it was
Yeah.
already brought up with Ethan being revealed to be a mold.
And can I just share my thoughts on this really quick
Go ahead.
Yeah.
before we move on to that question? So for me, like I thought that I enjoyed the story for the most part because I thought it was just more enjoyable. The characters were a lot better written and acted out much better. But unlike a lot of other people, which is how I'm gonna segue into the next question, right? Um, I think my issue with Ethan in particular is that like because I didn't like his character in 7, I didn't feel as like disappointed about him dying, or technically not dying because of the after credit scene. But I mean, him going through that whole death scene and whatnot, I just didn't really have that much empathy for him dying, I guess, because I just didn't really like his character in the previous game. If I had liked his character from the beginning, then maybe I would have felt the same, but I just didn't. So, but for the most part, I did like the story for Village. I thought it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
I think it got a lot of micro right, which there's something I think Capcom have done for quite a while. I mean, as much as some people like to bash on the Resident Evil 3 remake drum, with like some of its aspects of it, like plot wise in the micro, there's lots of cute little details, which you can definitely appreciate. Kind of tie things over, and I think that was evident. Evident as well in Village. Because if you're willing to spend the time to go exploring a little bit and kind of look around the surroundings, there's all sorts of like kind of plots and side story and background that you can find when the game wants to give it to you. You can go like with the Moreau part and find out that he was like kind of a bit more like he was doing all these experiments, bits and pieces. You've got the you can find out what's actually below the ceremony site hours in theory before shit actually kicks off there, and you can kind of realize what the hell is going on. I appreciate that, like, you could go and find it. It wasn't all just spoon fed to you, and it felt like kind of a reward to those who are happy to spend the time and explore and kind of try and take in as much of the game as they can. You didn't
Right.
need any of it to like beat the game and to understand it, but I appreciate that it was there.
Right. I will say really quick too that it's even though I think it's kind of weird, but like you know, Village kind of felt to me like Capcom Silent Hill, because it was very much like Silent Hill 1 in a lot of ways, but like I didn't really mind that so much, I guess. For the most part, just because, and I know this is a later question in the doc, but it did have a little bit more connection to the overall like Resident Evil lore and try to make sense of it all, and basically kind of made this as like a, hey, this is kind of like the starting point of really the whole series if you really think about it, but or the catalyst to the rest of the series.
As it
I should
turned
say,
out,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, so
Uh,
that's why I liked it so much, I guess.
so
I think.
Good.
Here you go.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think that the whole Ethan death thing, um, we might mention it later, but I just want to say real quick that I think him dying relates to a lot of stuff Capcom has been doing with new characters, where they sort of have potential in some of the games they're in, and then they get killed off because they have to continue this ongoing narrative and plot thread. I kind of felt this with Piers,
Piers.
but I get, yeah, I guess people are like, if you want to pass the torch of these characters that's been moving on
Stop
for the
killing them
past
off.
20 years, yeah, stop killing them off. But the thing with that is, once again, I hope it leads to something good, because we have all the stuff with Rosemary, which we're gonna get into, and still, it's just like, I did enjoy Ethan as a character more in this game compared to 7, where he's like not really talking much. The most you know about Ethan is just he screams, he gets stabbed a lot, and that's it. And going into the next one, it's like I didn't really have a problem with that either, because it kind of set itself up in the previous game.
I would also like to point out that we kind of just made 7 and 8 into its own question.
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much.
that's
We're
that's something
basically-
I wanted to
basically-
bring up earlier, as we kind of like diverged into that one about Ethan,
Yeah.
being a mold. So
Yeah.
Okay, give one more little standpoint real quick though. The fact that Ethan is a molded, while obviously it makes sense in a way because he was still infected, so like that's not surprising though. But I feel like that's kind of a retcon in a way, because the way that Jack Baker stomped on Ethan's head though is like, honestly, obviously he was just being knocked out. He didn't kill him, at least not how it was
it
You
is
do
kind of
persuaded
weird.
and
You do risk, because we're basically you do risk like not alienating those that have played 7, but you kind of risk invalidating everything that happened in 7. It's a real danger when you suddenly say, like, Ethan was technically dead the whole time. You've been playing as like a husk of him, basically. like it kind of makes sense. You think everything he's been through, like there's no way anyone would be able to survive through that. But the problem is, you've spent people in theory have spent time playing through RE7 once, maybe twice, maybe more. Have got really good fond memories of that, and you do kind of risk just saying to them, "Oh, hey, you know all that stuff you did? None of it matters now."
Okay, the
Like,
confusing thing for me is that when he stepped on his head, that's obviously the point where he died, but the weird part is not really brought up, and someone told me that he had to get infected while Jack was dragging him, and I'm not sure how
No,
that
he had
even
to get
happened.
infected as soon as he entered the area, though. That's how when he have gotten should have been infected, right? Because
Yeah.
that's pretty much how it is with the on the mold and whatnot, right? So once you enter vicinity, though, at some point between point A to point B, you're gonna get infected. Right? Since Ethan was all over the place inside the guest house and whatnot, like in the water,
He already
fighting
took
Mia.
some wounds as well.
Yeah, so like no, he had to be infected prior to fighting Mia at least,
Also
Because no way
takes
for
time.
him. Okay, but for this thing, there's no reason for him. There's no way for him to like survive. No,
Mhm.
get his arm cut off by with a chainsaw. No blood loss and whatnot. Because any normal person would have been fainted. So
Yeah.
he had to be
Yeah.
infected by that point.
Yeah, that was just weird. Like I was figuring like it either had to be like before or after because there's really no indication about it when you really think about it.
I think it's just one of those cases where you just kind of take creative license on something, and like when you look at it, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But that's not really the point. It was a point of like like something early on that's like holy damn, something that's eye catching, basically, for like a better way of putting it. It doesn't really make a whole lot of sense when you look at it and you try and make sense of it in the terms of the plot. But I don't think it's the biggest deal.
Someone brought
I
up a
don't think.
really good like point where you could actually tell that Ethan is a mole when you pick up his hand once Lady D cuts it off because you see like there's some black
Yeah, this dump.
yeah,
Yes.
there's some
And
black
also,
remnants in there.
there's also, for that matter as well, it was also suggested like when she first tastes like the blood when cuts Ethan's wrist, and kind of makes an odd comment as well about sort of stale and that sort of thing. And you look back and
Yep.
think, there's cute little details here and there. Obviously, at the time, you don't really think about it, but it's a nice
His
little
blood's
bit of
not
foreshadowing.
fresh. It's tainted already.
Yeah, it's foreshadowed throughout the game. Yeah, Andre's right about that, and I
Yeah.
appreciate that. And again, in a game that's got such heavy symbolism, I mean, look at the damn opening story. It literally tells you what's about to happen for pretty much the entire course of the game. It's great.
Village of
I love
Shadow
it.
story.
Yeah, the Village Shadow story, and that's fantastic. I like it. It tells you, it foreshadows. It doesn't give it away, but it's really cute. And it's artistically well done.
Mhm.
Wonderful, awesome.
Yeah.
Do it more.
And for people who make the question like, oh, like if Ethan was a fully molded, like how could he have a child with Mia? Well, it's kind of like the same case with Atreus in God of War when he found out when he didn't know he was a god, he would get completely effed over by it. He would get sick from it. And I think that's the same mentality that Ethan has. Like once he knew that he was a molded, he was able to bring himself back. But since he was able to bring himself back, he was slowly deteriorating because the body took too much damage. You know. Honestly, I made that connection really early after playing it. I was like, it sort of is like a kind of a Atreus situation in God of War, and I was like, and to me that makes more logical sense, at least to my perspective, that it was just about how the mind affects the body mentality. He didn't know he was a fully molded character, but when he knew, that's when he started to break down because his mind basically realized that his body was not normal.
I think it's just a classic case of overanalysis of something that doesn't really warrant nor ever really asked to be particularly analyzed.
Yeah, but you know
Resident
hardcore
Evil-
fans are gonna do it. They're
exactly
definitely gonna
as
do
a
it.
point. This is Resident Evil. Like it's exactly what happens, but like people shouldn't. It doesn't really need to happen, but
I mean,
it's always the way. It's
maybe-
unfortunate. It's a shame because you kind of it's just there for this almost for the sake of it, but apparently you can't do that.
I mean, if Steve can transform into a Hulk monster and revert back into his actual body, I guess anything's possible in Resident Evil.
Well, actually, in fact, Lady Domitresk, if you listen to the dialogue, she said she's been in a form twice, and that's the second time she's
Yep.
been in it. So it is possible for you to revert back to your normal self by whatever
Yeah.
means necessary.
Mhm.
So yeah, it is possible for you to
Yeah.
change back. But hold on. Let's talk about the real quick one elephant in the room. Did you guys catch some of these videos out there showing like Ethan's model at the end of the credits?
We
Walking
have
towards
that
Rose.
later on in this.
Yeah,
We
we
do.
do.
In this
We do.
questions, yeah.
We do?
That's
All right.
that's our
we'll
last
get to
thing
it.
to talk about. We'll get
Last thing.
there.
All right, perfect then. All right, well, ignore that then. Dom.
The only place we can end this discussion, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
I think
fine
it's
though.
yeah, I
Wait,
think it's time to move on now.
no,
Yeah.
hold on. Dom, which question do you want to talk about before you had to go?
So like I said, I got about 30 minutes, so I can.
So, yeah,
I really
pick a
wanted
question.
to talk about.
Yeah, pick a question.
So mostly I wanted to talk about number 12 with like the concepts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
All right, that's fine.
Sure.
Yeah, let's talk
Yeah,
about that
sure.
then.
Because I feel like that's a bulkier thing. There are some of the other questions I would like to talk about, but you know what? I could always talk about it another time. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the content below that was supposed to be in the game? Ada Wong being in the game and saving Ethan before she was cut. The Duke originally going to be a fifth lord. Beneviento was originally going to have supernatural ghosts. Item boxes were included. Miranda was initially a researcher in the village. Alcina
Alcina.
had more donor. Alcina, I don't
Whichever
really know.
one.
She's
It's
not
Alcina.
Spanish.
Yeah.
Had more daughters that would hunt Ethan down. Moreau originally had a love interest. Think Hunchback of Notre Dame. Chris, the village creatures, and the BSAA were destined to have a massive war in the village. Kind of sounds like the concept of triple threat combat that ORC had. Heisenberg was originally supposed to have a twin brother, and he had a mother that was rife with with brain experiments, and his father was the head of the village. This was meant to be a more domestic drama that was going to occur between family. Kind of sounds like they were going to basically make a copy paste of RE7, but grander. And the BSAA now uses biologically engineered soldiers, which we only see a glimpse of in the full game.
Yep.
So some of this stuff I would have been really fine with, like the Ada Wong inclusion. I think should have been there because then they could have had that sort of like catch up of like, well, Chris thought he killed Ada, and then maybe he could have found out that it was actually Carla that he killed in that game, and they never-
Probably.
yeah.
That's-
Oh,
So
not only that though, because she likes to hunt down viruses and whatnot. So like somehow, somewhere, she caught one of the mold, the pure
Right.
sample of it. So that's why she's there.
right.
So like,
right.
yeah,
So
that would have been neat.
Yeah. So like, yeah. So I just see like this was a very much missed opportunity. I think that they really should have went out of their way to include this. I'm actually fine with the Duke being a merchant, but I guess it would have been cool to see him become a lord as well.
Actually, this is
Beneviento-
also real quick though. This is actually also a missed opportunity. Because think about it though, this man was helping you and he's telling you all the secrets about the village and directing you everywhere, right?
Right.
Imagine if he used that knowledge, and he used it for his own personal gain, like a backstabber type
Oh,
thing. That would have been
you
like
know
really
what?
neat.
In my series,
I could build on that actually. If he were to do that, but in a way where he was fully aware of Miranda's plan, right? And he was
Yeah.
just kind of waiting for the right opportunity to be like, okay, well, I'm gonna take advantage of the situation. Now you got to go through me, right?
Yes,
That type
yes.
of deal, right?
Yeah, that sounds like a missed opportunity right there.
His-
It would have been neat.
His dialogue at the end is so weird, and I think it would have set that up perfectly because it's kind of like he had the forethought of knowing that it was going to be Ethan's final battle no matter what, and that he was going to die.
Yeah, there's a lot
Uh,
of this content is definitely kind of like hinted at throughout the game in some form. I honestly was speculating a lot of the series. I was like, is the Duke actually going to end up being like the bad guy behind the scenes? And I felt kind of bad at the end when he wasn't. Not that bad that he wasn't. It's like I felt guilty. I like been
Yeah.
suspecting this dude for like
Honest-
half the series. And in my gameplay, I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, he actually is okay. He's fine ultimately.
Yeah.
But it's heavily
I-
hinted at that he was going
But
to be like.
he's still homie though. Let's be real here. He's the homie.
Yeah.
But
Just-
go ahead, Don.
I'm glad that-
I just I just want to kind of go through some of this stuff just really quick before I have to get going. But I really wouldn't have liked Beneviento having the supernatural ghosts in particular. I just think that again,
I agree.
I feel like Ari should be grounded in biological horror, not supernatural and psychological to an extent, but paranormal and supernatural elements should not be in Ari, at least in my opinion. Item boxes, I think I would have been okay with if it was going to be more of a Revelations type of game, because that was originally what Village was going to be, was Revelations 3.
Actually, apparently that's been deconfirmed though, but take
Oh,
it how you
really?
will.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
but you
don't
know what?
know, because
Actually,
it kind of has Revelations vibes to it.
yeah, that's
So
what I'm
I'm
saying.
not
It
I
just
really.
think
has the
so
vibes,
too,
but
but
I don't think it's
I think it's
originally
been
meant to be.
deconfirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree with you on that.
Miranda being a researcher in the village, I mean, I guess I wouldn't have minded if there was a researcher that, might have been like specifically from the village per se, right? And
Yeah.
because, in the game, they kind of allude to the fact that Umbrella, this is like way before Umbrella, has no real connection to Umbrella other than the fact that Spencer was there and he was like, I'm going to take inspiration from this village and, the symbols and stuff like that. So he just took a lot of inspiration from the village in terms of how it ran. So I think that would have made a little bit more sense that if they had like a, village scientist or village researcher, same thing kind of like how I was talking about with Moreau, which I guess they could have factored into Moreau, having that love interest also being, maybe a scientist or a doctor of some sort, right? And, again, him being kind of like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, I wouldn't have minded as long as, again, uh, what we talked about earlier, where he's more articulate and intelligent rather than this big dumb, babbling idiot. Chris going to war against the BSAA and the other BOWs.
I kind of
wouldn't
feel like
disagree
that's
with that.
RE9 stuff.
Yeah,
That has to
Yeah,
be.
that could be, but also like from the concept art I just
Mm.
posted in the podcast only chat. Honestly,
Yeah.
the concept of it, I just really dug it. And
Yeah.
as a cheap plug, I'm gonna actually use this as my PC background one of these days. I think it's just so cool.
Yeah, and then I know with Heisenberg specifically, like I know they were gonna have it be more. He was gonna be like his whole family involved, which is I think would have been really interesting. But then at the same
Yeah,
time, I think that would have felt too similar to RE7,
very
So
similar.
yeah, and then with the
It
I'm glad it
wouldn't.
exposes him.
Oh, it wouldn't be the
and then
first time, honestly, but yeah.
yeah, and then with the BSAA kind of pulling a umbrella and just having a being like there's corrupt people in the BSAA, I should say. I think that's an interesting plot point that I'd like to see further expanded upon. I like that they kind of alluded to that. And there is one other question I do want to go over, and that's number 14, but I'll let other people kind of go on this one before we get to that.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I was going to say, I think this goes to show like the absolute scope of things that they were considering for this and the absolute scope of what they ultimately produced to show how many different things they thought of doing and then didn't do. It's astonishing. Like I think it's incredible how much of this, like some of this is hidden in the game. You can kind of get it, and I like how they kind of talk about some of this. If you delve into like some of the stuff you can unlock and buy in the shop, they kind of talk about little bits and pieces of this. But it just shows you how grand a vision they had for Village. I think it's astonishing.
Yeah, it's a shame that we couldn't get everything though, because this sounds like this is going to be like the grandiose game of all time. Though, but
I'm
deadlines and
praying.
stuff.
I'm praying that for tomorrow, for Capcom's event, since Village is going to be there, that this is some type of concept for story DLC. It has to.
Yeah, it's gonna be reversed. You know it.
Oh my god, if it is, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
You know it's gonna be
You
reversed.
have to remember they did say Reverse had to be delayed for the summer, and they didn't say at what point in the summer
No,
it's going to
still
be
no
on.
date, so it's gotta be. It will come up, but I'm not
There is
optimistic.
also a
for DLC.
possibility too that it could be both Reverse and Village DLC, or like a major patch for Village. But we
Please
won't
be the
know
latter.
until the season.
I haven't hopes up at all whatsoever.
I don't think Capcom would do that. Capcom tends to disappoint me, so I just don't expect anything from them.
It's gonna be hell as soon as that is announced, because I just think that people are gonna be like, story DLC, no reverse release date. Here you go.
I don't know if there's really all that much scope for story DLC in this. When you drill it down, 7 in a way, because it like had a lot of moving parts in it, allowed for a plethora of things for you to look into post game. Right, some of it was obviously completely absurd. You had like the like like Jack's 55th birthday. You had some silly things going on, but there was a lot of stuff that had either plot relations, like the daughter's stuff. You got the stuff with Clancy. Obviously, you've got the 2 actual story DLCs. There's tons of scope of stuff to explore into, lots of open ends. I don't really think this has that many open ends into it, other than like what happened before we even got here. And I guess like I don't know what else is there. I don't think there's that much. Like
Well,
that is
Chris,
to an extent
remember
that I think that would satisfy people.
when Chris, remember, because they could do a separate race type scenario where it explains his side of the story throughout the whole game.
That would
I mean,
actually be pretty cool.
That's okay. So you've got that.
Because
What
he got
else?
bodied by a fish, so he bodied by
Yeah.
Moreau.
Yeah, you've got that and kind of what he's doing. You could definitely do that. It's fairly easy to do. You're really using a lot of the assets. You could definitely do that.
Or, well, they could potentially can bring in Ada, but not as saving Ethan, but our own objective. Cause no, because
Yeah.
there's enough downtime where she could come in, sneak in, grab sample of whatever, and get out. The possibility is still there.
They could. I
They
feel
could
that I think
also
the
do a
fear is that
thing-
you might feel a bit crowbarred. Is my worry.
Mhm. They could also do a thing with okay, since we brought up Ada and like the BSAA being like parts of the BSAA being corrupt, right? They could do a thing where like Ada is trying to basically infiltrate the BSAA and find out like some information on like said person for a client, because she's technically a spy, so it wouldn't be out
Yeah.
of the realm of possibility.
It'd be a plot twist if she's working with Chris.
Yeah,
Chris
and-
gone
and-
rogue
and,
technically from the BSAA, so
You did, but
and if they also too, if they explain if they like buried the hatchet after the events of 6, because then they could again explain that plot point of, does Chris actually know that he didn't really kill Carla, because it was really poorly done in 6 in my opinion.
well, he didn't kill Carla. Freaking Simmons' family did.
yeah,
But,
Chris didn't kill her. Simmons did.
Well,
His family, at
Right.
least.
yeah, but like the the point is that he was chasing Carla,
What
thinking
he
that
thought
that
was Ada.
right?
Yeah.
But like
Uh,
yeah.
I would like to make a quick point though with the DLC. People have been speculating that because of the original trailer footage, there might be a DLC of the beginning of the virus or beginning of the Cadeau aspirations, because there's scenes that were cut from the original game of what's her name? Anna, I think was her name at the beginning of the game.
It wasn't Anna. Elena.
Lena, that's right. And people are speculating there might be like sort of like a small DLC of just through her eyes and like people transforming and surviving with their dad before the eventual unfortunate demise of her and her dad.
There was definite scope for something like that. I was a little disappointed that for once in a Resident Evil game, you actually in theory had the opportunity to kind of go through the
Interact.
experience alongside some other people. And then they just completely shit canned that. You meet Elena, you got these people, and then they're all dead.
Yeah,
And then that's it. And you
Outbreak's
get
the
that.
only
That's
game
the
that kind of
extent of
has
that. I
something
was
like
like,
that.
I think it's a total missed opportunity. Now, are they going to maybe look to do a DLC, kind of expanding on that a little bit later on?
It's a
Maybe.
chance.
Yeah, what's up,
Maybe,
DLC?
but I feel like something like that could easily have just been in the main game. Just a little bit extra, anything. I know you've come here where most people are dead, but you're basically led to believe you come to the village. Apparently, anyone who's left alive is in one house. They all die at once, and that's it. It's just you for the rest of the game. And I felt like there was scope to have a little bit more freedom there. Kind of explore a little bit more. I was left a little bit disappointed by that. I think they could have
Yeah,
done
I agree.
something.
She should have been a lead character, to be quite honest, though, because I know which footage you're talking about as far as the cut trailer stuff and whatnot. Because you see her like getting her hood removed and whatnot. So yeah, like that was a big disappointment right there. That they didn't do more with her character. I was quite upset when I saw that in the demo. Like she's dead. I'm like, really? What's the point of having all that footage?
Maybe even like just as a complete spin. Yeah, maybe like obviously she ends up like shooting her father, although it doesn't ultimately kill him. Maybe like the house is burning down, they get separated. One can't get to the other. Maybe you have a bit of character development. Like she actually kills her father. and then the house is getting consumed by flames. You're like, holy shit! You
It
assume
becomes a
she's
Resident Evil
dead.
2 situation.
And then you just come across her like later on, like in the village, just somewhere else. You just come across like, oh, you're alive. I'm like, yeah, I'm alive. All right, you probably
I
kill
got
it almost
burned a little
immediately
bit.
afterwards. But anything, you just set them up, and then that's it. They're gone.
Yeah.
It's I think it was a chance to have a little bit more creative freedom, and they were just like, we don't need it.
Yeah, but like, all things aside, the potential DLC is there. It's just if Capcom wants to do it is the other thing.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
They had plenty of scope. Resident Evil 2, they didn't take it. They had scope really with RE3 as well. Bit they didn't take it. They put so much effort into like making this game as big as possible. Like I think pretty much anything they wanted to get in this game, they got in. I don't think there's anything left.
I mean, I want to be surprised that they actually would put DLC for this game.
No,
but-
I'm not expecting it though. By all intents and purposes, they really should. Because I mean,
They
considering
should.
how 7 got so much DLC though, this game is like a gold mine of potential DLC.
And
You know,
This
like
game sold
mercenaries
3
DLCs or
million
whatever.
in 4 days. In 4 days, it sold 3 million copies. Like, come
I
on.
mean, yeah,
The
I don't know.
money's there, Capcom.
I don't know. My worry is I think a lot of the DLC you could produce, I think could come across a bit shallow by the time it's all said and done. Like, there's various ideas in there, but the game is nowhere near as open-ended with some of its plots going on. Like 7, you can tell is a game that was designed with DLC in mind. This game, at no point to me did it feel like they played it with additional DLC content realistically in mind. Apart from, I guess you could do some stuff with Chris. That's about it.
Even
I
if
see
they
Chris
go ahead.
DLC
The
would be great.
fact, hold on, the fact that there's no VR support for Village either, which is something that kind of I'm surprised they didn't try to add at least on the PS4.
Yeah, that
version.
was a huge disappointment. I don't have VR, but like, I was very disappointed. Instead, we got like the RE4 thing, which got announced. I was like,
Okay,
yeah.
for the VR thing, I think Sony's the one that came to them about it. I could be wrong about that, but plus
mean-
also Sony has a new VR machine.
No,
VR
no,
machine coming.
No, Capcom was aware of the fact that Sony was working on VR and they were working on 7 at the same time around that time. As soon as they saw the VR actually get announced, they were fully committed to just making the game supported for VR and in first person.
Okay, well, with that in mind, then they also have another one coming out soon, though. So I doubt, okay, why waste time when something doesn't even out yet? So let's just make the game. They potentially patch in VR support later for PS4 and PS5.
Okay, so I think personally speaking, even if they don't do story DLC, well, there is that possibility that Village is going to be the asset flip for Resident Evil 4 remake anyway, so there's that in the mix.
So
yeah.
Naturally.
can I talk about that really quick before I go?
Go ahead.
Because I did
Oh, yes.
did have that
Okay.
question earlier, so I'm gonna forego
sure.
the question 14 just in favor of this one.
Yeah.
So when I was playing Village, and I felt like a lot of the areas didn't just feel like prepping for RE4 remake in terms of an asset flip. I felt that it was prepping for other remakes that Capcom wants to do potentially in the future, but didn't want to prioritize before Resident Evil 4 remake. And the reason why I say that is because I felt like parts of the castle and parts of like House Beneviento, they felt very much similar to areas that we saw in Resident Evil 1 or the remake of Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 0, and Resident Evil Code Veronica in just the way that they were designed, from the way that the hallways looked or the way that certain walls look, the way that certain environments just kind of came off in terms of lighting and stuff like that. And also a little bit of Code Veronica, just because I didn't really think about it at the time, but I was like, wait a minute, they have snow, so there's no reason why they couldn't remake Code Veronica now that they have the asset for it. So
Yeah, all because of
I
snow, baby. Let's do it.
well, no, and again, there's other assets in there, again, mostly from the indoor environments that kind of feel like they would fit, again, in Code Veronica as well. I'm just thinking from Capcom's perspective, they might be like, okay, let's remake RE4 because we can't just constantly keep remastering RE4 because we're not going to be making back the money that we would want to make out of just constantly re-releasing Resident Evil 4, because you're not going to keep buying Resident Evil 4 HD. At some point, you're going to be like, can you just stop fucking releasing RE4 HD, right? So if they remake it, right, then there's more of a reason for them to just constantly re-release RE4 because now it's the remake and not the remaster. That being said, whatever assets that they have for this game as well as for RE4 remake, I think they could easily be like, okay, well, we got a bunch of these assets and we were interested in potentially remaking the first Resident Evil game again. Why not take the assets that would make sense for that game, flip them and use them for that game and prep for an RE0, well, after the RE1 remake, an RE0 remake as well as a Code Veronica remake.
Okay,
I'm-
so
At least that's where I kind of stand.
Yeah, I'm very suspect of an RE4 remake anytime soon because this game is so Resident Evil 4 in so many ways. It's like I didn't make sense to me when it came announced that they were going to have all this RE4 stuff brought into Village. I'm like, aren't you meant to be looking to remake this game and release it in a year or two? Like,
Oh.
it didn't make any sense to me.
okay, so here's why I said RE4 remake first. It boils down to two things essentially. Number one is obviously money. I mean, RE4 is arguably the most popular RE game, if not the one that introduced people to the series the most, because some people like to say this is my first RE game, it was RE4, etc.
Yeah, you're right, Ren. Because RE4, you have quite like three fan bases. You got the long term, the new guys, and the only people that only play RE4.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's a big
RE4 is
scam.
the game that basically is the one divisive game that kind of started that divide between people in terms of which REs they like.
And the second one is, well, I mean, you could say all the other areas are kind of different, like the castle and even, factory or all that other stuff. But the village is the one that's like the central hub. So if they did take a lot of stuff from the village, it would be from there. And a lot of people have already claimed, well, I think this is actually like put out there in the public. There is like some texture assets that got uncovered from that whole Capcom leak. And it sort of leads back to some items they were using from RE7, like crates and textures and stuff like that. So I think they already had this idea in mind that they wanted to do this. It's just what people want, like, Code Veronica, or maybe even if they want RE0 to be fixed, it just leaves the future in question as to what they'll do next.
I mean, let's be honest, Capcom has a history of reusing assets, like, the original Resident Evil 2 and 3.
Even in this game,
gaming developers in general.
even in this game, even in this game, someone pointed out to me that the Rosemary flask, they have like the warning symbols that was from RE7 from Evelyn. So it's some stuff that they reuse, but I think the whole argument just constitutes to, are reused assets really a bad thing? And if it doesn't really bother anything, I would say no. The only glaring case is that Ethan showing up at the end. Obviously, that's something we're gonna talk about, but I think there's different interpretations of that, honestly.
Yeah.
So is that it for Mr. Dominic?
Yeah, really quick. I also did leave like the screen caps that I took in the game, where I felt like that example was very much like represented. Like, it just felt like parts of the game just felt very much like, yeah, this feels like they would reuse this or flip this for other RE remakes, not just for RE4. I really had that impression when I was playing parts of the game, where it felt more than just an RE4 remake asset flip or a RE4 tech demo per se.
If they do, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, because considering how fast we saw RE3 remake announced, that could happen.
Yeah, and I think, like, granted, I know a lot of people want to see like Code Veronica remake, but I think how I see it at least is that I think what Capcom is going to do is go from RE4 to maybe RE1 remake, and then maybe RE0 and then Code Veronica, or Code Veronica then RE0. Again, I could be wrong.
Possible.
I'm just seeing that there's this very big potential that they could be flipping a lot of the stuff that they're going to be using for other potential remakes that they want to do, especially since they did say at one point during the development of RE2 remake that they would not be against the idea of remaking RE1 again in that same playstyle of RE2 remake. So
And I don't think we'll be seeing any Resident Evil 4 remake news until at least middle of next year.
Yep, I agree with that.
Which I'm completely fine with because the Switch they had to do. I don't want to see anything. I want to be as polished as it could be.
that being all said, I do have to go. I gotta get prepped for
All right.
work and stuff. So
No
No problem.
Of
you
course,
all,
so.
yeah, you all can find me as biodevil_dom. I on rare occasions do videos and rare occasions do Twitch streams. Just been really busy with work at the moment, so I'm kind of behind on like actually focusing on my RE7 review. But that being said, that's where you all can find me. Just Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube as biodevil_dom, and then sometimes here too. So, but that being all said, thanks for having me on, and I will catch you all in the next one. See ya.
All right.
See you
See
later,
ya,
though.
man.
And
Good
then
night.
I
there's
know he's
4.
gone.
Okay, so we were a little bit all over the place, but which
We
was the
are
next
now
question?
Number
9.
11. No,
Oh,
we
9.
already.
We
No,
were gonna
we
go to
already.
9.
Did
Okay,
we
I thought we
answer
already did that. Yeah, I
number
thought we
9
already
and
answered it
10?
with another question. So, do you guys want to do number 9 anyway, or just?
Well, 12 and 13 we've basically already done, so
Mm,
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd say back to 9.
All right,
So we're
all right,
back to
let's go.
9.
Okay,
Let's do it.
Chris's
Uh,
gameplay. Oh man. So, how did you guys feel about that? And
He's the
how
best.
he's the best. He's absolutely awesome. He punches werewolves. I love it. I love this so much.
He literally touched his heads off, dude. He is awesome. I want more of him now.
So I think before I talk about like it's in a gameplay standpoint, I think it's worth acknowledging that from a storyline and how they present it kind of way, I think it's very impressive that they kind of,
is.
you know, it's context. You fight Heisenberg, you manage to beat him, then you go through this absolute whirlwind of chaos. Miranda appears. She's the old hag. I didn't know that. Oh, I'm fucking dead. Chris, you
Presumably.
should have helped him. You didn't help him. What the fuck? And then all of a sudden you're like marching into the village as Chris Redfield, like, yeah, this feels pretty good.
Square up. Let's go.
Like Chris Redfield's like, I'm done with this shit. Let's do this.
Yeah, I mean,
Practically.
like, it was hard not to admire it. Like, I
Yeah.
enjoyed it a lot, and the
So-
thing is, it's the fact that like it's not that you could have, in theory, played as Chris at almost any point in the game,
Yeah.
But what they did was they made this craziness happen of like having your heart ripped out from you. You're dead. Obviously, he wasn't dead, but you're dead. And then it's like you're reeling from that. You're trying to recover from it, and then it slowly dawns on you. You're looking at this Chris. You're like, hold on a second. And then he walks out the truck and he arms up. You're like, oh yeah, this is going to be good. I thought it was fantastically laid
Dude,
out. That's not even talk about the gameplay, but I think the setup for it and the delivery was great. If it was maybe a little bit robbed from under its feet with what happened even afterwards, but in the moment, the first time, it's fantastic.
Yeah, but like, I love that they brought back the fact that Chris is a smoker.
Yep, that
Like,
was
it
from
a really good callback.
It was a
That
cute,
was
it
from
was a cute
RE1.
little detail. Yeah, it's a
That was
cute.
nice.
I wish I'd spotted that first time. I didn't know. I was still kind of like
The shock of
mentally
Ethan.
reconciling what had just occurred. I was like, well, okay, that's gonna be interesting to talk about. But I completely missed that detail. But yeah, I think the lead up for this is really good. Ultimately, it's almost like a throwback to kind of the games of yore, because suddenly it's what has been a fairly actiony game is suddenly just absolute madness and chaos. You are basically having a war, effectively. You're fighting, through the village, which has been slowly, seeing it change if you've been looking, and then you come here and it's just like completely ablaze and ripped apart, and it's no symptoms of anything anymore. You've got Miranda, who's lost her mind, and right, we've got to put this fucking bitch down, at least at that point, as revenge, because they fucking killed you.
She ripped my heart out, man. It was personal now.
Revenge, as it turns out, is a really good motivator for us. I mean, who'd have thunk it? But yeah, I think it was a great setup to a section. It was nice to be able to feel like you had weapons, especially the first one, that you could like really take it out on them. It was almost like you were channeling your anger and rage through Chris, who was angry and rather pissed off with everything because his friend ultimately, he should have helped, he didn't. Kind of a dick move, and he got his friend killed.
Yeah, it was a
And
lot
now
of
it's time for him to
man.
pay amends.
it was a lot of blame game there with Chris and Ethan, so that was kind of like a little motivator when Hound Wolf was talking to him. But honestly, I love that part. I think that part was great. I wish it was longer. I know a lot of
Yeah.
fans say I just wish this was a little bit more longer, and I agree with that. Hound Wolf, honestly,
Hound
they
Wolf
were
Squad, man.
they awesome.
I,
They awesome.
I was gonna say I disagree. I think the fact that it was kind of short and kind of left you wanting more, I think was was that me? Oh, it was
Story
me.
DLC, baby.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think the fact that it was it was shorter. Yeah, it made you want more. It made you want to kind of like it would left you wanting more, and obviously it's leading up to Resident Evil 9 later on, which was basically advertised like 45 minutes later. But like the last thing you want to do is oversaturate the Chris section. I think you do significantly better keeping it on the shorter side and making you want more than it's sort of fearing to drag on a little bit. It's short, it's stumpy, it hits you, you hit it back immediately, and then that's it.
Literally.
It's kind of like the
yeah,
Not a Hero DLC, where that one felt a little longer than it
yeah,
should
yeah.
be
Not a Hero was
anyways.
an example of doing it wrong, where it kind of, I think it dragged a bit. There was times it was kind of a bit plodding, a bit uninteresting. This was the complete opposite. It was, 20 minutes, if that, of just beating the shit out of enemies, taking on a couple of bosses, and getting your fucking revenge for what had been like
There's a
against the player.
big difference
Here-
between the two, though. Like Chris in 8 is just a segment versus Chris in 7 is just a DLC to himself, right? So like even if you feel like it dragged on, though, that's his thing. It's not like part of the main story, right?
Yeah.
If that was
Yeah.
part of the main story, that'd have been one thing, though. But unlike in 8, though, like that's like a segment for Chris, not like a whole expansion. So that's a big difference between the two.
I would
Chris-
agree. Yeah,
I just love it. It's just Chris was like, "I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum."
Yeah,
More like
I
hope.
Yeah, I personally, I can't think of a better way they could have executed it for what they wanted to do, what they want to achieve. I think they hit it absolutely on the head, and I don't see how they could have really done it any better.
So the only reason I think I said why people wished it would have been longer is because people kind of feel dicked over that because Chris was like the red herring of the game. You don't spend any time getting to know anything until like the ending where him and Ethan, they sort of reveal the plans, and then Ethan dies, and then it goes from there. I do appreciate that section for what it is, even with the time allotted, but I do also agree Chris probably should have been in the game just a little bit more, because the way they write him out with the whole Moreau attack, and he's just like sort of dead. You think he's dead by then, but he's really not, because it's Chris fucking Redfield.
Yeah,
He
Yeah.
got
I
bodied by
agree.
fish.
Yeah.
I agree. Before what happens to Ethan, he should have been in more. I definitely agree, because he's one of the most important characters to ever set foot in the Resident Evil universe. It's like you think of like the most memorable people and names in Resident Evil. You've got Chris, you've got Jill, you've got Wesker, and basically the big three, right?
Yeah.
That's the big
Also,
three.
I feel like
You know,
he has the most. I feel like he has like the most importance in the series due to the
He-
fact that he stopped a lot of world-ending events on, like,
He's
say,
been in this
Leon,
war
for
longer
example.
than anybody. He's been in the war
Exactly.
longer than anybody.
Yeah,
So yeah, like he's too important to the franchise right now, like
yeah.
narratively speaking.
I
It's
do,
funny.
I'll agree that he should have had a little bit more in the lead up, but once you get to the events of what happened with Ethan and then the
It's just so
immediate
good.
aftermath afterwards, I don't think you could have done much more than what they did. I think it was. I just couldn't think of anything. I sat there thinking, how would I improve this? I was like, I don't think I can. It's
See, the only
exactly what I
thing
wanted.
they could have proved upon is him having more villainous role. Like, no, because he only have like what 3 segments until you play as him.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the
So
improvement.
like, so like they should have like have a little bit more antagonistic views of Chris, because like he's only in the opening, he's there when Moreau bodied him, and then he's in the Heisenberg factory somehow, and after that, he's full ship ahead throughout the rest of the story from there.
Yeah.
The
No, so
problem
that-
was
They could at least add in 1 or 2 more scenes, even
Yeah.
if it's subtle.
because the problem is, I think for any of us who have played this series for any length of time, like we don't buy it. Like
Daddy's
I never
dead?
even
No.
want, I
No.
never at one point bought it. So for me, like
I was born
can't
into the
relate to
series.
that. You know,
When that whole
I
scene
do-
happened, like I was just simply like, there's no way he's dead. There's no absolute way. It happens suddenly and it's shocking at first, but then I'm just like, Chris has plot armor and had plot armor for like years, so there's no way.
there's
See,
no way.
Chris
If it
went
was gonna
easy
be-
on him.
Yeah.
If it was the death of Chris, it would have been more.
If they were
relevant.
going to kill Chris, they would have done it 8 years ago when they were thinking of doing it in Resident Evil 6, and they didn't do it. They're never going to do it. He has to sail off in the sunset
9
in
years
Resident Evil
ago.
9, and that's the end of him. And this is the only way you can finish it now.
Yeah, bring Jill back. Let him smash. All right. Let's get
That's,
this
I
over
think
with.
I think that's what
Oh,
that's my. I mean, outside of that exact specific, but no, that's what I think RE9 will be. Like, it'll be Chris and Jill, one last blast, and that'll be end of their arcs, you know, and they're done. I just don't see how you go beyond
mean,
that. It's setting itself
Jill-
up for that.
Jill's been needed a much needed recent
Yeah.
appearance.
Yeah, she's been noted by her absence more and more as time's gone
He's
on.
been kicked out for almost
Yeah, like-
four titles now.
Because like,
I thought
sorry, go
she
ahead.
might possibly turn up in this game, but that was only if this was going to be Chris's last game. It's not. She didn't because it's not. But Chris's last. It feels it has to be the next game. Like RE9 has to be it. And if you have to finish Chris's storyline, gotta finish Jill's storyline. They started together. They have to end together. You know, in like a main capacity. They'll probably make cameos here and there or some kind of it. That's fine.
Down corrupt
but,
BSAA.
You know, yeah,
Let's go.
exactly. You know, they started off with like fighting, you know, the corrupt corporation. Then it was the corrupt corporation that's infected everything around them, and they finish it off in a similar fashion. I think it's kind of poetic.
I guess
Actually, this would wait real quick. This would be a good opportunity to bring back the original Stars team. You know, for one last grandiose. Assuming Barry's still alive at this point, because
Barry's
man's
gonna be
old as
old.
sin.
He's old.
Aries
as
in
shit.
his 60s.
He still got knees. He could push a chopper. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he used to get punch stuff. Like, yeah, Barry's fine. Let's
He's
go.
got a
Let's
big
go.
gun. I think.
I
that's
mean,
fine.
I believe Resident Evil Revelations 2 takes place not too long from Resident Evil 7 and 8.
No. It takes place before Resident Evil 6.
Yeah,
Is it?
it's only up to Resident Evil 6. Yeah, it's set
Yeah.
between 5 and 6. It's
Oh, so
like
then it's like 10
2000
years. It's like
It's like
10 years. Then.
2004, 2005.
Yeah,
something
Barry
like
would be 63, I think.
Yeah,
by the
he's
time
he's,
Resident
he's
Evil
getting
8.
old. I don't know about that. He might do just as like a tiny thing, but
'Cause he was 50 in Revelations 2.
yeah.
But yeah, he'll be fine, honestly though. At most, he probably could be like a gunsmith thing, because that's literally his role in on the
It'd
BSA
be a good
anyway.
cameo
So
for
yeah,
him. Like,
exactly.
He'd be the merchant.
they have
And you got-
Rebecca, you know, being the medic, you know, be her field medic. You know, that would be one hell of a way, you know, to bring
Yeah,
her back.
and then you've got like the Hound Wolf squad can
Squad,
be
yeah, I
around
was
and they
about to
can
say.
assist. Some of them will probably be killed. You know, then you've got the irony of Jill Valentine working with Umbrella. I'm sure there'll be some jokes about that. And Chris will say, been doing it for years. And I'm sure they'll have some witty lines because it's Resident Evil.
And then Barry's
I
like,
didn't get,
"You almost
I
a
didn't
Jill
get,
sandwich."
yeah, I mean, I didn't get much out of the Hound Wolf stuff for Village. I wasn't a big fan of it. It was like, fine, it's a plot device. Sure, go for it. But
You know, if honestly, it does make sense for Chris to have his own squad because he always has one. So I feel like this is a great way to display like his most loyal people, you know, being
Yeah.
right by his side. Considering like all the weird stuff that's been happening and Chris going rogue, you know, he needs the most loyal people possible, and this is the best we can get with him. Effectively, they're a lot better than the guys we got in Raccoon City, right? Because about intents and purposes, though, they were fine, just in the wrong game. Whereas these guys here, they're in the right game and at the right time, you know.
Yeah, I enjoy who they were as like characters. It's not really like they were fleshed out or anything. It's just they were interesting enough for me to want to know more about them and
That's
obviously
why you
get
read the
behind them.
concept.
Yeah,
Concept art actually gives some pretty cool details about each of the members.
yeah, but
Like-
I think I would want that like displayed more and fleshed out more in the game as opposed to how they wrote it. I'm sure it's like really interesting. That part I didn't check out, but I want to actually know more about this team, and I find it quite weird that they really did not talk that much about Blue Umbrella either. Just that BSAA is corrupt now in North America, and their main hub in Europe is the one that Chris flown to at the end of the game.
No, Europe's the only one that's corrupt right now, as far as the story is concerned.
Yeah.
Really, it's not
Yeah, it's
North
only
America.
Europe. It's always Europe, I might add, dude. It's always
Yeah,
Europe
I
that's
think
screwing stuff up.
Oh,
I
Wow.
take offense to that statement.
Hey.
I mean, Oswald E. Spencer is a bit of a English name.
Yeah.
yeah. I'm just saying, damn Europeans. I'm just kidding. I love you guys.
But I think I think I made a comment of this before, just a small discussion prior to this. That I believe Chris is still head of like a Blue Umbrella team.
You
He's,
think
like,
that's gonna come up in RE9?
I think so, but I think from like the context clues that as I played and read, I kind of figured that it was like BSAA were doing the tests and Blue Umbrella, but like the BSAA were the ones who were doing the tests on Ethan and Mia and Rose, when Blue Umbrella was Chris and his team being security detail for them. So I think from just the context clues, Blue Umbrella in this case is actually the good guys, where BSAA has the corruption issue. That's what I think it's going for.
It's weird. If you get the feeling Chris has kind of like been playing both sides a little bit, maybe.
Sort of, but like I think the downright point is that I believe it's like a bit of like irony. Is like BSAA is now turning rogue when Blue Umbrella, which is what was the notoriety of the name it had prior, is actually the good guys for once.
Yeah,
That has
it's
to be
the turnabout,
intentional.
it's fair play. Yeah,
Has
it's
to be
exactly.
intentional.
It's clearly, and its game is symbolistic as Resident Evil Village. Like it's more evidence of it. Of how the turnaround has happened over the course of years. That even those that have been made to dispense the holiest of thouest of justices can itself become corrupt, given enough time and lenience.
So
Yeah, either die to be a hero or live long enough to become the villain, essentially.
Pretty
Ju-
much.
Just
It's
one
the
more
same
thing.
concept.
One more thing to mention real quick, as a side question. How do you guys feel about Ethan smashing Mother Miranda because she was shapeshifted in that position, right?
And she was only Mia a couple of days.
Oh,
Well, you don't
man.
know what would happen between now and then. They could have smashed.
I'm not gonna dignify this question with response.
I don't think-
All I'm saying is, man, she got the moldy wiener. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all. That's my
Oh
only
my-
R-rated comment today.
Oh,
That's
God. Oh,
my only R-rated
God.
comment today. That is all.
Just from the case in point, I think Miranda would just be the one to blue ball Ethan, anyways.
I mean,
That's
she did
probably-
rip his heart out and stole his child, so.
I mean, that's one way to give you blue balls.
It's like a life model there somehow. I'm sure there's something to be drawn from that. Just getting really depressing. I was like, can we move on?
So,
All
all right,
Uh,
I think.
Okay then.
So, are we mostly like done with the document? I think we got a few more. I think we have
Yeah,
number
10,
11.
10, 11, and then 14. were the last
14,
three.
and we're
Oh.
done.
Whew, man, this has been an interesting discussion so far. So.
Good
It
luck.
was going to be it. It was going to be this
Well,
one
good
was the
stuff,
one
man.
that's gonna break a lot of rules here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean,
I
actually,
re-
we've kind of actually talked 10 actually, so it's just 11 and 14.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
We've basically done 10.
let's just do 14 then.
Uh,
I mean 11.
I mean,
Okay, so-
11 has to be mentioned at least. So.
okay.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
what
especially
are your,
11. 11 has to be an important question. for
11
sure.
is a good question.
we could do that
Go
right
ahead, man.
now. So, what are your thoughts on Oswald E. Spencer's connection to Village after Mother Miranda saved his life? That means that Mother Miranda inadvertently caused a lot of events to occur due to her influence. People hate this plot point for some reason. That's what I
Yeah,
mostly
it's
see
weird.
online. I personally think it makes sense. Like when you really
Does.
think about it, all of this stuff happened because Oswald E. Spencer, he's a mystery. We don't know jack shit about his origin or his past. The only thing we know is that obviously he's the one behind finding the mother virus with the other people like James Marcus and the
Jennifer.
Ashfords and everything. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and he's basically working with them and he makes the virus. We didn't know that his life was saved and he had someone he looked up to, and obviously because of this that led to the events of Resident Evil. I thought that was actually smart and well done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
I agree with you, Ren, on that because, think about it though. Oswald is a visionary, and he wants to push his vision on to humanity, by
His
making them
ambition.
better, right? So think about it though. Visionaries always have an inspiration for something or someone. this is where Oswald gets his from. Now, to give at least a little credit or benefit of doubt here, like they could have done a better job, detailing that instead of just from a few notes. Because this is a really, really, really big plot point that they could have explored more in some capacity, right? So they could have done better with this though. But this is really important or cool information to have, like explained to us. So I'm not mad at it though. It makes sense. He gotta get inspiration somewhere, and he found it. And considering that he's been around Europe a lot, doing stuff, and then of course going to Africa, he had to get his inspiration somewhere, and this was it. And we got an answer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, because when I was reading the notes, and I was like, it's like Spencer originated from here, basically, like his ambition, and it just makes sense because Spencer got such very little like growth time, unless he played the Mansion of Nightmares DLC for 5. Then you got some more insight about him, but otherwise, it was only like Marcus was like the only other big head researcher, and the Ashfords had like their own type of plot points in 0 and Code Veronica. Spencer barely had any in 5. It was just like, I just want to become a god. You're like, oh, all right. And Wesker's like, I have the right to be a god. And you're like,
Yeah,
oh.
and then you find out he always had plans to want to be immortal because he found out that Mother Miranda had this and he wanted it. I guess people were like, well, they didn't explain that way too much in detail when he wanted to do the whole thing with Wesker and obviously ascend to godhood. But I think it made perfect sense when shout outs to Matthias Redfield, by the way, when he said that obviously Wesker was stronger, and when he achieved that, that's something that Spencer wanted by any means necessary. Because Wesker was hard to get and he was elusive, and obviously the court case happened with the exposure of Umbrella, he shifted over to what Alex was doing, where she was building an immortality virus, and then he got fucked over. I do agree when people say Spencer was kind of dumb for not paying attention to the telltale signs, but he definitely, this storyline makes sense to me. I do wish it was a little bit more detailed, but I
Yeah.
do like it for the most part.
It's the rule of thumb of these mad villain types, because think about it though. Even Wesker made the same mistakes Oswald did after one leg in Oswald, and even Alex Wesker to a certain degree.
Yep.
They let their ambitions get too far without some form of control, and then they lost it at the end. It's
Yeah.
literally a repeat.
Yeah, I think when people don't like this, they feel there's a couple of cardinal sins that are being committed.
They mostly call it a retcon, so how do you feel about that?
The first one is people feel like it's invalidating and it's screwing around with old history, and we've already seen evidence of some people not being particularly fan about this with the remakes, even though, like, as far as I'm concerned, they're not like editing old history. It's just like a retelling.
They more or less added in old history Resident Evil 8. Now, for the remakes though, that's a more justifiable stance, especially with 2 and 3.
But
No,
even though
but
it was
with 8,
justifiable, even though
yeah,
it was justifiable, it still made some people pretty fucking pissed.
Yeah.
yeah, I understand the sentiment though, but like, it's not like this information was after before. This is new information
Yeah.
that added up though, because okay, well, make sure you use an example from another Capcom series called McCry. They pulled a lot of retconning with the latest game and its later material that was not established beforehand. Unlike say in Resident Evil 8's case though, they just added on what's there, something that was not even there technically.
Yeah,
So like
yeah,
it's
the
different case here.
Spencer stuff, has been kind of fairly untapped for a long time, and they thought it was a way of adding it in. I think the other danger, though, is that you could accuse it of kind of being a bit crowbar-y, and then it's there and it's thrown in. Like, but does it have to be there? Like, I can understand some people being a little bit suspect of that. I mean, I
Well,
personally think it's fine. Like, I like the inclusion because it gives a lot of cause and effect of like kind of what's happened, which is kind of one of the themes of the game. There's a lot of cause and effect of stuff that happens, and I think it's great.
yeah,
But I
exactly.
can,
Which is why I said that. I lost my train of thought. Damn it. Oh, that sucks.
Sorry.
I had it. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. That was not you. I legit had it and I lost it.
well,
I'm sorry.
I'll just say that I think it's fine. I think people are always skeptical and scared of messing with what they think is established canon, even if you're not. Which it doesn't really. It's I think it's nice. I mean, it took me a little while to kind of come around on it. When I first kind of saw it, I was like, okay, it's kind of cool. I suspect I can hear a few people readying their knives to bury it, but I was like, I think it's fine, and it wasn't too obtrusive, it was sort of believable, I guess. It certainly wasn't offensive or anything like that to me. I thought it was at worst kind of there, and at best it was like cool.
Yeah, like I think the main point that people should just mostly take away, it's like, oh, it's a retcon. Yeah, it could be a retcon, but if you think about it, Spencer just used Miranda as a stepping stone for his own ambition in the end. Let's just be fair.
And they
It
didn't
was
see
just
eye and eye on how they achieve evolution, right?
like
Because that's
her
why you love.
Yeah, her ambition was just getting her child back. That's all she wanted was her child back. And Spencer's like you did save my life and you taught me a lot
Yeah.
of things, but your
You could do so much
teachings,
more.
yeah, you could do so much more. Your teachings, however, I will take to heart. My ambition outranges yours, so I have to say goodbye. And because he already points out, like, I already found like a virus and stuff like that, and we're developing something new. He just basically left a love letter basically to her, and it's like bittersweet. And you're like, oh, that's actually kind of cool, and I kind of dig that. It doesn't completely change Spencer's character entirely. It just means like he just had a stepping stone for him. That's all it is. It's just a stepping stone. And if you think about it that way, logically, it's kind of fits Spencer's entire character is that he uses people for stepping stones to get his own ambition until it killed him, literally. And I think in the fundamentals of things, Mother Miranda ultimately being the one that causes the events of Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, and etc. just comes down to as it's however you perceive it. If she was the main cause of it, she was just the main cause of it, but just because Spencer learned from her doesn't make that Spencer less of a villain.
Yeah, I think the main
She-
talking point is that people need to realize when they say they don't like it, sure, they're entitled to do so, but remember, like, there is a point in Resident Evil history where we know nothing about this guy's origin at all. The
Yeah.
only thing we know is that he worked with some scientists in Africa, he found the progenitor virus, which is the, flower or whatever they call it, something under the sun.
It was like a yellow flower.
Yeah,
Yes.
In 5.
yeah, and then that's about it. He happens to hatch all these crazy plans. He gets Trevor to make this mansion for him, and then he infects mostly everyone. We don't know much about him before those events, so I think it is fair to say that they had to fill in the blank somewhere to add more story to him. Sure, you can make the argument that he's dead now, and I don't know what they could do with him in the future, but he could always influence someone else as well.
I mean, any opportunity to have a legacy. I mean, that's what Resident Evil's been about since pretty much the start of the series is legacy.
Yep.
Legacy of some people trying to establish what they think is the way forward, and then
Human
derivatives
evolution.
therefore of that. Yeah, exactly. This series always been about legacy. It has been since day one. So
The philosophy of the game's been like
Yeah,
evolution
and a
and
legacy. Yeah, and a legacy doesn't stop when someone's dead. That's the whole point. It's meant to be, the repercussions of someone's once they have passed on. That's the whole idea.
Yeah, just like the overall aspect of Spencer's connection to Village is that it just gives him something to stepping stone. That's all it does, and I think that's like the best way to tie in Spencer origin. Basically,
Okay.
is that
Let's
was
go
just a
ahead and
mark.
do closing thoughts here, because I think we're a little dragging on this question, because we got to
Yeah,
still do
yeah,
our
I
guest
got
calling
nothing more.
segment.
I'm pretty happy. There's one last thing, and then yeah.
It's
Alright.
kind of gonna
Yeah,
be a
sorry, I cut
doozy,
that
but
short.
yeah, we have to move on before we get to
Alright,
guests.
so
Question
question 14. What are your
Last
final thoughts of Rosemary Winters and and RE9 setup? The connection to Evelyn, the potential time jump, and the final model of Ethan Winters walking in the post-credit scene.
Okay,
Was
can
this-
I go real quick on
I was
the
gonna-
final model?
Yeah,
I was
go
going to
ahead.
say, was this confirmed? Like, I don't actually.
Yes, it
know.
was.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's you literally have to go out of bounds to see it though, but as is Ethan's body model, but we don't know the context behind them using that model. That's the kind of issue we got right now.
Yes.
So what I heard on other podcasts after digesting all this information is that you could find this model walking out of bounds and people were like, oh my god, Ethan Winters is still alive, and I think that's false. I think he is definitely dead. I think what this might be is a mental subconscious thing, and he's walking near Rose's car, and what's happening is that she can see him. The last time that we saw Ethan was alive before he had his heart ripped out, he saw Evelyn. So I'm thinking this has to be some sort of mental connection with the mold, and therefore she's able to see him because she's also affected with it. I think that's what they're going for, and this might be like something that leads to touching father-daughter moments in the next game.
This makes the most sense. Oh, real quick though, this makes the most sense though because like even in the files though, they noted that when Miranda touched the mold, she gained the knowledge and memories and whatnot of people
Exactly what I was gonna
prior
say.
to it. So thus she used that knowledge, to her advantage, and then blah 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 blah. Now you take into account the connections, coming in, right? They made their own Evelyn types, and she didn't like that, right? So it's literally the same note here that Evelyn is like the master mind or mother mode of her line, right? And everybody that's affected will still be connected on a hive mind type level. So that will include Evelyn and Ethan.
Yeah, the like it says is like the mold is basically a memory. Essentially, what it is a memory of amalgamations and history is exactly what it is. And Ethan being affected by Evelyn, he was able to get her memory and etc. And so having Rosemary, he was able to basically pass down the mold memory of him and Evelyn down to her, making her like the ultimate being. And also the ritual, with also taking point that the ritual did complete but did not turn out the way that Miranda wanted. So you can also say that Rose got the entire history of the mold, and just Ethan's now a part of that.
Okay, there's one thing I absolutely have to bring up, and we need to discuss it, and that's the time skip. Do you guys think this happened or no?
I mean, I think it's a placeholder, if anything.
I discussed. I thought about it a lot when I saw the scene, and I played around various ideas. The problem is we're now at a point where it's difficult to take kind of anything at face value anymore. RE7 has a lot of reasons, but especially RE8. And between them, we've had people imitating other people. We've had people growing up at bizarrely unnatural rates.
Accelerated rates.
We've had all sorts of stuff. And there was something that kind of stuck to me. It could be nothing. Very possible. But it kind of I felt like to me that, again, in a game of red herrings, why not throw one more out there? Yeah. And when the security guard kind of referred, and obviously speaking about Rose and saying, she's just a kid. Now, admittedly, she's kind of, meant to be 13, 14, something along those sort of lines.
It takes place in the 2030s, though. So she averagely closer to adulthood.
You see, I don't think so. I don't think it's anywhere near that long. I actually reckon this is another case, a bit like with Evelyn, in that obviously because she was unnaturally aging absolutely insanely. I think this could be something perhaps a little bit similar in that this isn't 15 years in the future. This might be only maybe 3 or 4.
It's 4. It's 4 years.
Because she kind of and that it's not now that far, and this kind of she's just a kid thing is kind of referring to the fact that she's actually not all that old, but she's had to grow up exceptionally quickly. And that's my theory. It could be wrong.
That's a strong theory, though. In fairness, though.
No,
I like it.
Let me chime in. No, Shadow, your theory is fully valid because if you go to the beginning of the game, you have Rosemary's birth certificate. She is a big fucking baby when she was popped out, bigger than any other baby. So she already has hints of accelerated growth. She came out at I think it was almost 12 pounds, and she was a big baby.
Oh man.
I think the most damning evidence is actually when you look at the flask and people say this is reused assets, but hell, it's in the game. So when you look at the flash, it actually says these contents may age faster than normally
Yep.
expected. Handle with care. So I think because of that, it just might be a plot point, and it has to be something to take into advisement.
Yeah, like you could,
Mhm.
again, it's kind of you could look at it both ways, but it's like that's my fault. I would look at it, I'm thinking, it just feels weird that is this really like 15 years in the future? That's a really unlikely.
Yeah.
When has RE ever done anything even close to that? And why would you do something like 15, 20 years down the line? Because what's the point? If you show something off that's 15, 20 years down the line, you're never going to pay it off. You're not going to have a Resident Evil game set in like 2035 or 2040.
Don't
man.
jinx it.
Oh,
I
Don't
mean,
jinx it.
no,
I know.
don't jinx it.
I go on record here and state it will never happen. If it does, then I will eat something horrendously grotesque. But I don't think so.
Like-
Given some of the plot points that have been hinted at and have occurred over the past couple of games, which is what you kind of have to base a lot of this on, and you have to look at. We've
Mhm.
seen multiple cases of this happening, and ultimately, what is Eve? What is Eve? What is Rose? Effectively, she's the product of
Parasite
two
Eve.
individuals that are heavily infested with mold. So why wouldn't she?
Did you
know?
guys hear that warning that she gave the guard saying that she can do things that Chris is unaware of?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Again, and this
Which
is more reference. Like
makes sense though,
she's-
because
yeah,
she's a new
and
generation of
she- yeah,
stronger
she's-
modes.
Yeah, she's effectively Evelyn 2.0. And what happened to Evelyn 1.0? She aged incredibly quickly. And while you could say, Rose like kind of acting kind of like, I wouldn't say bratish, but kind of very sharply, you could ascertain to her age. I mean, all right, maybe a 15-year-old might act like this, but who would act more like that than a 15-year-old? Someone who's actually only 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. And just
So-
the beginning hints that I found as evidence to your theory, which I also made my own theory around that as well. It just makes sense that she's growing rapidly because when you see her first time, she's 6 months old, but she looks like she could be 2 already. She's a giant baby for a 6-month.
Well,
Giant
I don't
baby.
know about that. That's kind of
Yeah,
a
that's a
reach on that one.
little bit off the.
It's a bit of a stretch, but just from my own experience, it just
Yeah.
seems like Rose is a bit of a bigger baby than she should be for a 6-month.
Yeah, that's true though. Like there's cases where you're gonna have your one-off of child's being bigger than usual or true though. But say she looks like older than she looks though, I think that's a bit of a stretch though.
I'm just saying, like, her size is like roughly that of a 2-year-old instead of a 6-month. She already
mean-
has like some good, she has some good meat on her, basically, as a chubby baby.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, but I mean I don't think even if it is or isn't, I like as far as what I think is the case, I don't think matters too much. It's possible that could play into it. I guess if it was the case, would the developers ever add that into the story? I highly doubt it. It's something you might look back and think, oh yeah, that's kind of cute, and then kind of like, oh, they must have thought about this. It's just like it might just be a happy coincidence.
Yeah, but like,
I'm gonna say due to the flash having that particular description of the product aging rapidly, that has to be something. It's no way. Even if Capcom says we reuse some shit from Resident Evil 7, we're gonna utilize that. It's something that's gonna be looked at as a plot point from the hardcore fan base.
Yeah, but I can easily
Mhm.
I tried to think of a better theory. I couldn't. I think it's pretty solid, and maybe in a couple of years, we prove that be pretty close to the mark, and you will owe me $20.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I'll give you some
basically
bones
supported your
there.
theory with the proof I had.
I-
That Rosemary was popped out bigger than any other baby should have been.
Well, the leaks supposedly said, well, I know it was stupid 4chan shit, but they supposedly said that they were gonna show images of Chris in a wheelchair or something, and I'm thinking because they didn't show that, it does not indicate a time skip at all because he was nowhere near. Just that Chris obviously took care of her at Ethan's wish. So if we don't see it, then you have to take it at face value, obviously, because we need more of a visual indication than what they're giving us.
But yeah, so that's my take on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my take on
I
the whole
said-
thing.
I support it with
RE9's
my proof.
yeah, RE9 itself, I think is going to be crazy because
It is gonna be crazy.
they have to follow up on this plot point. They have to follow up on BSA being corrupt. They have to follow up on other stuff. They have to set up the new big bad, and according to everything, it says that the name placeholder is called Apocalypse. So maybe it's gonna be more of a global infection. We don't know. But I think Rose is gonna be the main character. It's too obvious at this point.
I mean,
I
I don't think she's gonna be a main.
Yeah. No, I don't think she'll be main because considering how it goes out though, it seems like the epilogue with Rose is more like the aftermath or after effect. You know, I feel like though immediately after 8, Chris is gonna go in, fuck shit up, apocalypse or whatever they're gonna call it happens, and then you get the epilogue of what happened with Rose afterwards.
You think they're gonna use multiple characters since it seems to be setting up the fact that they're probably gonna bring people back as well if they explain this?
Probably.
I think
Hopefully, but
I think, as I said, I think it's gonna be Chris and Jill, and I think you're gonna see a few cameos here and there. You know, you might get a little bit of like X stars, maybe like Mia might pop up a little bit. You know, maybe a few bits and pieces. You've got a lot of
Ethan's
scope.
ghost.
You know, ultimately, you could be like sort of semi globe trotting here. So in that case, you could like bring back pretty much anyone you want. And you could probably write a reason for it to make sense. You could do all you want. You know, you could like throw Claire in. You could try and get Jake back in for all those people who are like, oh, he deserves extra game. You know, you could do almost anything you wanted,
Yeah.
realistically. Hell, bring back Billy Cohen. What the fuck? You know, he's been missing for 15 years. Let's get him another game.
Yeah, he's been hiding. I guess.
He's not coming back, kids. I'm sorry.
I don't think so either. Yeah.
No,
And
no,
the Billy's a
but,
god.
But yeah, there's a lot of scope for them to use, and I would hope that they do use. As I've said multiple times on these podcasts, Resident Evil is a series that prize nostalgia even harder than the gaming industry as a whole. It lives on it. It dies on it. So in a situation where you can throw a shitload of nostalgia at the situation, why not do it?
Yeah, and just
Yeah.
like one of my theories as to think that Rose is gonna be a main character or just a main character of the next game is that the game does end off with says now the father's story is ended or something along those lines, kind of hinting that his story's over. It's now his daughter is up on the mantle.
She'll be. I think she's going to be a fairly major plot point.
She's gonna be
in it, but I don't think you're ever going to play as her.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't think so. Unless she gets old enough though, because we don't know her age currently too. And plus though, if anything, she should be like Sherry. Maybe years down the line, she becomes more important.
Or maybe they'll have like a segment where you end up sort of playing as her, and like maybe something like a bit like Control. Like I don't know, for a small section. I wouldn't be horrendously against that. I think that could be work pretty nicely.
The only reason I said so is because I don't know. It seems like at the epilogue she has some form of government training because they tell her, "Hey, come on with us. Time to get to work." So, clearly she might be trained definitely by Chris. There's no way that he probably did not train her.
If anything though, it's not about
for sure.
What I don't think it's like necessarily training per se, more like keeping her under control. Because she's like the only person of her type right now, so they do what they can to keep her calm. Get her to use her powers, whatever.
Oh,
not necessarily like Ethan type training. where he got all the gun, doohickeys and shit.
Yeah, I definitely think they don't trust her because you can clearly tell that after she jacked that dude up, they were about to like shoot her too.
Yeah, they're about to shoot her down. Like they ain't playing with.
Well, I mean, if you think about the scope of things, like she's probably one of the most dangerous things alive on the planet.
Yeah.
But the problem is that in a humanity level, you just kill her. Chris isn't going to be cool with that. That's not his MO. That's just not how he rolls. So they have to find this really dodgy compromise situation, which is kind of where it's hinted in RE9, where like they're kind of trying to let her live out, I guess, and maybe find a way to solve things, but like it could boil over at any point, and like she's under constant surveillance. She probably knows she's under constant surveillance. Like, you'd have to be a complete fool to not know that you're being watched and suspected. And I'm sure that'll be one of the opening things with her RE9 is that her frustration at like she's not able to do anything that anyone else around her should be able to do because she's being watched and supervised. You can't do this. We won't let you go there. You can't be alone. And then this is all going to probably boil over at some point. So she loses her mind completely. And then she kind of maybe goes rogue somewhat, and then you kind of go from there.
That'd be
Yeah.
cool. That'd be different too.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think it'd be fine.
Yeah, that's
But
fine.
there's tons of scope, for RE9. I'm
there's a-
looking forward to see where they go.
Yeah, there's a lot of creation and like different like routes they could go with this, which honestly is like one of the best parts of ending off RE8 is just the possibilities that can happen.
But
Yeah.
before we get the guests though, there's one thing that Andre mentioned. He said something about Sherry returning, and I'm like, that could be like some simile where her and Sherry have the same sort of trauma, being like captured
Yeah.
by the government and not allowed to do
Yeah.
things, stuff like that.
It's-
So maybe those
think
two
it'd be
characters
cute.
could have like a bond or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Hey,
it's,
ima-
it's,
imagine
it's a
this.
cameo. It's a cameo that's just ready to happen. Like
Yes.
if the game went through and that didn't happen, you'd be wondering what the hell. It's
Okay.
it's just set up for you. It's like an open goal. You'd be a crime to not do it because it's an
Yeah.
easy thing to play off. Even if they don't have like maybe like a 45-second conversation, and it comes up and there's a little bit of discussion, and then something kicks off or anything. You think like
Yeah.
they tried to play this with Sherry and Jake, obviously, being that it's Birkin and Wesker, and there's that kind of dynamics, although
Yeah.
it never really delved too much into it. Kind of like scratched at the surface, and then it was
Hey,
kind of
Bergen, I
ignored.
banged your daughter.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
And that was
Like-
kind of, it was largely ignored. So
Yeah.
I think it would be nice to have. I fear it wouldn't be explored probably enough to
Mhm.
like really make the most of it. But like it'd be astonishing if they didn't acknowledge it at some point. Like and Sherry's still alive. We all know that.
Yeah.
We're not stupid. It'd be nice to kind of see what's going on with her at the moment. And yeah, I'm sure it may be that's someone that they've deliberately got Mia to kind of associate with is Sherry, because she's kind
Yeah.
of got that history. She kind of has, in theory, a lot more control over it, and so they
Mhm.
seems automatic to kind of like get Sherry to kind of help Rose to kind of assimilate better and kind of understand better, and also to not completely lose her fucking mind. Be a confidant, if you will.
Yeah, I
So
can
pros and
totally see
thoughts here,
Sherry.
because I gotta do
Yeah.
outros and then get a guess in.
Yep.
So go ahead, Austin.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can totally see Sherry and be like a big sister to Rose, which I think would be a really cute relationship.
Yeah,
Personally,
get Jake in it while you at it. No, give him that macho brother look.
Please.
Jake is somewhere on the back of a milk carton. I think Capcom forgot about Jake.
Oh my
you
god.
make
I'll be
that
honest, it's
same
probably the best
line.
place for him.
Alright,
No,
well, wait,
no, I need him to come back, dude. 'Cause come on, that's such a missed opportunity.
Jake
Right.
is such an
Boat's
underrated
gone, man. Boat's
character.
sailed.
Yeah,
But,
you're
like,
right, man. Because
anyways-
they know what they're doing.
He was cool. I
Anyways.
mean, I don't have a problem with him. He was cool, but it's just they clearly set him up.
He's
to
in the
be
wrong game.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
clearly set him up to be the big hero of Resident Evil after 6, and they did nothing with him ever since.
Yeah. Well, anyways, let's try to get this wrapped up.
Okay, so we're
Alright,
doing outros.
Austin, yeah, Austin, do your outro.
All right.
Yep. Well, I'm Austin, aka Austin. You can find me on Twitter with the same tagline, but at DragoonSpirit01. Like I said, this has been a great opportunity. Love Resident Evil. Love this. Love you guys. And yeah, it was nice being here.
Yeah, I guess Pride Month, man, but relax. I'm just kidding. I'm about to say BlackRock. God dang it! I swear to Christ,
Every single.
it has to be one. It has to be one. All right, Black Shadow, please. Outro yourself.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube, BlackShadow993. You can also find me on Twitch as well, Black_Shadow_993. I've also got a Twitter link somewhere or another. I think it's BlackShadow993 as well. Yeah, it's been a long one. We've managed to finish this podcast largely finished it before the game finished, which I was wondering at one point, but it's been a lot of good stuff's been talked about, so be good.
All right, operative.
You can find me on Twitter at RenOperative_. You can find me on YouTube at Renegade Operative, and you can find me on Twitch at Renegade_Operative. I'll be possibly streaming again full time after the 17th of this month because I'm getting my soundproofing done, and I'll be playing The Suffering and maybe doing some Manhunt. So look forward to that.
Nice.
Yeah, Ren definitely loves Manhunt, if you know what I mean.
Shut up. Shut up.
You can find me on Twitter at Immortal Brendel, Twitch at Sir Brendel. Everywhere else is none of your goddamn business. And thank you to everybody else who listen or watch, depending on what your solace to this divergence, amazing discussion. Whatever time, day, whatever it is for you, I hope you have a blessed evening, night, whatever. And yeah, don't let lichens bite your fingers off, or let a tall woman cut your hand off, or have a woman rip your heart out. The usual stuff.
I guess we're
same
about
old,
to
same old.
drag in the guest, so
Yep.
we're gonna hop over to the guest hangout.
All right.
Hey, we're here. How do I do this shit? Oh, I gotta make a topic. Are you kidding me? Oh, hold on. All right, members only. I don't want the whole world to see me. I feel naked. I feel naked to the whole world doing this. No one heard that, by the way. Let me see. Resident Evil Village.
Ren,
Hold on, you
He's
bitches.
working on it.
hey, stop being a boomer.
There. You didn't hear what I said.
There.
Okay.
All right.
We are here with the guests. This is our guest call-in segment. So what we tend to do here is, we will grab people. They will give their 10 minutes about how they felt about Village. I think, you know what? We should just grab everybody because there's a couple of people that said they went to sleep because it was so late. So
Yeah, I think
Let's
so.
just get them all in here.
yeah, just get them all in here. So I'm inviting you guys right now if you want to jump in and talk about Village.
Oh,
What
Jesus.
is up, everyone? It's Phil Spencer, the best, the head of Xbox. Daddy Spencer. I'm just messing. Hey, it's Andre. What is good, everyone?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Andre, you're a
we'll,
little bit loud, but
yeah,
it's
we'll-
it's
You're a
cool.
bit over the place.
Yeah, we will apologize for obviously the length of it. There was a lot to talk about in this game.
Oh, gosh.
So,
I am beat.
Yeah,
conciseness was difficult.
yeah,
That's
it ran a little long, but do you guys have any sort of things you want to bring up in this final segment?
Well, I do got one. It's kind of interesting because I was really huge on. I actually got a little funny story. I think when Village was announced, I actually decided to. I actually wanted to skip 7 and jump to Village. But then a friend of mine told me, nah, you should play 7. I think you'll like it more. So I was like, all right. I played 7. I really liked it. And going to playing 8 really made me appreciate playing 7 more. And I think 8 is a superb game, all things considered. Like, it's got a couple flaws. Like, I think they could have done more with Mordell. Donna, some aspects of the plot were a little weird. Like, Ethan being molded, but overall was pretty great, and I can't wait to see what Resident Evil 9 has in store. So, yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Anyone else have anything they want to contribute to this?
Questions? Anything you fancy?
Yep.
More than welcome to.
Anything?
Anything you want?
Yep, anything. Yeah.
Anything you
There was
desire.
one thing I was thinking about. So, Ethan, obviously being a
Mhm.
molded, at the beginning of 7, when he first came across the first aid med, he used that and it healed him. So,
Oh, before like he gets his arm chopped off, before any of this stuff starts happening.
yeah, before
Actually,
he got quote unquote killed, yeah. For his-
actually, in
Yeah.
Evolution, if you want to know something, Ethan's fate was actually kind of alluded to. Because it was the one part in the game when he gets his hand cut off and you actually inspect inside the hand, you can actually see some molded, like some black stuff in it. So it's like, I was like, yeah, I think Ethan's still molded. I think the crazy part was, I guess apparently like Jack killed him. Like Ethan actually did die like at Louisiana.
Yeah,
mean,
we brought that up on the podcast that his arm had gray stuff in it when you examine it, which is something that people I didn't catch this in my playthrough. I only caught it after the fact when people brought it up on Twitter. I was like, "Oh, now I see what's going on here."
Oh, actually,
Oh.
Ren, I actually got to tell you something on that. The health meter, if you go on the options menu and expect the heartbeat.
Yeah.
If you look closely, you can actually see molded swimming around.
Yeah, you can see that in 8, definitely. It's not a clear ECG. There's like little bits down the back.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, I knew this guy was molded.
Yeah, I mean, I will
I
add,
honestly never thought about it till this
yeah,
game. But hey,
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, dude. I just couldn't believe it.
I mean,
It's a good little detail.
I will quickly
Indeed.
add that I'm sure I have no prior experience, admittedly, but like if my hand was chopped off, I'd probably expect some grey stuff to come out. I'd probably expect some black stuff to come out.
Oh,
You know, like, but yeah, there's little details here. And again, as I've always said, like, Resident Evil and Capcom have done detail very well for quite some time. And there's lots of even with RE3, there's lots of little things they do which are very cute when you realize what's going on. Sometimes the macro's been a little bit dicey, but yeah, they've been really good for doing little details.
Well, so come to think about it, what was it? Shit, what was it? Something I was about to say. It's actually been kind of interesting. I think one of you guys brought up with like Ethan teamed up with Heisenberg. That would have actually been a really cool thing. That would have actually been a really cool plot point they went with. I actually kind of thought about it. I was like, yeah, I think that would have been interesting. And, Ethan has to help Heisenberg. And just as they're about to be done their goal, Ethan turns on them. And, yeah.
so you're mentioning the thing about Ethan and Heisenberg. Your mic is cutting out a little bit, Andre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a case of what could have been, isn't it? It would have been nice to see that play out. Maybe it might have been a bit more interesting than just the bland, no, I won't side with you because you're clearly evil, no matter what you say. Even though given the situation, like, I'd have been tempted to say yes and try and like double play him just to buy you some time. Like, he says he'll use Rose. He doesn't have Rose. Like, he can't act on his promise of what he wants to do immediately. It buys you time. I mean, I don't know. It would have been cool to see. I think it would have been difficult to execute ultimately. But the mind is has a vivid imagination. So if you have all these other scenarios, it would have been really cool.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think there's a lot of opportunities that are kind of missed, but like I said, I think they can reuse that stuff for the next numbered entry. So there's always that.
I said that earlier that most of the stuff that they're doing might be Resident Evil 9 material, especially, with Chris and everything like that. If it was in that game and he's with a new squad and they're doing a new story and obviously Rose is the emotional surrogate, then they could do something with that. I don't know, we'll see. I guess everyone's gonna be like, Chris is a father now in some sort of weird way.
I mean, effectively. I mean, but is that a bad thing?
And before he smashes me, there I said it.
No, but it's
Oh.
it's so weird. Mike.
For the love of...
That's all right. That's another one, another R-rated one.
Damn.
Yeah.
what do y'all think about Chris's character in Village? I thought he seemed
this-
drastically different to me.
Yeah, he does come
Yeah.
out different though, but he
Um,
doesn't become his old self until the end of the game because you know the context of the story.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's partially
That's
for
true.
plot reasons and partially this guy's gone through a bit of stuff over the years. He's seen a few things. He's been in a couple spots. He's had some friends kind of go with, and it's like, you could have some better situations. So I can dig the jaded nature. I can respect that.
If anything, it reminds me a lot of Democrat 4, with Dante was like the antagonist of the story until you find out the context behind the story. So it's like the same gist here.
Yeah, and that's what they ultimately tried to play, oh, he's the big bad here. And obviously, like, anyone who's ever played any game of the series ever knows that that's clearly not going to be the case. But they
There's
got
a reason for everything.
Yeah, they got
the
to.
thing is, Chris and Chris are really protective of Ethan too, because he doesn't want them to like. I think reason he kind of didn't tell him is he didn't want Ethan to get killed, but it was kind of too late, unfortunately. So it's really tragic.
Do you guys think they could have done the character development better for like the mini pseudo bosses? Like
We touched upon this.
I know.
Yeah,
I know,
it is a bit of a weak point. There is a bit of rinse and repeat. I mean, you've got effectively 3, maybe 4 mini bosses that are basically the same.
Yeah.
which is a little disappointing, especially for a game that's kind of trying to pride itself on pushing its variety. Given that 7 didn't really have very much going on that front. I don't know. It felt like they could have been a little bit more imaginative. As we mentioned, like when you get to the sold out factory, like whatever you make of the sold out, some people would like them, some people think it's kind of a bit nonsense. But you can't say there's no variety. There's
Yeah,
a lot going
they
on,
add to the variety.
Yeah.
and it's crammed into a very short space of time as well. Like just as soon as you kind of fought one, you're like you fight it once, maybe twice, you kind of get used to it. Bam, another thing going on. All right, okay, this dude's got 2 arms. This is a bit of an issue. Bam, this one's got armor. Right, gonna
Yeah.
have to blow its over. Bam, this one's got fucking jets can fly. Like, welp.
Yeah.
But yeah, the game definitely could have benefited, I think, a bit more of that. Not just there, a little bit overall, but yeah, the mini bosses as well. Like,
Admittedly, though, like at least the guys with the hammers, though, they are different enough from each other because they do have some of them do have unique move or two with each variation, at least as far as I can saw. But even still, though, we could have got more.
yeah, there was plenty. There was scope for it. Like, it was nice to see it. It was refreshing when they did do it. But as we said, there was several situations where they could have and probably should have like been a little bit more adventurous than just okay, it's more Lycans. Well, here we go. Here's some armored dudes. Yep, remember them from 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
I sound like I'm just shitting on this game and think it's the worst game ever. Like I don't know, it's a good game.
Like,
It's just-
I love I
overall,
love
it's
the
a good
game.
game, I think.
Yeah,
It's superb. I
it's
really like it.
superb. It's really good. It's just there when you play a game, and I think this goes for every game, you start thinking more after the playthrough what more could be improved. Obviously, there are some games that I do have in mind where it's like I play this game, it's like, oh shit, it's really fucking good. I don't have any problems with it at all. I felt this with DMC5. But when it comes to like
DMC5.
when it comes to like later playthroughs and stuff like that, it starts to really formulate. And I think they could take those ideas and RE9 could be absolutely brilliant. Only time will tell.
Definitely.
Yeah, like just like to point out, like I think Village is I think I've said many times in the Discord chats and such. Village has become my favorite Resident Evil game by far.
Same
in my
here.
personal opinion.
Same,
It's up there with
actually.
me. Up there with
Same.
Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 5, Resident
Yeah,
Evil 3 original. I love it.
It's
It's
kind of weird.
phenomenal.
Like I'd rate it like one of the best REs, although it's not exactly to my personal taste. I got more out of 7. I think I got more out of RE2R as well, but that's just me. That's just because it's a different
Yeah.
feel of game. But I do recognize that in its construction, the way it's been designed, and ultimately what it foretells, it's one of the stronger REs that there's been, and it had to be. Like if this wasn't a really good game, there would have to have been a serious autopsy as to what the hell had gone on. So they had high standards
Yeah.
to meet.
Oh yeah.
And this was
Yeah.
like the most ambitious one too, though. So by all counts, though, it has to be good at least.
Yeah, I mean, God forbid, the world where this like doesn't come off at all well and kind of flops that's a bad world.
Yeah, this
Uh,
shoot probably kill a franchise. Who knows?
The Resident Evil purists would have loved that. I'm telling you now. Oh man,
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
Resident Evil
Yeah, it's
9,
sad.
more Resident Evil Outbreak. Much as I love there being Outbreak.
Oh, dude, I want Outbreak so bad, but it's just
Me
like
too.
So
I
do I.
had to
but,
sit on a
like,
grenade
like-
for that.
A re-release of Outbreak would just be amazing, but I'm pretty sure the source code to that is long gone by now.
Yep.
Yeah. Realistically, it'd be a total ground up redo. Unfortunately, the closest we've got was Resistance, which wasn't particularly that close, and you drill down to what it actually is, but that's
still
close as
a
it's been, so
joy
for
at this
any time
time.
recently. I had my fun with it. I got my
did.
I had my hours out of it. I had my good streams. I had some good times.
I
I
had
don't
fun
regret
with it until I realized how unbalanced the matchmaking was, and then I started
God.
getting destroyed by Spencers with guns, and I'm like, oh
Yeah,
my god.
once with yeah, when Nick, it
I
was
know,
when Nikolai came out, like There's
Broke.
completely nothing to do with Village, and I apologize, but it's worth putting. The problem with Village with Resistance was that, and I kind of saw it happening before it happened, is that it took a long time to try and balance it because when you bought it out, it's a very complicated game. There's a ton of shit going on at any one point, and it's constantly changing. And the problem you have is that the moment you tweak with any of it, you lose complete balance. This is where something
Yeah.
like Dead by Daylight has been such a strong title because at its core, it's a simple game. You know, you've got one killer, you've got 4 people, they got to turn on X amount of generators and then leave. And although it's morphed and metamorphosized over the course of the years, the base concept is still the same, and it's simple enough that you can constantly tweak with it. Resistance was just too complicated for its own good, which is a great shame because I wanted it to do reasonably decently.
Yeah.
And for the first month, like it was really good. But
Yeah.
once
Yeah.
they brought out more and more stuff, it unbalanced, and they could never rebalance it, which was a great shame.
Yep. That's exactly how I feel about that game. Once the meta got super bad, I was done.
Yeah,
Yep.
I
wanted
feel
to
you.
go. I wanted a platinum trophy achievement. I'm like, nah, this game is
Yeah.
too
I
wild
s-
now.
It became stomp or be stomped, and
Yeah.
that's no fun for anyone.
I stopped playing because my Xbox actually was kind of broken, and I had to spend like a good month trying to fix it, which I ultimately did. But like, it was at the point where I was just out of touch with the game and just all the bad shit with the balance issues and Nikolai. I was like, yeah, I don't want to jump back being rusty into a heap of fucking bullet spraying
Okay,
and
so
just bullshit.
I have one in portion or one in question that we can end off before we
Yep.
get out of here. So Reverse, since they have not announced that they're going to do the date yet, and if they announce they're going to do it tomorrow, is anyone playing it?
I don't
Right.
see how
I-
this game avoids being Dead on Arrival. Like it was gonna be a tough sell when this game came out, but like bringing this out after the fact, after Village has been out for what 2 months or so,
Damn there.
like it's really awkward. Like, are they in sunk cost territory already? Quite possibly. You know, they may feel they've gone so far down the rabbit hole, they've kind of got to at least commit and try. But like, reverse was looking dicey anyways. And I don't see how this is gonna work. Like, I just don't see it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like,
think it's too
agree.
little too late now. People will definitely hop on, but it's not going to have any legs at all.
It's a shame. Like, as a
Nice.
concept, it's
Oh.
kind of cute. You know, and it might have had some, some bit of casual play, but yeah, it's. I think if the delay was kind of a death knell, but they've gone so far in development that they kind of have to try.
Personally, how I look at it, what was it? I think it'll die too.
Well, I'm not even sure it will be born particularly.
No, I
I don't know
mean,
about a week or two, but I meant to say like it's probably gonna die out after a while.
it's
Yeah.
gonna be that morbid curiosity week where people are gonna be like, yeah, there's nothing to play multiplayer wise. I'm gonna fire this up, and then they realize that a lot of the same stuff from the beta still lingers, and they can't do nothing about that. Just more maps. So, and people are already turned off on Capcom's like online attempts as is because they want Outbreak so bad that each and every single time they do something different, it's like fuck this, give me Outbreak.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Infuriates them more and more.
They
but-
it's Neobards. Like, just drop them.
No,
Alright.
it's not Neobars.
It's not
Capcom.
Neobard's fault. Like
it's
they're
Capcom.
working with the concepts that kind of effectively sort of ish being given. Like the
Yeah,
with
it's not them.
Resistance, like they fucking tried with Resistance. You know, they saw out that development roadmap. And, they kept up to get that game getting updated pretty regularly for months.
I think the
Even,
thing
like,
is,
as things have gone off, they kept at it. So I don't fault them at all.
yeah, I think the thing is Capcom wants their own Dead by Daylight or Overwatch success, and they're not getting it, and that's the problem.
It's
Yeah.
just the wrong genre. it's just the wrong genre. Like, you know, that the reason that works is because it works for the genre that it's in. Like Resident Evil, it's just not that kind of game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
like just make a new
outbreak.
IP and do it, man. Like now,
Yeah.
granted though, to give them credit though, like Resistance was a good start though, but they just couldn't get the balancing right, right?
Yeah,
But still,
it
like
was.
they could have just made a new genre. I mean, not a new genre, new freaking IP, and there you go. Like that
Yeah.
right there to give them a little leg room to do something.
Yeah, the concept's there, the scope to do it is available. But I think they feel compelled to throw Resident Evil on it because they feel that that's going to give it more publicity and more of a chance, which probably is right.
Yeah, less
But
risk. Yeah.
but the problem is that you then have to justify the end product, which probably gets inversely harder.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So, a little bit back to Village real quick. Not to flex or anything, but I have over 8 playthroughs done of that game, mostly on Village of Shadows.
Platinum trophy done. So
Nice.
yeah.
That's nice.
I did my
That's
two.
dedication.
I did my
dedication.
two. I did
Yeah,
Mercs.
I
I'm
beat
happy.
it
I
6
enjoyed my.
times within a week, and then I just over the last month I just beat it 2 more times just to refresh my memory and
Yeah,
some
I-
things for the podcast.
Yeah, I did my hardcore. I did my Village of Shadows. I was fine with that. Like that's cool. Maybe down the line I might replay it again. Like it's very possible I will. You know, I
Probably
redid
for like
7
right
not
RE9
that
or
long ago.
something.
Maybe, probably so. But like, you know, I had my couple of runs of it. You know, I enjoyed it. You know, it didn't have anything too overly aggressively that I hated or anything like that. It didn't have like an Inferno mode for Resident Evil 3R, which
Thank God.
you know, I stated you know, and I went on record and said that I actually publicly buried that. It was a horrendous concept. It was terribly executed, which is such a shame because Nightmare Mode I thought was really, really good and cleverly done.
At least you have checkpoints in a nightmare though. Freaking Inferno, you have nothing until you get to the
Well,
save point.
it's the problem is it was exactly the same damn thing. Just everything was tanky and faster. It was
Yeah.
it was a total waste of time. I beat it vanilla just to prove a fucking point, and I hated.
Was it worth
majority
it?
of it.
No,
I mean,
no.
I mean, I think the final boss took me a little over 3 hours. I think.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Let's see.
Because it was, but I mean, again, fucking vanilla Inferno. Like you're not meant to do it. I mean, I got it eventually, but fuck me, was that a bitch.
Also, shout outs to everyone who were doing these insane runs of Village of Shadows on knife only. I don't fucking know how, but
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I'm
like
like,
Yeah,
Jesus.
me doing
I
it just
couldn't do
vanilla
it.
was plenty. Like outside of a few bosses, it wasn't crazy difficult, but I mean, like,
Yeah,
that's one too much for me. I do some crazy shit, but I'm not doing Village of Shadows with a knife run. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Like I feel like you can't even do it with the normal knife. You need at least the Crombit.
Or no, get a
Even then-
lightsaber though. But even then, it's not even fun either.
Yeah, exactly. Then you're defeating your own objective. So
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah,
I
just-
think this is a good endpoint. Unless Austin, you had to say something.
I was like, at least if you're gonna do it, at least with a knife only, just do it on standard or casual. Even standards, it's a piece of crap.
Yeah,
Do it with
I
the knife
realized.
run.
I tried to knife the big guy in the village during the siege in the beginning, and I'm like, he's
You
not
really
feeling
tried to
any
knife
of
the
this.
serious?
Yeah,
You know
I
something?
did.
Actually, you know something? I literally did the whole game 100% on easy mode, but I did it with knife only. I literally did everything, picked up every single treasure I could get. Like, yeah, let's do this. The only roadblock was literally the dude that you fight with Chris with the freaking Morningstar mace. Like, that shit was awful.
yeah, that's not. Is it funny enough? You're not meant to kill that with the knife, wouldn't you know?
Yet they give you the challenge in a way. Come on, Capcom.
Oh, come on. I'm gonna have to do that shit on my next run too. I'm not looking forward to that.
Hmm.
But
It's just the one. It's just the one in Chris's section is the worst because its weak spot is back, and you can't really hit
No,
it.
yeah,
No.
actually no.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has his hands and legs exposed, so you have to knife those parts.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like the back's the only one that does the most amount of damage. It just
Well,
takes,
I
it takes
mean,
forever.
But you just stab him more.
yeah,
No,
I
but
just-
still, just such
but
a
the thing is, though, you cannot get
long.
around his back. Just hit his arms and legs because you can hit those more consistently than his back.
Yeah.
I think this is the perfect point to end off of because this video's like gonna be 4 hours long, and I'm
Yep.
gonna have a lot of editing to do.
Yeah.
Sorry for
So
the shadows.
Fun.
it's fine. It was a fun stream. Definitely, check the VOD out on Twitch. We're gonna all sign off. We gotta do it again with another RE game, and hopefully that is gonna be done soon with our discussion on Remake 1 and RE0.
Can't wait for that one.
Infinite
Ooh,
Darkness is
one,
RE, but-
yeah.
Oh yeah, Infinite
That's
Darkness.
gonna be
We're
fun.
watching that like day one, and I might want to get some impressions on it honestly, because it's only like 4 episodes long. So yeah, there's that.
Mhm.
So when Infinite Darkness comes out, we will be uploading our
Well-
reactions to it, and then we'll be probably doing a little spoiler cast on it, see how we feel.
Yeah, I actually
yeah.
really want to join that.
But we're gonna sign out, people out there in Twitch land. Thank you for subbing, watching, following, all that jazz. If I did not do any call outs, it's simply because I didn't want to cut anyone off. So we really do appreciate it for coming by and checking out the channel. So thank you so much.
Take care,
Thanks,
everyone.
guys.
Take care, everyone.
All right.
Go away.
Have a good one.
Good night.
Bye bye.